All right, my good people. Yes, 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 yes. Hello, 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 hello. And welcome to a very special Carter Hates Everything right now. We're going to be doing oh shit. I got that up. I was moving kind of quick, y'all. So sorry. I was definitely moving kind of quick. There we go. So yeah. What we have here today, y'all, is definitely gonna be a special Carter Hates Everything. We're gonna be doing live election coverage. I will be going through different channels to see what's going on. Let me just pull up what I'm looking at now so y'all can see. But yeah, this is how it's gonna be whenever we do the live show. So y'all might as well get used to it now because this will be something that will be included into the daily program. All right, let's pull this up. Let's see what we got over here. This is Shmaman.
Fit for the future. This is a relationship that America needs to invest in.
In the event of either of them winning, nor is it actually an election issue.
Right. Now, from now onwards
Okay, see,
till
I don't,
January 20th.
give me 1 second. Well, like I said, hello and welcome everybody. We're going to just gonna be coverage of the election. We got 1 hour. Let me make sure we got 1 more hour. Eh, And listen, y'all, for everything that's going on, I'm going to be keeping it right now. I'm going to be keeping it fair and unbiased. Okay. Now, you guys can talk the type of shit you want to talk in the chat, however you feel, whoever you're going for. Volume down. Whoever you're going for. Volume down. Okay, I just wanted to double check. Just wanted to double check to make sure we on point here. Give me 1 second, y'all. It's work in progress. And plus, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find the news channel with the best coverage. And so far, Associated Press is looking pretty good. Yeah, Associated Press is looking good. Because I want to deal with somebody that's kind of in the middle, even though that's so hard to do right now. You know, it's very hard to do, but I wanted to keep it somewhere with a news form or a news platform that's somewhere in the middle. I don't want it to be too far left or right now. Let me see if my correspondent, if she's free. Uh, Text her now, see what she's doing if she's free. Come on, come on. Now I know. And see, now Associated Press is acting flaky. Okay, I'm looking at Associated Press, and they're running 4 screens. but I don't like the lag on there. Let me try somebody else. Hold on. ABC, no. Charlie Clerk, no. 27,000 watching Associated Press. You know what I did notice, and I noticed this in the last couple of coverages that I did, right? I don't I think the low numbers is significant. Because even on the larger platforms, NBC, look, all right, let me run it down. Hold on, let me pull it up so I can run it down. Give me 1 second. Excuse me, a little stuffy there, y'all. All right, there we go. Let's get it going. Let's get it going. Don't mind the collectibles up there, y'all. The people who know me for the channel, y'all know that take this echo. Why do we have an echo? Yeah, my people that know me for this channel, y'all know that I am a collector. So you will see collectibles. I don't want to do the up close in my face cam like this. I wanted to give y'all a little breathing room. I was trying to see if I can get Miss C on because she's usually my political correspondent. But I'm not sure if she's available or if she's somewhere watching. And what I was saying to y'all that I want to show you, let me pull this up. Check this out. I thought this was very telling. Not saying that they're not going to come out in droves. Um, they're not going to come out in droves for this election. This is going to be a historical election. Make no mistake. But what I want to show y'all is the numbers, because I like going by and checking the numbers, right? Oh shit. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't even see the chat. Yeah, so let's look at the numbers real quick. We got 27,000 Associated Press, 97,000 for ABC News. Brian Taylor Cohen, he's got 62,000. Charlie Kirk, 60,000. NBC News, NBC it has 74,000 people watching. CNN News, 9,000. So the Daily Wire almost has more fucking views than NBC. What does CNN have? So far, ABC has the highest right now as far as the viewing. Shit. Let me punch out for a second. Give me 1 second, y'all. Yeah, so far, ABC News has like the most. What is it, Gender Free TV? Let's see what they got going on. So far, they have the highest viewership, and mind you, I'm not going by television numbers. This is just strictly internet numbers. Because like I said, I think it's very telling. Even though this might show where some of the demographics and bases is that uh, maybe a lot of them are television watchers now. Maybe everybody's went back to television. I mean, I thought for a minute that it was all internet, and that these internet numbers would be way higher. Chaos, what's up, bro? I hope everybody got out to vote. I'm whichever way you go, fair space. You know, but, all right, sounds good. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm doing I just right platform. Have a good night, man. Yeah.
So that's what happened in 2020. Now we have this county up here,
Pat, are you in a different region?
Kenton
Where
County,
you located
Kentucky.
at?
Let's look at Kenton County,
Where you
Kentucky.
located? Let me
Trump
you up.
has 58.7%. Harris has 40.1%. Okay, fine.
Well, see, here's
Uh,
the thing.
with 43% of the vote in. Again,
I'm for now, we're gonna keep it. I'm keeping it in a free, comfortable space. I am going to keep it straight down the middle as far as like my political affiliations. Right now I'm just gonna do the
Trump
coverage
got 58.6 and
and I
Biden got
will do
39.3.
my opinion on the reaction of the
So
coverage.
Harris
But I'm
is
not gonna
low.
get into who I voted for just yet. Like I don't
Ever
mind
so slightly
saying or
better than Biden did in
just for
Kenton
now,
County so far.
I want to
Maybe
keep it
that'll
fair
change.
if it's okay with you.
So again, I'm right now. My big concern. The
But
the
thank you,
important
thank you,
thing to
Pat.
me right
Please hit the like
right
button.
now is if we start seeing
Share
counties,
if you want to share.
whether they
But
go for Trump
definitely hit
or
the
whether
like
they go
button if
for
you
Harris,
staying for a
if we
while
start
or
seeing
if you're
significant
just passing
differences in
through.
how
Either
counties
way,
went in 2020
the like
versus
button on
how
your
they
way out,
went
please.
tonight today
All right.
before,
Uh,
that could give you a window into how things are going in the rest of the
Let me
country.
turn my mic up.
Okay. So
Okay,
very
there
little data right now.
we go.
New Hampshire, we have those 3 votes. Indiana's the same. Um, no more there in Kentucky than we looked at.
Yeah,
Maybe
chaos.
if any elections analysts that I follow
I'm
are saying
thinking
this.
the same thing, bro.
Hold on
I'm
a second
thinking the same
here.
thing. I got to get my correspondent in, Miss C. I'm trying to see if she's available because usually with my political coverages, I I've had her on the last several political coverages. I do like her perspective, and like myself, we have a way where we could have the conversation and just stay in the middle, and it doesn't get heated or too much. Even if she doesn't agree with some of my points, I don't agree with her some of her points, or there's always somewhere where we meet in the middle where we can see both sides, the flaws, the pros and the cons in both sides. So I like to keep the conversation in that space. Um, but yeah, I'm just trying to see if I could reach out to her to see if she is available because I know if she's available, she would definitely jump in. But Kaz, give me a moment. I'm gonna definitely address, and touch on what you're saying. Matter of fact, I'll put it up. I'll put it up. But definitely, hold on, let me I don't know what happened here. I'm gonna have to close this out. Don't want to have a crash. I don't want to have a crash like last time. Because that would suck. But yeah,
Line of Vermont and Virginia. And then I think, what is it?
I
Some
totally agree with
close
you,
in
Kaz.
Florida
I totally
and
agree.
New Hampshire. Is that what it is?
Hold on, let me put that back up for you.
I have to find a different one. Let's see here.
Hold on one second, y'all. Hold on.
Why was there a weird thing with that? I thought maybe because different. Now I'm just confused. Hold on. Okay, 7 p.m. is Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Virginia, and Vermont. That's according to 270 to win. I see some different sites saying different things. Well, because there's like partial closures and stuff. Okay. Anyways, I'm not going to worry about it right now. According to CNN, they say at 7 p.m., Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, Virginia. 7:30 p.m. See, there's partial closings. 7:30 p.m., North Carolina, Ohio, West Virginia. All right, we'll worry about that later. All right. Are there any more votes in? Hey, we have some more votes coming in. Let's look at some more votes coming in Kentucky. More votes coming in Kentucky. Let's look here. Okay. 23% counted. I don't see them showing up here yet, though. I don't know where they're from. I don't know if they've gotten displayed yet. Maybe a few more votes coming in. Again, very few. Only 2% of the expected vote is in Kentucky. Oh, hold on. We have a new county. New county in Kentucky to talk about. This is Laurel County, Kentucky. Okay, hold on. Let's look at Laurel County, Kentucky. Oh, hold on. We need Laurel County. Laurel County, Kentucky. Now, I don't know if these 33% of votes that are in are going to be like the other votes that come in. So who knows? But right now in Laurel County, Kentucky, with about a third of the votes in, Trump has 81.1% and Harris has 18%. Now, if I go check on what it was like there in Laurel County, if I can find it, that was in, hold on, I need to zoom out a little bit to find it. So there's the county. Now let me go to my other map and look. Okay, Trump won Laurel County in 2020 with 82.7% of the vote, and Biden
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you, Luke. Appreciate you. Million percent. What I was saying to everybody is that, listen, feel free, if you want to put in the chat, Red Heart 2024, Blue Heart 2024, Trump 2024, Kamala, I can't never say it right, Kamala 2024 is cool, rock out. I'll hold and reserve my, you know, which direction I'm going in. I'll reserve it till after, we do the count. Right now, I think we're 40 minutes off from the first poll closing. 40 minutes off, and 2 hours and 30 minutes to all polls closing at 9 o'clock. But the first poll will be closing in 39 minutes. And hey, Luke, thank you for that, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for coming. Welcome to Carter Hates Everything. This is going to be a little different than what you normally see with the video game streams and with the live streams and the live from the fishing streams that we normally do. Every now and then we get serious, and this will be a part of the weekly commentary that will be coming. So get ready for that, y'all, because I've been gearing up to do this. But like my boy E, I know E, you gotta be surprised because hey, surprise. Last time you saw me, I look like Bear Grylls in this motherfucker. Like I look like I just escaped from the woods. Like I've been in the woods for like 6 months. So yeah, this is definitely a different vibe than what most of my viewership is used to. But this will be a direction moving forward that we'll be doing. It won't always be as serious as political stuff. But hey, I like to have the conversation, you know. More than anything, y'all, I like to have the conversation and I like y'all to be able to have the conversation. But I like to keep the conversation in a cool space, where we can talk, you know. I don't want people, you can get hot. Women, I'm a man. I don't know if there's any women in the chat, but you can get a little hot, but let's be sensible. Let's use our brains. Let's have common sense. I know common sense ain't always common, but let's try to have common sense. All right, let's double down. Let's see what's going on here.
Starting to pick up. Let me show you a little bit of what's happening over my shoulder. Right back there, those machines, that's where we are going to see the tabulations for the votes as they come in here to Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. Of course, Hallie, you know it very well. We've talked about it plenty of times. It was kind of ground zero for
Yo,
all
I
of
don't know
those
if
mini
this
claims during 2020.
give
I
y'all
think what's
any
interesting, Hallie,
answer,
about this location,
but
this
boy, oh
building didn't
boy, Fulton
exist back
County,
in
boy.
2020. This is something that was built
Y'all,
new since the election last time. It's kind of a way to get all of the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a place that allows members of the public to come in and observe this process. We've already seen some people who are coming in to watch this tabulation from both
Wait.
parties,
Oh, I got
Republicans
the
and
closed caption.
Democrats, kind of here amongst the general population with us members of the media. So that's what's happening here. Now,
Yo,
just for
tell
a
me
big
also the
picture of what's
poll
kind of
numbers.
happening around
Did
the
that
state,
say
you know about those record early voting numbers. More than 4 million people cast a ballot. That led to very short lines
that might
today.
be
In fact, I've
crazy,
got to
y'all?
say that between me and my amazing producer, Charlie Guile, we went around to about 15 or so
I don't
different
know. Some of
polling
y'all out
locations
there
throughout a couple of counties.
got a
Every
drink.
single
Some of y'all
place we
might
saw
want to
almost
take a
no
drink.
line. I talked to some people. They told me
This
most of
is
them
gonna
their
be
wait
intense,
was as short as about
you know.
5 minutes or
But
so. Some
like I
people in
said,
the
we're
15-minute
gonna
range
keep it
early
in a
in the
cool
morning.
space
But
here.
that really kind of gives you a sense that early voting
I
and those
usually would have
absentee
the
ballots,
partner with me.
those are the results that are going to have to be tabulated starting around 8 o'clock, because that's an hour after polls close.
Hold on
That's
one
state
second,
law.
y'all.
So because the bulk of those votes were cast early, that's where we're going to start to see a lot of those results come in relatively quickly, Hallie.
As you're talking talking with voters who have been in line, Blaine, as you've been out there living and working in Georgia, of course, over the course, and not just today, but over the course of the last couple of weeks. What stands out to you?
I think a couple of things. One, I think the increased focus on Metro Atlanta, I should say, Metro Atlanta for both candidates is very different from what we saw in the closing days of 2020. Back in 2020, Donald Trump was going to the reliably red counties, kind of on the southern part, the northern part of the state. This time, everybody has been focused for the most part, on Fulton County, or rather on the Metro Atlanta area. That really is where both of them are relying on the vote share to come
I'm
in
telling you,
and
man,
take them across the
Fulton
Atlantic Shine
County,
Valley.
Blaine Alexander live for us there in Battleground,
this
Georgia.
is
Blaine, thank you.
definitely
Let me
going to be
take you back
important
to
for Fulton
Milwaukee
County.
now, where Shaq, I think we fixed your microphone, right? So finish your sentence, please, on the latest of what's happening there.
Yes. Yes, bottom line, downtown, those ballots are going to be
Oh, they already
recounted.
started
Nothing nefarious
recounts.
happening, but
But I tell you,
because of an
it,
agreement
I,
between Republicans and Democrats,
yeah, I
they just want
said
to
that
make
this
sure that
morning.
there's some transparency there. So they're recounting those
Hold
ballots.
on,
That
one
might
second.
mean a later night here in Milwaukee. But outside of that, everything has been going smooth. I want you to take a look inside this polling location. I'll tell you, here at this location, the clerk says that the line this morning stretched out of the door, that it went an hour long or so. And they actually have a small college in the area. So they said that they've been having a lot of people will take advantage of Wisconsin's same-day registration and go into that table that you were just looking at and actually
This is what I
register
want to see
in
too.
person on this election day. I'll tell you my
So that
favorite
means they
story,
be
Hallie,
doing this
was
shit
that someone
everywhere.
said he was undecided up to the moment that he walked up to this polling location, which is essentially a field house here in Milwaukee in a park. He said he didn't know who he was going to decide on, so he took 2 laps around the park, hit a long walk, and finally decided he would be backing, in this case, Vice President Kamala Harris. But you mentioned Milwaukee is a place that we're going to be watching incredibly closely. Yeah. It's one that has been the focus for Democrats. Saw a lot of big visits ahead of Election Day. It's one that is very important to them. So we're going to be watching these as well.
Yeah, whatever. See, and this is one of the reasons why I said earlier, Illinois. Yo, now see, here's the thing, Luke. Here's the thing. I was gonna save this story. That's why I was waiting for a little bit till I got everything set up. But now just seeing that in that polling office in Milwaukee and how similar it looked to the one I went to this morning in New York. I'm in New York, and I was really bothered. I was really bothered by how the polling stations were set up. Like, it almost felt like the reverse idea of what they tried to tell us about voter intimidation. But they always mention, whenever they mention voter intimidation, is always projected towards one side. It's always projected towards they're going to do it to them. But what I felt was the opposite. Case in point, just like they showed there, where the new systems have the open booths. Now remember, I don't know how old you are, but if you come from a certain era, a certain generation, you remember the booths we had where it was private. The first thing I thought when I walked in there was, where the fuck is the privacy? Why is everything so wide open where I can't vote in private? So I, I had a big issue with that. Like, I had a real big issue with that. Then they give me the ballot, tell me to go sit down because it was in a school auditorium, right? So I go sit in the auditorium, sit the seat. I try to find a little space, convenient space to myself, so I don't have somebody there. But I just noticed that everything was so wide open. The person behind me is damn near looking over my shoulder, so they could see my ballot as I'm checking the lines. And look, we're not stupid, okay? Everybody here, I think we are all that come here and fuck with me is intellectual people or smart enough to that I could say we're not. This ain't stupid crowd over here. We know how the lines are set up, right? I'm pretty sure all the ballots are set up the same. We know how the lines are set up. So walk with me here, y'all. Walk with me. So if someone is sitting over my shoulder or to the left of me or to the right of me, and everybody's expected that they're going to go across the top ballot because of the place and space that you're in, where you're at. People can easily see from the left of you, the right of you, from over your shoulder, if you decide to go to the second ballot. That's why we have privacy with voting. Now, when I just looked at this footage and they showed Milwaukee, it looks identical to the voting place I went to today in New York. Because like I said, I had a big problem. That was one of the problems I had today with my voting situation. I had two, well, really three major problems. One of them, it really made me say, if things go a certain way, I could see why the other side would say shit is rigged. I'll just say it like that, because what I heard today, it what I heard today made me say to myself, in future elections, they should have a government official. I don't care if I don't give a fuck if he's suited up with an earpiece. Looks government. Like, they should have a government official overseeing. And now I know logistically that would be impossible because there's so many voting polling places all over America. I get it. But to let us oversee it ourselves, seeing what I saw today, yeah, in all honesty, I left there feeling uncomfortable. Like, my voting experience today was very uncomfortable. Like, very uncomfortable. Because people were looking at my ballot. What the fuck? When I passed it to the people because I'm supposed to put it in the machine, there was an error. It comes back out the machine. Now, let me get this. Let me let y'all visualize this real quick. As I'm putting it in the machine, the lady who's sitting next to the machine is looking over the top of the machine and reading the fucking ballot. Cause she looked down at me and then she looked up at me like, and I'm looking down at her like, what the fuck? Why the fuck are you reading the ballot? This is supposed to be private. No, see, this is why I said I'm gonna keep it fair down the middle until and then I'm gonna go off, because there's a lot of shit that's happening right now that I could fucking I could do this for hours just talking about my experience this morning. See, now I'm getting warm. Now I'm worked up. Now I'm getting warmed up. See, I had to get everything in place, make sure all the equipment is good, make sure everything's right. I still got one little thing I need to do over here, but fuck it. I'd rather be here with y'all than still have to keep working around with shit until we're good enough here. So, let me see what they're saying. Let me give it some volume. Give me 1 sec.
Right. So we asked voters as they voted, right after they left, who they wanted to vote for and how they voted. This is called the exit polls. There's about 600 of them across the country in the 7
I'm
battleground
gonna
states,
actually go
Texas,
to
Florida,
other
and Ohio.
channels too,
So here's our
because this
preliminary data. And again, this could change. We want to tell you that.
NBC.
So when we asked voters the most important issue,
We already know.
34%, the top
I need
issue
it
was
fair.
state of democracy. Right under
I don't
that,
need
the
no
economy at
tenders. I don't
31%,
need no.
abortion, 14%,
I need it
immigration,
fair.
11%. Remember, that's how former President Trump decided to close out his campaign, and 4% for policy. As we move on here, we ask, who do you trust more to handle the economy? 47% for the vice president, 51% for Trump. Remember, the former president ran on that as well, trying to close on that. We also asked, who do you trust more to handle abortion? Vice President Harris chose to close out her campaign on this message as well. 51% for the vice president, 44% for Trump. Savannah?
Well, these are early exit polls, and we should mention that we don't have full information and people are still voting. But let's go back to this most important issue. I think some eyebrows were raised when state of democracy becomes the top issue. Some people think, oh, does that favor the Democrats? Is that January 6th, that kind of thing? It means different things to different people.
Yeah, and we're going to be completely transparent
That's
tonight.
why I gotta find
surprising
a
to
different
us as
channel.
well, because you think maybe the top issue would have been the economy, abortion, or immigration, state of democracy. But we have to understand here, we can't dig too deep into the data just yet because people are still voting. We'll have more that we can break down in the hours ahead. But state of democracy, essentially, that was the question. So who doesn't like democracy? All Americans like democracy. So whether you love Trump or you love Vice
that's
President
not what
Kamala
I
Harris,
saw this
that
morning.
might be your top issue. It
That
doesn't
is
tell
not what I
us a
saw.
whole lot, but what it does tell us is that the electorate is
I'm gonna
motivated
touch
and
on
they
that.
came out to vote
Just
today.
y'all just
It may mean what's
sit
the state
tight.
of the country and how important do you think this election
I'm gonna
is?
touch on it.
And many, many people feel there are very high stakes, Lester. Let's get right to it. Peter Alexander at the Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C., campaign officials
Like I said, there
telling
was
him
a
they're
few
feeling
things that
confident about the young voter turnout so far. What are you hearing, Peter?
let's see what they talk about the young voters.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we wait for Kamala Harris to arrive here a little bit later this evening, this is her alma mater at Howard University. The early indications, at least in the eyes of the Harris campaign, are good ones, specifically as it relates to the turnout among young voters. They're pointing to that. Take, for example, they say what's happening in Pennsylvania is a good indication of heavy turnout in their favor, particularly at schools like Lafayette and Lehigh. At the campus of Lehigh University, they note at times today the line was up to 7 hours long. The campaign saying it's sending additional support. That support coming in the form of some celebrity assistance. Some of the stars of the Avengers film series, Don Cheadle, Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo, campaign sources tell me will be arriving there to help keep those individuals energized, to keep them in line.
Send in the fucking Avengers.
Election officials are sending additional polling stations there so they can try to get through those lines a little bit more quickly. One thing they feel good about. Another thing that they're feeling particularly good about tonight are the favorability numbers right now, Savannah and Lester. The numbers, according to early exit polls, show that Kamala Harris is at 48% in terms of her favorability. Compare that to 44% for former President Trump. But no.
Oh, here we go with the bullshit.
Notably, Joe Biden, the current president, is at 41%. That means that Kamala Harris is outperforming the man along whom she ran in 2020, with whom she served for the last 4 years. There had been some real concerns that could have been an albatross, given so many Americans
in the picture
indicated they thought the country was going in the wrong direction. Things we'll be watching over the course of this evening.
All right, Peter Alexander, thank you. And Garrett Hake is at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida. Garrett, the former president has been posting on social media today, already talking about widespread cheating. What is he saying?
Oh boy, Trump, just shut.
That's right, Lester. And his posts running contrary to the
gotta know when
campaign's
you
spin, their official statements at the moment right now. Listen, they
you gotta know to just be quiet.
I'm on the floor of the Palm Beach Convention Center, an absolutely massive ballroom that they have booked out, ready to throw a huge victory party, something that didn't really happen in 2016, a race that's victory surprised even Donald Trump, and of course didn't happen in 2020 when they lost. I just got off the phone with a senior Trump campaign advisor who told me they are cautiously confident in what they've been seeing across the battleground states so far today. And then the former president is trying to run through the tape, making calls to radio stations in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin, urging his supporters to go vote, stay in line if they're already there, and trying to focus on an economic message, something that they've always felt is better for them on sort of the broad spectrum of issues in this race. All of that said, the former president's social media posts seem to undermine the confidence
I appreciate y'all rocking out with me. Like
without any particular evidence that we can find about massive cheating, in his words, in Detroit and Philadelphia. Obviously, places where Democratic turnout is expected to be very high. And ironically, places, at least in the case of Detroit, where he actually performed better in 2020 in a loss than he did in 2016 in a win. Trump has said for the duration of this campaign, and especially in its closing
I think my correspondent
days, that he believes the only way he could lose is if there is some kind of cheating out across these battleground states. We'll be watching to see what else he has to say about it tonight. Lester.
Okay, Garrett, thank you. We're going to go to Battleground, Pennsylvania now. NBC's
Don't y'all mind me smoking my
sober
cigarette,
office in
man. This shit is
Philadelphia,
intense, all right?
where they've actually added 2 extra
pretty
voting
sure y'all
machines at
smoking
one
too.
polling station because of the huge
Sure y'all
crowds.
smoking something.
Jacob.
Yeah, Lester, good evening to you. That's absolutely right. We have been here all day long. We've been watching the line at Temple University. As a matter of fact, it used to stretch all the way down to the next avenue over here. Now the line, which was about 2.5 hours long, is quickly moving inside ahead of the 8 o'clock poll closing time.
Question, guys.
Here
How
at Temple
long
University, this
you
is
guys
one of
have to wait online?
1,703 different election divisions.
Because that's the only good thing that was good
all
about
across the city of Philadelphia. That's the same jurisdiction as the
that I was in and out, except for the little mistakes they made.
county of Philadelphia. 700 polling places, about 500,000 people were expected to vote in person today. Some of those students who had been waiting 2.5 hours are quickly inside right now. As you can see, they're coming out at a pace that we haven't seen all day. After they added those 2 machines you referenced, it is, as you said, a positive sign for the Harris campaign. But of course, until all the ballots are cast and counted, we won't know that for sure, Lester.
All right, Jacob, thanks.
All right, well, we're right over here at the big board, 270. We mentioned it is the magic number tonight. That is what it will take to win the White House. Each campaign says they have multiple paths to get to that magic number. So let's get back to Tom Yamas at the big board, because this is the big picture.
Yeah.
Here's the map, the gray areas of the battleground states, and there are various ways to get to that magic number of 270.
Yeah, and this
All
is
right,
what
I
we ended
think
up
we
at the
got
end of
Miss C
election
about to
week
get in
of
the building.
2020.
Let's see what
As
she
you mentioned, those
says.
battleground states, we haven't coded them in yet.
She's been
Biden, he
my
won 6 of those 7 battleground
correspondent
states. So
here.
the easiest
5
way for the
minutes?
vice president
Yeah, same
is
here.
to hold the blue
Same here.
wall. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If she does that, Savannah, she gets to 270. She's going to the White House. But if she's having a terrible night tonight and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan,
Okay,
or
we got
Pennsylvania,
19
the blue
minutes
wall
to
collapses.
first.
She has an emergency route through the Sun Belt. If she can win Nevada, win Arizona, remember Biden won those, keep Georgia, and flip North Carolina, she gets to 275. But if this is the path for the Democrats, they're going to have a few heart attacks.
Well, I was going to say that's a much
Yes.
tougher path,
Yeah, look.
and polls bear that out.
Big
Let's
time.
talk about the Donald Trump path.
Okay, just think about the east side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's
Like-
path. If he flips Georgia back to red, holds North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's going to the White House again. But if he can't win Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the Midwest. Donald Trump tonight cannot get to the White House unless he makes a crack in the blue wall. If he wins Michigan, he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia. He can do it with just Nevada and those 6 electoral votes. But if he can't win Michigan and the blue wall comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down in Arizona
you wanna
to get
call
those
in?
11 electoral votes.
And that's what we're going to be doing tonight.
I see you there, Carl. I see you in the chat. I was telling everybody that Carl might be making her way up. You wanna
You two are terribly
wanna call in?
optimistic. Thank you. Let's bring in Kristen Welker now, moderator of Meet the Press. And Kristen, what are you looking for tonight? Some early indications that suggest one or more of those paths we just talked about are real.
Absolutely, Lester. I'm looking for a couple of things. First of all, let's talk about the historic gender gap that could be one of the big stories of this election. We've seen it in polling.
Well, that's what they're
leading
saying.
up
But I
to
mean,
tonight. Vice
I've
President
seen a
Kamala
lot of
Harris
women
has a significant lead with women voters. Former President Donald Trump has a real lead with male voters. So we'll be watching those early returns to see how that bears out, to see how the split actually falls. Abortion on the ballot in 10 different states.
This is
So
gonna be
that
real.
we
Yeah,
know
you
that
know
could
what?
potentially drive up turnout.
I'm gonna
Early bellwethers, Lester, Virginia in particular, there's
One
a
of the
key
questions I have is,
race for Congress there. Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running
gonna
against Derek Anderson. This was a Democratic held seat. Do Democrats continue to hold on to this seat, or do they lose it to Republicans? If they lose
all
to
right, Kyle,
Republicans, that
you
could spell trouble
when you're ready,
for
you know what to
Democrats
do.
early on in the evening. And then this is a really fascinating one, Lester. Split ticket voters.
Let me know when
In
you get in.
1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president and Senate.
I
In
got you.
2020, down to 1 state, Maine.
We're
What
gonna
do
be
we see
on
tonight?
for the
It's really
coverage.
been dwindling over the years.
Hopefully,
All
the
right,
results
thank you, Kristen.
tonight.
Let's go over to
I
Savannah
got a
now.
funny feeling.
Poll closings are about to
all
start in 7 o'clock Eastern time, including in the battleground of Georgia. And if you've ever wondered how we're able to call some of these races so quickly, stay put. We're going to take you inside. We'll show you how we do it right after the break.
All right, we're gonna come off of that for a second. Let me get this shit out my ear because I can't. and NBC is like, yeah, sometimes like we're leaning towards one way, and I don't want to be in a space where we're just leaning towards one way. But yeah, the question I wanted to ask to y'all, and I think it's definitely telling with this election over all of the other elections, except for, well, shit, I can't even say that because the Biden Trump election left a lot of friendships and family relationships and social relationships totally fucking destroyed. Somewhat with the Hillary and Trump, but because that was so unexpected, they just knew they had it in the bag. And if you from New York, you know exactly what I'm talking about because they had the Jacob Javits Center as their stronghold, and Hillary was supposed to come out, and she was on her way out because they were already celebrating. Everybody celebrating, and then that's when it was like, "What? Wait, oh no, something just changed." And then that's when they announced Trump has the electoral vote and will be the next president of the United States. And remember, Hillary didn't concede for like 3 days. She didn't give him the call for like 3 days. She went and hid up in her place in what is that, Chappaqua, upstate New York. She went and hid there for 3 days. She was so distraught after that loss. But my question to y'all is, what do you think? How do you feel relationships are going to be after this election? Or are you even worried about relationships after this election? Because, man, listen, let me tell you, depending on which way or what direction you're leaning in, I've seen friendships break up. I've experienced family members just stop fucking with you. I've seen uh, damn near marriages about to break up. So once the election is over, what happens to all of these friendships and relationships? Does everybody go back to being like, all right, we cool? Because I had to say this to somebody. I had to say this, like, we ain't never had problems ever a day in our life. And then because of this political shit, you just, I ain't fuck with you. And I'm like, dude, we never had no problems ever. We've been solid forever. Same thing with certain family members. We've been cool forever. Never had a problem until this election shit. So when people try to deny how decisive and how dividing this current election's been, don't let them do it because it absolutely has, yo. You know, it absolutely have. I mean, you got people who are fearful of their jobs, their social status, all because of who they might or might not be voting for. Even to the point where the whole group of people, and I've been seeing this all week, the whole the whole group of people who are standing firm on they're not gonna vote, right? Because they're like, okay, I don't like her and I don't want to side with him. So I don't see nothing beneficial in it for me as a voter. So I'm just gonna stay out of it. In this election, normally people be like, ah, yeah, it's sad. You need to vote, it's important. But in this election, I've seen people totally flip on people because they said they're not voting. How dare you not? You're not voting for Kamala. You need to save us. And they like, yeah, well, I don't really like her. How dare you not like her? Are you a Trumper? And they be like, nah, I don't like him neither. So I'm just gonna stay out of it. Oh my God. I've seen people totally flip on people because of this. Luke said, I think it will clear up. Most people agree on the center. Luke, I totally agree with you. I totally agree with you, right? But here's the thing. Because of the emotional group of people that's sprinkled in, they won't allow us to agree in the center. I nah, I can't do that because of who it is. I could show you a text message where somebody cursed me the fuck out because I tried to keep it in the center. And this somebody who, like I said, I'm cool with. And hey, you know what? Fuck it. Mm. Let me see if I can find it. I'm not gonna say the whole shit. I just want to say this last part when shit went left. I want to see if I can find it. Oh, where is it? You know what? Because once they flip the script, I'll just say, you know what? You have issues, and good luck and God bless. May the Lord be with you. I don't see it. Oh my God, I don't see it. Damn. Uh, I don't see it. Damn, 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 damn. I thought I could find it. Oh, you know what? Let me try this. Let me try this. Yep, there we go. Okay. Yeah, right. Nah, you know what? I'm gonna save this one. I'm gonna just take little bits and pieces. Now, to mind you, this was me keeping it in the middle. It's me keeping it in the middle. And especially with all of the little messages they sent me who was pro their person. And I said, let's just keep it in the middle. We ain't gotta be here. There. Let's just have the conversation. And when you look, when you send messages like this, you need to go F yourself. Fuck you. As soon as you read this, I am blocking you. Mind you, this is somebody I known for a few years who we've never had a problem. Ever. And you know, I'll tell you, you know, my response. I said, it's okay. You are very emotionally unstable. Still a good person, but very emotionally unstable. Good day and take care. P.S. Remember, I've never disrespected you like that, but it's okay. Sister girls gotta do what sister girls gotta do. Shit on black men. And yeah, that was a shot fired, that last part, because I can't even read to you the other crazy shit that was said. That's what happens from keeping it in the middle with an emotional person. And what I notice is this a lot of this election is very much fueled on emotion. But I'm gonna save that because that's a whole nother topic of discussion when it comes to facts over feelings and emotions. Let's see, Nate the lawyer is covering it too. Ooh, I would love to see what Nate got to say. Shout out to Nate the lawyer. Him and that whole crew over there, they got a good team over there. Nate the lawyer, lead attorney, AV to the seventh power, MTR, that whole crew over there. Uh-oh. Let's see what we got going on over here. Hold on, y'all. Oh, he's doing exactly what I'm doing. He's checking everybody's too. This is the only way you can do it and keep it fair, though, is you have to jump around because you can't stick with Fox, you can't stick with ABC, can't stick with MSNBC. Hold on, let me see what's going on over here. Okay, we got the Young Turks. So they're doing predictions. They're doing predictions. Okay, let me ask you that. Let's see where your heart's at. Does anybody care to put their prediction in the chat? Who got the cojones? Thank you, Luke, for that comment. Let me pull this up. Hey, and if y'all feeling good enough to want to donate to the channel, then definitely pin to the chat, top of the chat. And it's in the banner down below. If you want to be a moderator or a sponsor for a comfortable donation, there's the Cash App right there. It is. Let's see what try to vote for that the reference polling discussion on how women will vote. Let's see how we going. I like, you know what? I might have to come back to Nate the lawyer because I like where he was coming from. I just need to check something. Oh God, MSNBC again. Let me see where they're at. There was another channel that I found that I thought was pretty good. Where the hell did it go? It was definitely keeping it fair, which is so hard. W- isn't it crazy how? Excuse me. Excuse me. Isn't it crazy how something as simple as being fair is just so fucking hard to find? Seriously, like, how is that? Let's see what we at here. Live 2024 mega stream. Blah, blah, come from election. Let me see. Let me see. Damn. 61,000. 61,000. Oh, 61,000. Hold on, let me pull this up. Let's see what they're talking about. Because he's pulling up the actual statewide polling chart.
An electoral map up here very soon as well.
So let's see where we're at on this one. Where'd he go?
Right, we're actually just 800 away from 300,000. But we're now just a few seconds away, actually, from the 7
Anybody
p.m.
care
poll
if
closing.
you know what? You know what?
Probably
I'm
start to see some
gonna
numbers
run
come
this
out
tape
in
poll.
the
Let's
next
run it.
few minutes. But
That
it is
is
now
funny.
officially
'Cause I was definitely going to start that.
7 p.m. Polls have closed in Indiana, Kentucky, South
I was definitely gonna
Carolina,
start.
Georgia, Virginia,
That's so funny.
and
That
Vermont.
is so funny.
And we can
Hold
see
on.
here on my Twitter that the projections have been made. At least, hopefully, they should have been made. In Kentucky, Donald Trump is going to win. That's 8 electoral votes going to the former president. The first victory of the night for him. Vermont, Kamala Harris, the projected winner, 3 electoral votes. This is the most liberal state in the entire country. This is of course, Bernie Sanders' home state. He's obviously been reelected to the Senate there as well. South Carolina, Donald Trump, the projected winner. You can see right here that CNN has just called Kentucky for Donald Trump, although their graphics this cycle have been quite hideous compared to the past, is something that I will say. In Indiana, Trump is also the projected winner. This is Mike Pence's home state, so another win for the former president. And then we should also, South Carolina right there. So
They're already starting to
4 of the first projections we have just made. And so you can see the map down there on the bottom right. Let me know if you guys like that map being there. I'll keep it there for now, but I'll remove it if you guys prefer not be there. But that's just so you guys can see the map start to fill in.
So wait, they just called 3.
You can see here that on the New York Times, more projections have been made. Vermont in favor of Kamala Harris, Indiana in favor of Trump, Kentucky in favor of Trump as well.
Some of these might be projections.
I guess you guys want me to make it smaller. Definitely do that.
I think some of these are projections.
Is that better, or would you prefer me to remove that as well?
I want to see if this is something that was called.
Keep the map where it is right now, or do you want me to remove it from where it is? All right, we're actually less than 100 subscribers away from 300,000. So really, thank you guys so much for your support. We also have numbers now from Florida. So parts of Florida voting has ended, not the entirety of the state. So we're not going to get too conclusive of a result for another hour or so. But for now, we do have some numbers from the Sunshine State. We actually just hit 300,000. Thank you guys so much for that. At the beginning of the year, I didn't think we'd even get to 100. We started at 33. And now we've basically 10 times our channel size. So thank you guys so much for all of that support. Thank you guys for the donations in chat. Really appreciate it.
People are crying about.
We'll now take a look at the numbers in Florida. Now, Florida's not going to be the most.
Georgia?
representative of states just because it is so much redder than it was 4 years ago. But we can see just how much better Trump is doing today than he was against Joe Biden, just to have a good picture. Although these are still very early numbers. We actually have numbers out of Broward County. This is, of course, right above Miami-Dade, which is the biggest county in Florida. But in Broward County, Kamala Harris is at 51%. Meanwhile, Joe Biden was at 56, or sorry, Joe Biden was at 64 4 years ago. So this isn't surprising at all. We just saw a huge drop for Kamala Harris from where Joe Biden was. Joe Biden won Broward County 64-34.
Okay,
Today,
let me look
Kamala
and
Harris,
see what happened.
70% of the votes in. She is at just 61. Kamala Harris at 39. This is a big difference considering just how big of a county this is. I mean, this is 600,000 votes. Easily dwarfs everything we've seen in Indiana or Kentucky.
Yo, I'm telling
We also
you,
have
I
numbers from
really am telling
upper
you.
Upper
All
Florida.
day.
We have it in Duval County. This is where
All day I
Jacksonville is
wanted
located. Kamala Harris leads
three
by less than 1%.
tribes.
In 2020, though, Joe Biden won it by 4. So again, another example of Kamala Harris doing worse than Joe Biden from 4 years ago. Now, coming back to the map, I mean, New Hampshire, still just those 6 votes. We don't have any votes in from Georgia or South Carolina yet. Virginia is completely empty as well. On CNN, yep, we're not seeing anything from those races. But in Florida, things are looking good for the Trump camp. We have Trump at 52%, Kamala Harris at 47%. But you have to keep in mind that a lot of these votes from Broward County, I mean, this is a pretty liberal county. It's right above Miami-Dade, which Donald Trump has a good chance of winning, considering how close he was 4 years ago. I mean, look at how much Florida has transformed over the last 8 years. When Trump first carried Florida against Hillary Clinton, Miami-Dade County went to the former
So I'm trying to find
Secretary of
out
State
what the
with
fuck happened.
63% of the votes for Clinton, 34% for Donald Trump.
Does
And then
anybody
just
know what
4 years
happened?
later, we go from 64 for Democrats down to 53. And this time, Trump has a pretty good chance of winning the county entirely.
I'm
I guess
looking it
people are
up.
saying that they do like the little map, so that's good. I mean, we've hit our goal so fast. I mean, thank you guys really so much for 300,000. I guess maybe we can up that goal. Although that would require making a graphic for it. But looking at the rest of the map here.
Oh yeah, Carol, I would love for you to tell me this.
See if we have any new numbers.
Carol,
We
let me
actually
know
have
when you get free.
Votes from Georgia, less than 1% of the votes reporting from Twiggs County. Trump at 54, Kamala Harris at 45. This is the first swing state where we have results from in 2020.
Okay,
we had Trump
so
at 53, Joe
I'm
Biden
looking at the
46. So
news channels.
Trump is
They're
doing better
polling certain
here
states as
compared
well.
to where he
I
was
just wanted to make
4
sure I
years
was
ago.
clear because I don't
And
want
honestly, in Georgia, just look at how close
say shit
this
without
race was.
looking it up. I don't want to be that type of person where I'm just
Joe
throwing shit
Biden
out.
carried it by 0.24. If Trump improves by just 0.25%, he's going to win the state of Georgia. So really the work that he has to do here is extremely minimal. Basically nothing at all.
The victory in Indiana.
Former president
Kentucky
is in a pretty good spot there.
And Harris got the
so of course I'll keep you guys updated on any new numbers from these races. Still nothing yet though
Vermont. No
from North Carolina or from Virginia or South Carolina, or Virginia from South Carolina. We still don't have anything from those 2 races, but Georgia is looking good for Trump right now, although of course it is a very small sample, but that's all we have to work with.
Now,
I wasn't expecting much change in the odds here. Trump
64.
Percent chance of winning Georgia back, a state that he carried by 5% in 2016 and then lost by less than
I forget what was said earlier in regards to
in
Georgia.
2020.
And if Trump does manage to secure Georgia, that
Yeah. Let me see what you guys are saying in chat here.
win. I think that's what we just saw on the NBC poll.
If
That
you guys have any questions, just make sure you let me know in chat. I do my very
if Trump has the regular states he has and he gets Georgia, that might put him over. Uh-oh, what happened? I like that channel. Uh-oh. Sorry, y'all. We just had a tech moment. What the fig just happened? Came down here too. But this is why I didn't want to say certain names. So YouTube plays this whole election. YouTube's been real weird. They've been acting real weird. Shit, I remember at one time you couldn't even say his name before the election. In certain times when they banned him, you couldn't even say his name without worrying about having trouble with the YouTube algorithm. Okay, yeah, that's what they're saying. They're back on it. They're saying that if Trump gets Georgia, if he gets Georgia, that he won't even need Pennsylvania. And remember, they've been saying Pennsylvania was a must-win battleground state. Hold on, let me pull it back up. Okay, there we go. Let's pull it back up.
I guess some people are saying that there are new numbers in Florida. So at 39%, I don't think there's too much of a difference. But Orange County, where Orlando is located, this is another big county where we have results from Kamala Harris at 58%, Donald Trump at 41. 4 years ago, Joe Biden was at 61, Donald Trump at 38, and this was a state that Biden lost by over 3 points. So Kamala Harris has no chance in Florida. I mean, this state has basically gone red already, but of course we can't really make a projection
Wow. Okay,
until
so
polls there
now we got Florida.
actually close.
I mean, but Florida's already like pretty much.
CNN actually has Trump at 52.2, Kamala Harris at 46.9, so it's a 6-point margin there. Yeah, definitely the New York Times is slightly outdated. Maybe I should be ahead.
What the hell is everybody talking
But it's going to be a victory for Trump here nonetheless. Somebody said Georgia has new numbers as well, so yeah, I'll make sure to take a look at that. Kamala Harris is taking the lead in Georgia with 3% of the votes in. Rockdale County, Harris at 76. Douglas County, Harris at 66. This is right around Atlanta. I mean, these small numbers, they really don't matter. There's no point in focusing on such a small number of votes. They come in from across the state very disproportionately. So comparing this to 2020, though, I guess we'll look at Rockdale County first. Harris is at 76 today. 4 years ago, Joe Biden in Rockdale County was at 69, basically at 70%. And the other one was, I believe, Douglas County, where Harris is at 66. So we're seeing her do a little bit better, but a lot of this is the early vote and the mail-in vote. So as the in-person vote starts to come in more and more, we're going to see Trump's numbers start to shoot up.
Look,
Not as much as they did in 2020 because
you
more
can't trust
Republicans are voting early this time.
Well, the internet.
But still,
You can't trust social
we're going
media.
to see Republicans start to improve. Trump's odds have actually gone up a bit over the last few minutes.
You
Since
can't
the last time
because
that we checked.
I'm looking at
numbers,
somebody
Trump's
said
at
something about
59% chance of
well,
winning the election now. Kamala Harris at 41.3. Trump's numbers are up
would be used for
0.2%
everywhere.
today.
I
Georgia,
don't
Trump
know.
is at 73, 74 now. So really nothing to worry about for the former president here. Ever since the numbers came out, Trump's numbers have continued to go up further and further. North Carolina is
I swear to
chewing through
God.
right now really not much of a
Since
change
this morning,
there at all.
all I
Pennsylvania still
could feel,
favors Trump.
not even
Wisconsin,
think,
I mean, it's really going to
but
come down
feel in the air
to the Midwest, and it's going to be
was
extremely close
this
there.
resembles
Some people are asking
Trump
about
versus
Carrie
Hillary.
Lake.
I don't know why
Carrie
that
Lake
be
is not
funny.
a good
As
candidate,
I'm
and Carrie
driving
Lake is
around,
not
I'm
going to
driving past
win.
all the polling
I'd be very
sites,
surprised if she came
and
out on
I'm
top.
looking at
She does well with Republicans, and I mean, props to her.
the polling sites, and I'm just like, okay, it's not people out here. And I know Luke said that hold on 1 second. I know Luke said that a lot of that was due to early voting, which I totally agree. I totally agree that a lot of that had to do with early voting. But as I was riding around this morning, because I voted this morning early, polls open at 6. I was there at 7, right? So I said, you know what, after that, let me just take a ride past the other polling centers and see what it looked like. And just to see how empty, you know, mm, empty where I was expecting, especially can't say the town, but especially in this town, I definitely would have expected to see like massive lines. Even though during the early voting there was massive polling lines here. Tons of lines. I'm talking about all the way down the block, around the corner. It was insane. And I knew I wasn't gonna do that shit. So I said I'd rather take my chances on the election day. But yeah. Mm. All I could think about was as I'm driving, I'm like, damn, for some reason this feels like just the feeling of the build up, the hype, the confidence, slight arrogance, and the feeling of we already got this. We got this in the bag. It's the same thing I felt and experienced that night with Hillary versus Trump. Now I could be wrong. I could be totally off on this one. But that's what I felt this morning, and that's what I've been feeling all day. And looking at the way these polls are starting to come in, and a lot of these polls I know are going to be shocking
With
to a lot of
200
people.
votes in, Harris at 70, Trump at
There's a lot of stuff
28.
unexpected.
Obviously, this is nothing to worry about. Georgia actually flipped back into Republican control. Donald Trump retakes the lead
See?
in Georgia with a huge victory, with not a huge victory, but with a huge drop of votes. We now have, over 100,000, almost 200,000 in the state.
This is
Some of these
what's
northeastern counties. I think we'll check on CNN for some more updated numbers. Really
I
not
think
much
we're
of a
gonna
difference,
stick
but
here with him
Trump is
for
at
a while 'cause I like
51, Kamala Harris
kinda
at 48.5.
he's kinda keeping it
Coming to the
fair.
betting markets, again, this is a pretty good way to check, how people are feeling about it. Georgia's looking good for Trump, although we do see a very
He does
slight
like
dip
he's
over the last few
Trump.
minutes. I mean, these markets are updating like
But I
crazy.
mean, shit. Some people listen to me and say
He's
that I
going to
can't
come
vote.
back up, but we'll see what happens there.
But whether you're pro Trump or pro Kamala, and you're covering this, you can find a way to like.
People also want to look at
So
Miami-Dade
find a way
again,
to keep them
with
in.
53% of the votes now in from Florida, and Kamala Harris is behind by 7 points. Trump leads with 53%, Harris at just 46. This is with a majority of the votes now in from Florida. Trump is looking good. Miami-Dade County, Trump is winning in Miami-Dade
Get the
County. I mean,
fuck
this is a
out of
really big deal. This is the biggest
here.
county
No way.
in Florida. This is where, of course, Miami is located. This is a county that Trump lost in both of the last two elections. In 2020, he lost it by 7 points. In
Oh shit.
2016, he lost it by 30. So you can see just how significant the
See,
gains Trump has made here
here's what
are.
here's
And
the
today,
it's already
Trump is at
starting to build up.
55, Kamala
Really,
Harris
it's
at
reminding me
just
of
44. So this is
Ozzy and
huge
Hillary.
for the former president. With a majority of the votes now in Florida, Donald Trump leads by a 7-point margin. Somebody wants me to check Texas.
More states
I
will
don't
start
believe
to
we
get out.
have anything from Texas yet, but
Yeah,
of course I'll keep you guys
I'm
updated.
gonna show it to you.
Georgia's at
and read it.
3%. Nothing
That's
new
what poster says. Fuck
over the
post
last few
2024.
minutes, though. Still just the same few projections. Is it normal for Virginia to be red? Yes, Virginia is going to be red for quite a while. Um, Basically, they do all the votes in the southern counties first, these more rural counties, and then they'll count the votes up closer to the DC area, in Northern Virginia, and that's really where we'll get a lot of the Democrat votes coming in. So Trump is probably going to hold on to a lead in Virginia for a while until the very end.
Let's see what's going on with.
And for those of you asking about states like Ohio or Texas, just keep in mind that right now, in terms of the states where polls have closed,
Dominate the Rift with Opera GX.
One second, y'all. Uno momento. Maybe if I take that back. Maybe I take that back. Go here. Hold on, let me just clean up some things. See if this works better. Hold on, y'all. Let's see how we look now. Let's see how we look. What does it say? I'm sorry, I just got to check the back end of things, man. Oh, man, look at the likes. The likes are going up. Thank you. Thank you all for the likes, man. I appreciate that. Go team. We're our own team over here. You know, we're not, we're trying to keep it as one team over here, man. However you go, good luck to you.
it's really only
Man.
these races where polls have closed, because unless polls close, there's really no reporting in these states. What are my thoughts on Alan Lichtman and his predictions for Kamala Harris to win? I mean,
wow.
I would say
What a
that
lead.
Kamala Harris winning is not the most
What a lead in the electoral.
unlikely scenario. I personally don't believe it'll happen.
Shit.
But I mean, Donald Trump has performed very well this cycle, a lot better than in the last two. And obviously, like Alan Lichtman does not make it a secret that he leans heavily to the left. I mean, there's no doubt he voted for Kamala Harris. And in terms of the elections he's predicted in the past, I mean, I give props to him. He's done well. But the last few cycles haven't exactly been the most difficult to predict. And so one person was bound to get them all right, or even close to it. He didn't even get 2,000. But I would say his best call was definitely Trump in 2016, contrary to what basically everyone else was saying. So I definitely do give him credit for that. But for 2024, I mean, him being right in the past has no bearing on what's actually happening today. New Hampshire, people want me to check the numbers from New Hampshire, so I'll do that in just a moment. Again, we're not really seeing too much of a change on polling market anywhere else. But in New Hampshire, we have 1% of the votes now in from New Hampshire. Trump leads 61
Now, that one
to
I would have never
38. This
seen
is
coming.
with 1% of the votes in. We have
I
two
don't.
counties
Right?
that are currently reporting results. Both of
Yeah, I
them
don't.
have it at 61-38. One of them
Me.
is where Concord is
I don't know
located.
about this
And
one.
then we're going to see where we were back in 2020 here in New Hampshire. I mean, we do see an improvement here for Donald Trump. There's no doubt about that. We actually have some more numbers numbers now, actually.
Am I wrong?
Kamala Harris has just retaken the lead in
Hey,
New Hampshire.
Fishing
It's now
Adventures.
49-49. This is
Woo!
what Cheshire
Hey,
County
Fishing
or
Adventures. Hey,
Cheshire County.
what?
So
Oh
11%
wait,
of
let me
votes
see my
in there,
soundboard.
67 to 32.
I don't know if y'all can hear
With just 10% of the votes in.
I was having a
Do I
little
think Texas is
difficulty
flippable?
with my
Last election
soundboard
was only
earlier,
a 6-point
and
margin.
because I was so pressed for time to get everything started on time because I was running late, I didn't know if I could if my soundboard was going. I don't know if you can hear my soundboard. Hey, thank you, Fishing Adventures. Thank you for coming through. Oh man, you are so appreciated. You are so appreciated. I was just talking about you the last time I was fishing. Thank you, man. Thank you for coming through. Um, as you can see, I'm doing the coverage. Oh, Fishing Adventures. Look, I look human again. I don't look like Bear Grylls. I don't look like a caveman coming out the jungle bushes anymore. Yeah, listen, I knew I was gonna be starting the show. I knew I was gonna have to get everything ready and just go ahead and start doing my regular show. I couldn't be looking like that. Fishing and out in the wilderness is cool. We scruffy, gruffy. My hair was looking crazy. My beard, I never let my beard. Yo, bro, I've never let my beard go that long. The way you saw it on stream with the fishing streams, people know. Like, even my parents was looking at me crazy. Like, dude, what are you doing? My daughter was like, Dad, enough's enough. So I had to go. I had to go do it so I could look. Go back to looking like a human being again. But definitely, yo, Fishing Adventures. Thank you so much. And as you could tell, or as you could see, I want people to just go vote. I don't care who you vote for. Even, you know what? And respectfully, even the people who are in that small minority space, well, might this election, a larger minority space that decides that they just want to stay out and don't vote. Listen, I don't tread on what anybody wants to do. I'm not here to dictate to nobody, wagging my finger at people about what they should do. I could talk to you. If you still stand firm and decide that's not what you want to do, you sitting it out, cool. I'll leave you alone. It's your decision. Everybody has a right to their decisions, right? So what I'm doing here is I want to just do coverage. Now in the chat, I told people feel free. If you decide you want to put a blue heart 2024, cool. If you want to put a red heart 2024, cool. No problem. Um, I just want everybody to be able to chill. Um, what did I just do? I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm doing a bunch of shit over here. But yeah, I just wanted everybody to just be able to just chill, watch the coverage, maybe have a drink if you're stressed out, because I know a lot of people that are stressed out, you know. And that's what I was trying to provide today, man. I was just trying to provide election coverage. I've did the coverage of the presidential debate, the vice presidential debate, and because I'm in New York and it was such a huge deal that Trump managed to get Madison Square Garden, I had to cover that. So I covered Trump at the Garden. Um, but each time, I kept it in a fair space. Sorry, I got a little long-winded on that fishing adventures. But hey, thank you. Thank you for coming through. I really appreciate you. And I do have some things coming up on the fishing side of things. I got my people in Connecticut that want me to come up there.
And I know it's out of the picture, but I live there.
Areas
Is
in
there any
Connecticut.
news on even a little more red.
I'm working that
Pulling their
out.
map
I'll go stay up at his house and
from
fishing and
Milwaukee,
live
just
stream some of the
16
fishing
points
areas from
ahead
here,
of
see what we
Ontario
get.
by just over 4
And then I also have my brother in Buffalo. That's gonna be a little longer trip for me to work out the details with, but I know he has fishing gear and equipment. But I'm working on that to go up there and fish for walleye because I know he said they got walleyes.
interesting to watch together
Never
as
caught
Oregon is
walleye before.
election was decided by a single-digit margin
Definitely big
back
shout out
in
to
2022.
the fishing.
Although we are now just a few seconds away from 7:30 p.m. Eastern time, polls are closing in Ohio, West Virginia, and North Carolina. This is another big
I got the energy drink on deck. Not as
moment,
much.
in the
This
night
is
because
not as strong.
obviously the second poll closing, but we do have our second
You're
swing
nice.
state
It'll keep you right.
where voting has ended. That is, of course, North
Oh,
Carolina.
Carolina's in
And so at this time, we are able to make one projection in favor of Donald Trump. And that will be in West Virginia. Donald Trump is the projected winner in West Virginia. He's going to win the state's 4 electoral votes. No surprises here. This is the second most conservative state in the country. Only Wyoming votes to the left of West Virginia. We can also make a second major projection, and that is that in the Senate election in the state, Jim Justice is the projected winner. He is the current governor of West Virginia, and he is going to flip the seat that is currently held by Democrat Joe Manchin. Manchin chose not to run for re-election, and so Democrats instantly lost the seat the moment he chose not to run for re-election. So West Virginia, this is the first Senate flip on the map for Republicans. We can actually fill in the map here. West Virginia is going to be a solid red. Meanwhile, we do have some other calls up in Vermont. Vermont is going to go in favor of Bernie Sanders. And then Indiana, that's going to be red as well. But, we're going to hold off a little bit on making those calls because we do not have an incumbent in Indiana right now. Although, of course, I do expect the GOP to hold on to the seat, of course. But we do have some new numbers here to look at, I'm sure.
Trying to.
West Virginia.
I'm sorry, everything is not working well with me, but
Of course, nothing there yet. Ohio, North Carolina. We'll check on CNN. Nothing yet, but we will just wait. Just a few more minutes for us to get something. However, we do have more numbers from Georgia now. 7% of votes in, and Donald Trump leads by a 15-point margin in the Peach State. He's doing very well in Georgia right now, especially in these rural counties. Looking at polling market and seeing where we are there. Trump, again, at a 75% chance of winning now. Since polls closed at 7 p.m., Trump has gone from 65 up to 75. It is becoming pretty clear that Trump is going to win the Peach State. He's looking pretty good there.
There we go.
Really surprised if he lost it at this point. Pennsylvania is
sorry, it took me a minute to get it together. Fishing Adventures
also trending right in the last hour. This is how the graph has moved. Kamala Harris spiked up for just a few moments.
There you go.
There, but now Trump is even higher than he was where he started.
The link is
this hour, so things are trending well in favor of the former president as the night continues to go on.
So if you look at the chat,
if we have any new numbers, North Carolina, Ohio,
definitely go over there and get those guys
New
right.
Hampshire, not much of a change. In Florida, though, 71% of votes are in. Trump now leads by 9%. If he can win Florida by 10%, he'll be in a very good position to win the Electoral College, just because of how significant of a shift there would be in Florida for Trump to win by double-digit margins. He only won it by 3 4 years ago.
Appreciate the likes. Appreciate.
So for now, I I'd say we're in pretty good shape. Trump
more content like this
is doing quite well. things are matching up almost perfectly
a little bit.
to my prediction. Florida just went up to 99%, so there's no doubt they're going to lose there. West Virginia's at 100. Yeah, so basically what we've been expecting. Although a big change here, Pennsylvania, the numbers for Trump just keep going up more and more. Trump is now at 57, Kamala Harris at 44. Looking at the graph throughout the day, we saw some people start to doubt Trump a little bit as the election started, but that
Yeah, see, even
has clearly gone away.
I'll be showing y'all some of my collection.
So if you guys have any questions, make sure you leave all of them in the comments. I'll try to get to as many as I can.
Oh yeah.
It is hard to keep track just because of how much participation there is. So thank you guys so much for that. But we're gonna come back now to the map. We're at 8% in Georgia. Donald Trump now leads by 21 points. I mean, this is a pretty big margin he is now building in the Peach State. This is with almost 1 in 10 votes in. And so we do have a pretty good chunk of votes in here in
I was
Georgia.
trying to see if my
61 to 39.
my political correspondent was going to check in.
People asking what state I live in. I vote in California, but currently I'm in Washington, D.C.
Yo, is this electoral college number?
We'll continue up to see
Looks
Florida
like
72.
this?
You know,
No.
not too many big changes here. Although we do have the first 22 votes from North Carolina. This is on the CNN map. Kamala Harris leads with 64% in North Carolina. She is at 14 votes. Donald Trump is at 8 votes, so he's at 36%. Obviously, this doesn't matter at all. But we do have our very first numbers from North Carolina. Still nothing yet, though, from Ohio. Map is a little bit slow to update.
Yes, I know it looks a little messy here, guys.
Somebody's asking about the
that.
Chicago area.
Link is in the chat.
In Illinois. It's pretty unlikely Chicago is going to be very competitive. Obviously, it's one of the biggest cities in the country. It leans heavily to the left. But Illinois, we could see a shift there because Illinois has been probably the most stagnant state in the entire country. In 2012, Obama won Illinois by 16.9. In 2016, somehow Hillary Clinton does better than Barack Obama, even though Illinois is literally Obama's home state. But Clinton wins it by 17.1. And then in 2020, Joe Biden wins it by 17.0. So I'd be pretty surprised if Illinois moved a lot, but it'll be interesting to see whether or not it stays at around basically exactly 17%. The best election coverage is right here on this channel. I mean, thank you guys so much. Really appreciate that. We're actually approaching 70,000 concurrent viewers. Coming back to the map now, we actually have 2% of the votes in from North Carolina, basically from all liberal areas, mostly from Wake County, where Raleigh is located. Kamala Harris at 69%, Donald Trump at 30%. We'll come here and look at the betting markets, see where we are at. North Carolina, people are still feeling relatively good about Trump, not too much of a change, 68 to 34. I mean, just looking at these markets, the reason why this is useful is because if there is something terrible that has happened for any one candidate, it's going to be clear. The numbers are going to shoot up and down,
right?
Basically instantly. Right now on CNN, Jim Justice has just been projected the winner in the Senate election against Glenn Elliott. This is the first flip of the night for Republicans in the Senate. And so this means that if they hold on to all their seats right now and they only win West Virginia, they will be at 50-50 with the Democrats. If they win the presidency, they'll have the majority already. They won't even need Montana or Ohio. But of course, those are 2 other races where they definitely can win. But we also, we can also project some of these other races pretty soon. Indiana is obviously going to go to Trump.
Yeah, I would see.
But for now,
I guess
I believe CNN has actually already called Indiana, so I guess I'll do that here now as well. Indiana will go red, and then I believe that is all it is. Vermont, of course, Bernie Sanders will be reelected. Looking in the chat, seeing if you guys have any questions. Yeah. So to the people that are asking about checking states out west, really, if you look at this map here, all the states that are not colored in right now, there are no results from these states because voting ends at various different times. It basically goes from east to west because of the time zones, and so we're not going to see any results.
That's probably a commercial. Hold on, let me.
What if you could ditch the cooling contraptions?
Well, so far it's still interesting. I mean, I can't say look, I know, and I listen. I get it. I know for some of us, this is a nail biter. This is highly emotional. It's a lot on the line for a lot of people. That's why, with all due respect to the community, my YouTube fam, I'm keeping everything in the middle. I just want people to go vote. More so, pay attention to your local elections too, because that's the ones that really affect you as a person, and really affects your community is more so your local elections, because that's where change is, going to come on the micro level. But hey, listen, we all know how this game works. And I think that with politicians on the whole, both sides, the left, the right, and the guys like Trump, the mavericks in the middle, the green parties, all of the parties, you know, one thing they've realized about the people, about us, especially living in such a high speed information system, high speed data system. Look at what we're doing now. It's harder and harder for them to fool us. So I say that to say more and more people have learned about the electoral college. Whereas at one time the electoral college was like we don't even though today even to this day they still keep the members pretty much secret. You got to do a lot of footwork to find out who's who. But the the electoral college versus the popular vote, with more information, more people know that now. So we know what we're voting for and the meaning of what we're voting for compared to the decision makers that's going to decide the actual votes of the election. So that's why I tell whatever side you want, just go do it. Go vote, because you're not saying our votes are meaningless because they're not, but we're just a part of the experience of everything that's going on right now. Whatever side of history you choose to say you're on, you're a part of history either way. So that's why I said to people, because even earlier in the stream, I forgot what his name. It wasn't Lou. Lou was cool. It wasn't Lou. It was a random. Pat, I think it was. Let me go back and look. Yes, Pat said Patagonia asked me who did I vote for, and I'm like, I'm not here to get into that. I'm just here to do the coverage. Now later on, if we decide that we're going to have the discussion, a comfortable discussion on who voted for who and why and this, that, and the other without it getting heated and crazy. And trust me, I can handle heated and crazy. I just don't want you guys to have to, especially my regulars. Like, if this was a space where it was just me versus a bunch of randoms, new people, and trolls, then we can get fucking busy. Trust me. But for my regulars who we interact in different spaces, like my Warframe crew that we do Warframe together, my Yu-Gi-Oh crew that we do Yu-Gi-Oh together, the fishing adventures and who we do the fishing stream and all of that. I don't want my people caught up in that chaotic madness. So that's why I'm trying to keep this space as comfortable as possible for you guys. And not for you, for them, my people, my core people that rock out with me all the time. I hope you guys appreciate it. I'm riding out for y'all. All right, let's get
I'm
some
gonna show you guys now the states
going on.
where voting will end in just 17 minutes because this is the largest poll closing of the entire night. This is the largest block of
Oh
states
yeah.
where we will get results from at the same time. So really the map is going to start to get colored in quite a bit right
Oh,
after
all
this.
right, my bad.
So we start off
When you
in the
said that,
Northeast,
I thought that
Maine.
was
All the
everything,
voting
but
is going to end there. We
all
also have New
polls were
Hampshire,
done
Massachusetts,
at
Connecticut,
9.
Rhode Island, along with New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, the District of Columbia, of course, Pennsylvania too. And then there's Illinois, Missouri, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. I believe I'm missing one state, and that
Mississippi, Alabama.
just one state we're missing here. That would be Oklahoma. So 171 electoral votes at 8 p.m. This is the largest poll closing. It makes up a third
Okay,
of
that's
the entire electoral college.
what.
How are the votes looking for the hurricane affected areas? So the
That means
western
we're
parts of those states. We really just haven't gotten that many.
votes.
We really just haven't gotten too many
Already got
numbers
23.
from North Carolina yet. Just 2% of votes in. This really means nothing. In Georgia, though, we're at 12%.
That are probably
Donald Trump expands his lead even further. He is now ahead by a whopping 26 points in Georgia, with with over 1 in 10 votes already in.
My bad, y'all.
So we'll look at Polymarket now, see how people are feeling with the next poll closings just 6 minutes away, and it really does seem that tides are turning in favor of Trump. He is now at a 68% chance of winning this election. He's up 6 points from just the beginning of today. It is now extremely likely he's going to win. We have a 2 in 3 chance that Trump is going to pull off a victory here. I mean, looking at Georgia, Trump has a 78% chance of winning it. He's up significantly in just the past hour. I mean, this is the 1-day graph. You see Trump shooting up as numbers are coming in. In North Carolina, it's looking okay. We see a slight dip for Trump, but basically it's where we started. But overall, Trump is at a 68% chance of winning. This is exactly where he wants to be. Things are looking good right now. Obviously, it's no guarantee, but things are playing out as expected, at least based on my projection here. Trump's numbers in Pennsylvania are also looking extremely good. Kamala Harris basically crashed over the last few minutes. She's now at just a 36% chance of winning. So we see a huge market movement there. 36. I mean, this is huge. If Pennsylvania is gone, the election is gone for Donald Trump. Wisconsin, though, is extremely close. Although I guess, yeah, there. So 51 to 60. I'm not sure why there's no graph here right now.
Because, regardless of what,
I guess would be here, I guess, but
according to this data,
don't know why there's no big full screen graph.
Started off strong up here.
Yeah, it's basically 50-50 in Wisconsin, but Pennsylvania, this is not looking good for the vice president. We see Trump in a very good position. We're approaching 70,000 concurrent viewers here. Again, thank you guys so much.
I'm telling y'all, I said this to y'all earlier. This is so reminiscent of
not too many big updates, but Virginia, we're at
Hillary
Kamala Harris
versus
at 55. This is surprising.
original
They're
election.
actually reporting a lot of votes from Northern Virginia.
Hillary was
They
up
typically
there.
like to hold those until the
Got a
end.
fever
But Kamala Harris at 55.
and everything was guaranteed. Even I'm telling you, for everybody that live in New York that was there, y'all know they were already pre-celebrating at the Jacob Javits Center. They were popping champagne. They were throwing the confetti.
Go check Florida. All right, I'm gonna go back to Florida.
And then it
now.
was like, oh, wait. There's a news change.
It's nearly a 10-point margin.
Newsflash.
How red this is.
The Electoral College just voted the next president of the United States, Donald Trump, and people freaked the fuck out because they were already celebrating that they had a guaranteed victory. I don't know why this is feeling the same way. It could be me, y'all.
80% of the votes in.
It could be me, but
Kamala Harris to win it back. If she can't win Miami-Dade, she's
going
going to lose Florida by quite a bit because Biden did win Miami-Dade, even though it was a lot closer than it was 4 years prior.
Right? It was
coming back to the map. Georgia's still at 12%. Trump leads by 26 points. We're now just 13 minutes away from voting ending in all 17 of these states,
Hey, y'all
along
see?
with the
No.
District of Columbia.
Uh
This is going to be pretty big here.
oh. Let's see where we at. What's going on? What happened?
I guess CNN is saying 16. Maybe I got one of these wrong, but I would say these are the 17 that we're looking at right now. We're actually we just hit 70,000 concurrent viewers. Thank you guys so
Need that
much
for
for
one day,
sticking with
y'all.
me here.
That's
We're
what
gonna go for
yes.
as long as needed. I mean, this night is probably gonna take quite a while for us to see who wins, but we'll keep you guys updated on everything that's going on. And then we also hit our 300,000 subscriber goal, so I've actually increased the goal. It's now 325. If all of you guys subscribe right now, we could instantly hit 325,000. So if you guys could help me out and just hit the subscribe button, I'd really appreciate that. But again, your support tonight has been incredible.
Wow. Where are we?
But yeah, I mean, we're just waiting now for the next poll closing.
This is on a whole different level. For y'all that's wondering, if y'all want to be so kind to contribute to the channel.
We're just 12 minutes away, so
right there.
Pretty big deal.
And it's on the
Let's read the chat here, seeing what you guys have to say.
You could donate to the channel via our Cash App. I just need to see something.
There's an update in Georgia, I believe, so we'll take a look at
welcome
that. Although so far was still at
we are
12%.
doing live election coverage. We're gonna ride this.
We'll look at CNN, see where we are over there. Here we're at 19%. Donald Trump holds on to his lead with a lot more votes coming in from Georgia. Trump is at 63%. Kamala Harris at 37%. Trump is doing quite well, basically all across the state. We'll also look at the betting markets here. Trump is now at 68, basically where he was last time we checked. Georgia, 81% chance that Trump takes back Georgia. This is a big deal. We're already on track for the first flip of the night for the former president. As stated that he lost in the last election, Trump is now on track to win Georgia. I believe we also have numbers from Ohio, 5% reporting Trump leads by 19 points in Ohio. Every single county is red right now, except for one.
Hold on.
JD Vance is probably going to help, Trump out there, but also a good way for us to gauge how things are going in Ohio is just going to be looking at the Senate election. I think it's over, guys. Republicans are winning the Senate seat in the Buckeye State. Donald Trump is doing exceptionally well, and this market was a tie just, a few days ago. Look at where we were. Just a week ago, Sherrod Brown was on track to win Ohio. Now the market has shot up.
Damn it, man.
In favor of Bernie Moreno, the Republican. If he wins the Senate election in Ohio, it's now basically almost a guarantee. Trump is definitely going to win Ohio, maybe even by a double-digit margin. Things are looking incredible right now. For the former president, I would say things are playing out almost exactly as predicted. Kamala Harris now just a 1 in 3 chance of winning. Georgia 81, North Carolina 66.
I guess you got to do that in Vegas, right?
Significant of a change here. 67. I would say if Trump does lose North Carolina, it's going to be because of Mark Robinson. Of course, he has ways around that. He can still win Nevada and not need North Carolina, but it's going to be a close race there. No matter what. And that does also line up with my prediction. I do have North Carolina as being more competitive than Georgia. So I would say everything is going as expected so far. We're now at 20% of the vote in Georgia. 1 in 5 votes have been counted in the Peach State. And Donald Trump leads 60-40. This is a big lead. And we even have a lot of votes now coming in from the Atlanta metro area. And despite that, Trump is still holding on to a significant margin over the vice president. And now we're just 8 minutes away from our 8 p.m. poll closing.
Okay, there we go. Back at that.
Ah.
I want to chill.
All right.
I'm gonna chill.
Yeah, thank you guys for telling me about the map there at the bottom. Just reading the chat here. Ohio on
Like I said,
CNN.
contributions are donating.
We'll check that right now for you guys.
The Cash App is pinned to the top of the chat, and you can hit that link.
So in Ohio, it seems like Kamala Harris is actually, for some reason, taking the lead. We'll see what that's all about. We're at 9% here on CNN. So in Ohio, we did get a lot of votes from the Cleveland area. That obviously is going to be big for the vice president. But, looking back at polling markets, seeing where we are at, Ohio, 95% chance Trump wins it. The Senate election, 82. This is really what we want to look at because the Senate election is the one that's actually going to be competitive. This was one that Democrats were really hoping to win. They really thought they could win this the Senate race here with Sherrod Brown. But if
one second, y'all.
He's on track to lose Ohio, it's going to be a bloodbath for Kamala Harris if even Sherrod Brown can't win.
And I was talking about the numbers, and I was having that conversation with Chaos about the numbers and how low the viewing numbers online was seeming, with all of the major channels. And then right towards the 20-minute mark before the first poll was closing, MSNBC jumped up to like, I think 320,000 live viewers on the channel. But now, if you look at this channel, matter of fact, we're gonna sub to him too. Right now he has 72,000 live viewers in this stream right now. 72,000. Damn. Congratulations to you. Hats off to you. I'd love to be there with you, buddy. We'll get there sooner or later. We'll do some crazy shit. I'm gonna run around the house with the chicken suit on or some shit. But yeah. His numbers is actually higher than when I started the stream and we were going through the number count, because I think MSNBC was at 32,000, Fox was at 30,000 or 20,000. This guy's channel is strong at 72,000 views. So I'm saying that to say that look at how people are even looking for their information compared to the major news outlets that we already know have leaning agendas. Fox and all them going this way, MSNBC, CNN is going this way. But nobody's going to report it to the people the way we need it to see it reported. Because I guarantee you, if I leave off of this and I go over to like MSNBC or CNN, you think they're going to reflect that this electoral college votes is this far? I could be wrong. And the same thing with Fox, the states that he just announced that Kamala is making a comeback push in, I'm pretty sure Fox is going to be like, oh, she's being destroyed in them states. But the numbers is not reflective to that. So this is a part of what I'm trying to do tonight with keeping everything fair.
Coming in there, Trump at 62.
guys-
It's now a 24-point lead
like I
for
said,
the former president, even though we have numbers coming in from Georgia. This is not what Kamala Harris wants to see. Georgia right now, 81% it goes to Trump. North Carolina, 68% chance, 76 now. In North Carolina, we just saw a huge surge in favor of the former president. This is not looking good for Harris. I guess some of the numbers coming in here just aren't what the vice president was hoping for, although we don't have too many votes in.
Oh, shoot.
From the state in general, to be honest.
I'm lagging.
Right. I haven't been the most caught up with the chat up until this point. But I'll try to make up what I've missed. Followed since July, and I've loved the daily content for the last few weeks. You're a beast. I mean, thank you guys so much. It's been difficult doing the daily content, but it's definitely worth
I see what
it.
you're saying, Carol.
Ultimately, and I
Damn it.
really appreciate you guys staying on with me here tonight. Jackson is North
All right, I'm gonna have to end it a read.
Carolina up 23%. Dem thoughts.
I'm sorry, y'all. We had
on that. I'm not fully sure what that
spelling in the poll, and I'm gonna have to set it
means.
back up. Oh man, holy shit! The likes is higher than.
We also have this is the most. I think this is the most competitive election ever.
Oh, go team!
I mean, I wouldn't say it's the
Go
most
team,
competitive
go!
election ever, but I would definitely say it's
Look
the
at the likes. What?
most
I'm
competitive
sorry, y'all. I
election
know. See, this is what
in a
happens
very
when
long
you have
time.
small.
Republicans are
You get excited over the little
definitely
shit.
doing much better than in 2020, and so just because of that, it's made the race extremely close. But I wouldn't say
We got the likes up.
Trump is
See,
on track for a blowout here, but in terms of just winning the race, he is doing what he needs to do. I mean, Trump is up 8.2%
with the YouTube
today. Kamala Harris at just 30, and it's actually now 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh, we at 8? Oh,
Voting is about to end in another huge block of states. This is the largest poll closing of the entire night. We have some new projections to make at this hour, actually. So,
damn it.
Give me just a few moments here. Yeah, polls have just closed in Pennsylvania, but we're going to make a few projections here first.
That's the one.
Kamala Harris is going to win the state of Delaware, while this is 3 electoral votes for the vice president. Donald Trump is going to win Tennessee, 11 electoral votes for the former president. And then in Illinois, Kamala Harris is the projected winner. New Jersey, Kamala Harris, the projected winner, 14 electoral votes. And then in Massachusetts, 11 electoral votes going to the vice president. Another big win for Kamala Harris. Mississippi, 6 electoral votes. This is going to Trump now. We also have Mississippi, Delaware. This is Joe Biden's home state. Kamala Harris, the projected winner. Alabama, Donald Trump is the projected winner. In the District of Columbia, Kamala Harris, the projected winner. Although this is taking a little bit of time to load. But what I will say
with me, brother, for both of us, you're not alone.
Is that Republicans are looking incredibly strong right now. Just looking at how this night has progressed so far. I believe we actually have a call from Florida. Florida has been called in favor of Donald Trump. He leads by 11 points. This is a huge projection
No
for
way.
Republicans in the last
Are you
3
kidding? I'm
decades.
sorry, y'all. Whoops.
Florida has never been called as early as it has been today. We're going to make the projection in just a moment here. There's actually really a lot for us to do here right now.
I guess
so if you'll just bear with us.
38%.
We do have the projection in Florida, though. I'll actually just post it with you guys here. I wasn't expecting to do this so soon, but Florida is going to be red. This is big for Donald Trump. He wins the Sunshine State. He's the first Republican to win Florida 3 times in a row.
Damn. That's
and so We're also going to look at Texas. We have new results from Texas, but before that, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to update the rest of the map with these new projections that have been made with the states where polling has ended. So if you look at the bottom right corners of your screen,
double
we have a
checking y'all
lot
to verify
of
numbers.
new projections
I'm double checking
to make here. Kamala Harris, though, is of course going to win up in Maine. She's also going to carry Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island. Rhode Island, along with New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, the District of Columbia. And so essentially we have 94 electoral votes right now for Donald Trump. I'll expand this for the time being. So we are at 94 for Donald Trump, 58 for Kamala Harris. This is looking very good for the former president. He's already won Florida. I mean, this is not a state.
You thought that participated in the poll. It's anonymous, so we won't know
would be
who
called
voted
this
for who
early. I mean, this is basically
who picked
impossible
what. So
that this would actually happen. I mean, go back 4 years. Think to yourself, Florida called basically an hour after, basically at poll closing time. That has not happened for a very long time. It takes days, sometimes even weeks, for a projection to be made down there. But Republicans, Donald Trump, feeling very good at this moment in time. We'll also look at the Pennsylvania numbers in just a second. The betting markets, Trump is now at a 70% chance of winning. Kamala Harris at 30.
Who lives in Vegas? Does anybody live in Vegas?
In fact, it seems like Trump is going to win Wisconsin as well.
Do you
He's
have
at a
to
60%
go
chance of
to
winning there.
Vegas
Michigan,
casino?
59. Pennsylvania, 62 for Trump. I mean, maybe I got Wisconsin wrong just slightly. But right now, things are going
Vegas, you could bet on anything in Vegas.
as expected for the GOP.
Shiny forehead.
We'll look at numbers from Pennsylvania. This is only votes from Allegheny County in Pittsburgh. Kamala Harris at 72, Donald Trump at 27. Look at where we were 4 years ago. Allegheny County, Joe Biden at 60.
Just
so with these early votes, Kamala Harris is doing well.
Looking up, see how accurate everything
But obviously,
is.
that's going to change. In Ohio, Trump leads by 7%. This is with a lot of votes. Cleveland, Columbus, all in. We're actually at 81,000 concurrent viewers now. So thank you guys so much for that. Hopefully we can hit 1,000 here, but we're actually trying to get to 325,000 subscribers tonight. So if all of you guys subscribe right now, we would get there instantly. So if you guys,
hey, listen, guys, since all you guys here right now with me too,
me a favor, and I'll hit that subscribe button at this very moment, and we can see how high
we could definitely
it goes up. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me.
But you know what?
Tonight, we'll look at Texas. Kamala Harris at 51, Donald Trump at 48. Most of the votes so far coming from
did I do that already?
Dallas County. Kamala Harris at 61, Trump at 38. Looking at what Texas was like 4 years ago, it was 65 for Joe Biden, and I would only expect Harris's numbers to drop in Dallas County as more of the in-person vote is counted. So more bad news for Kamala Harris. It seems to just be getting worse and worse.
Thanks, puppies.
Worse for Democrats here.
He's having some same thing I'm having too.
I mean, looking at the odds, Trump is still at 70 in the Senate election. Ted Cruz 94%. This was not the case earlier. It was at around 80, but I guess things have changed a little bit again. But I would expect Ted Cruz to now almost be guaranteed to pull off a victory in Texas. These odds are going to keep changing. But I think that Cruz is in a pretty strong position. We'll look at the other states. I mean, there's just so many states where voting has just ended.
For everybody
A lot of these northeastern races have been called for Harris, though.
This is the channel where we.
CNN has called some even more states. So we actually have our first numbers now from Michigan. Michigan, of course, is going to be highly consequential for Kamala Harris, although at this point it seems like nothing is going to matter for her because she's already lost. But in Michigan, Donald Trump is at 64%, Kamala Harris at 36%. This is pretty big for the former president. Trump leads by 107 votes. If we look at the betting markets here, I don't believe we've seen too much of a shift. Michigan's at 59 now, so the odds have gone down slightly for Democrats, although Wisconsin is just shifting more and more to the right. It'll be interesting to see what's going on there. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, they seem like a lock right now for Donald Trump. Michigan at 59.
1 second, almost done.
Things are looking good. I mean, I guess people want me to talk about Ohio. It's now at 31% of votes in. Kamala Harris at 53, Donald Trump at 46. I mean, yeah, but we are seeing basically all the votes right now coming in from these liberal cities.
It's
I
too
mean,
late now.
there's no
I
way
had
that
to
Trump is
reset it
going to lose
again, but
Ohio, especially with JD Vance on the ticket with him. There's really nothing to worry about there. If we look at the Senate election, it's a lock now for Bernie Moreno. He's at an 82% chance of winning. This is a highly competitive race. This is probably the most competitive race in the country for the Senate. And so this race went from
election
50
time.
to 50
We're getting
just a few weeks
coverage.
ago. I mean, Republicans were ahead, but as we entered November, it was 50-50 with Sherrod Brown and Bernie Moreno. And now it seems that the incumbent Democrat will be unseated. So a huge shift in favor of Republicans. That means they're doing well in Ohio, even though for right now, Kamala Harris has a very slight lead. We're at 17% in Texas. Donald Trump retakes the lead in the Lone Star State. It's 50.1. Kamala Harris at 48.6. Things are looking good there.
Well, let me, Kyle, if you can.
For the former president, as long as he continues to expand his lead, he might even get to a double-digit margin, like we're seeing in Florida.
Wait till after all the
I would
numbers
actually
are
be
in.
interested to see
And you want to
what's happening in Florida, though.
I'm cool with that. You just
coming
political
to the state, we see with 89% of votes in, Donald Trump leads by 13 points in Florida. That is a landslide. That is more than I think what a lot of people expected. I expected him to win it by just under 12 points. You can see a solid margin is anything over 12. It still might be under 12.
Hey,
Favor
is that my
Harris a little bit more, but for right now,
Salute to the
Trump
bros.
is in a really
Salute,
good position
salute,
here.
brotherhood
Florida
all day.
is
Thank you.
going to be a
Hey, yo,
solid
bro,
red state
salute
or
you.
very
Thank you for
much
coming
close
through, bro.
to it.
I appreciate that.
Virginia, things are not looking good here for Kamala Harris in Virginia. She leads by
Everybody
just
watching
5
this,
points. For
bros,
context, Joe Biden
salute,
won this
bro.
race by 10
Brotherhood all
just
day.
4 years ago.
Salute.
52 to 47 right now.
Thank you,
Thank you to
I really
JH
appreciate
for that donation. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate all the support, you guys. Ohio, I mean, yeah, Harris still leads, but Michigan, we're now at 2% of the votes in Michigan. Now, this is basically just from the most liberal regions of it. This is Oakland County, right outside of Detroit. Kamala Harris at 77%, Donald Trump at 22%. This likely is all coming from those mail-in ballots. Looking at where we were 4 years ago in the county was 56. So, I mean, not the greatest for Trump, but obviously we have a long way to go there in Michigan and in that county specifically. Harris's odds in the state have stayed pretty stagnant over the last few minutes.
Yeah.
Really not too much of a change. Trump at 68, Harris at 33. The markets are reacting quite a bit, but it seems that right now we don't have any yellow states here, but 6 of 7 are all red.
Wow, what?
Georgia 85% for Trump, North Carolina 74, Arizona's now at 86. I mean, it's basically a solid state.
This is the two
state for Trump at this point, just considering these odds. Coming back to the map, seeing if we have any updates here. We have our first ever
make
votes
sure,
from
'cause I wanna make sure
Kansas.
I'm right
Donald
when I'm
Trump at
saying shit.
70%, Kamala
This is-
Harris at 28. Democrats actually won the governorship in
One
Kansas 2 years ago, with the incumbent Democrat being reelected.
Yeah.
We also let's see, Pennsylvania. We're at 5% now in Pennsylvania. All of these are basically
See?
mail-in votes from
Yo,
Allegheny County. We already
I'm
know
telling
that
y'all, this is
Democrats have done much
elimination
worse with the early voting than they did
of
last
the
time.
election. This is exactly
Virginia, it's now a 6-point margin for Kamala Harris. Some people wanted me to look at New Jersey earlier. It's currently at 21, but that's with a lot of votes just coming in from Newark, which is going to favor Democrats
see it.
significantly.
Look,
Somebody in chat said, as an Ohioan myself, I'm not so sure. Akron, Cleveland, and surrounding areas of northeastern Ohio have been absolutely swamped with refugees in the last few years, and our public education system is pretty culty toward leftism.
and
I would say like refugees cannot vote
some of these might be flipped
in
because
our elections,
match it
so
up.
I wouldn't say they make too much of a difference.
Match it up.
I would say Ohio is looking good for Republicans, though. Just look at the shift over the last few years. In
Of
2012,
course,
it
New
went to
York.
Obama by 3 points. It also went
I
to
said I
Obama
called that
by
earlier.
5 in 2008.
You know,
But in 2016, Trump wins it by 8 points.
Vermont, New Hampshire.
Shifted 11 points to the right. In 2020, Trump wins it by the same margin, even though everybody thought that Biden could actually win Ohio.
Virginia.
Thank you guys so much for your support
Minnesota.
in the chat here. We're approaching 90,000 concurrent
Nevada,
viewers. Thank you, Dan, for your support.
Oregon, and Washington.
We'll come
Hawaii.
back and look at the map here. Kansas.
Did Hillary get Hawaii? Yeah,
1%. Really no big changes on the map at this point, although Texas could be called pretty soon as long as Trump continues to expand that lead. But Florida, 90% of the votes in, Trump still leads by 13%. This was probably one of the biggest surprises of the night. But I think every time Trump surprises us with just how well he does in Florida. Georgia, 37% of votes in, and Trump leads by 14%. We have a majority of votes that have already come in from Fulton County. This is the largest county in Georgia. This is where Atlanta is located. Kamala Harris at 71%, Trump at 28%. We're only going to see that number go down as the in-person votes are counted. But for context, Joe Biden won 73%. You might think that going from 73 to 71 is not a big deal, but this is a huge difference considering that Georgia was decided by just 0.25%, and this is 2 in 2020, and this is 2 percentage points in the largest county in the entire state. So things are looking up here for the former president. Map is only getting redder and redder.
Yeah, Georgia.
Georgia, there we see 86% for Trump now, a huge increase. He's doing better than he was when Joe Biden was still in the race. Can you believe it? North Carolina, 76. Once again, looking good for Trump.
North Carolina, that was another one.
Michigan, though, it does seem like Kamala Harris is on track to hold on to Michigan. We'll see what happens, but that was totally expected. I do have Michigan as being a tilt blue state. Wisconsin, though, we'll definitely have to keep our eye on that as well. Texas, 18%. We're up 1% from where we were earlier. We have more votes from Georgia.
Hillary had Michigan.
Trump maintains a 14-point lead. In North Carolina, Kamala Harris is ahead by 5. This is with 8% of the votes in. Again, all of these votes are really just coming in from the urban areas so far.
Damn, that's crazy.
New Hampshire, we're at 16%. Trump is behind by 13 points, but we still have quite a long way to go.
This is a big one, though. Illinois, on the electoral.
Right. I think CNN is making a projection right now. They projected Jim Banks in Indiana, Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee, and Rick Scott in Florida. So these are for the Senate races. The Republicans are going to hold on to Florida. Rick Scott is easily going to win re-election to the U.S. Senate. Marsha Blackburn in Tennessee. We're also going to call Mississippi for Republicans.
New York is 20.
Missouri, we could probably do as well at this point.
California
And
is
then Indiana, Jim Banks,
5 points.
The projected winner. But up in the Northeast, Maine, I guess we'll hold. Sorry, not Maine. Maine will take a little bit longer as we do have a three-way race. But Massachusetts, Elizabeth Warren will be reelected. Sheldon Whitehouse in Rhode Island. I forgot who it was in Connecticut, honestly, but it's going to be red. New Jersey, Andy Kim is probably going to win, but we'll hold off for just a few moments. And then we have Carper in Delaware.
And
so
again,
looking at these Senate races, Republicans are in a pretty good spot.
Sorry, electric.
Connecticut's Chris Murphy. Apologize for that. But so far, nothing.
Election coverage 2024.
Nothing else here up in the Northeast. So the Senate right now is 44 to 33 based on our projections. We haven't been able to project any of the competitive Senate races yet. The first one we'll do is probably Ohio, as more votes come in there. But West Virginia was already the first flip for Trump.
So far.
So that's a pretty big deal. CNN just projected a victory for Bernie.
He might be a little pro-Trump.
Sanders in Vermont. Coming back to the map, we have our
because he's doing
very first votes from Illinois.
It's helping us.
Kamala Harris leads currently by 15 points. This is not good. She's not doing as well as Biden did 4 years ago right now.
Plus,
Virginia.
That is
51% for Kamala Harris. Virginia is getting extremely competitive. We have one of the big Democrat counties up north already filled in. We have Fairfax County, half the votes are in, but with 35% of votes in most of Virginia, Kamala Harris only is at 51, Donald Trump at 48. Looking at the Senate election in Texas, this is what CNN is playing right now. Ted Cruz is doing significantly worse than Donald Trump right now. Ted Cruz is actually losing to Colin Allred. I fully expect him to win. But based on the votes right now, Ted Cruz is behind.
Nobody's doing as good as this coverage right here. And those are major.
Meanwhile, Trump leads by 8 points. Although I will say the CNN numbers are slightly outdated, so we'll have to see what happens later on.
Shout out to Election Time for doing such a great breakdown.
We will actually open a new tab here for the election. We'll see what the Senate is looking like right now. In Texas, 25% of the votes in, Ted Cruz leads by 4. So Ted Cruz is not going to lose. At this point, it seems extremely likely that he's going to hold on to his seat for another 6 years, even though nobody likes him. None of his colleagues really like him. Nobody in Texas even really likes him. But somehow he just keeps getting reelected. It's always close. Republicans always spend a lot of money wasted on him. But it seems that he is going to come out on top once again.
Let's see what we got.
Maine, Angus King, we have a 3-way race there. So King is probably going to get reelected, but we'll see what happens. In the presidential race, Pennsylvania, Kamala Harris at 73%. I mean, that must feel good. We have our very first votes in from Philadelphia. These are the early votes. So Kamala Harris at 87, Donald Trump at 12. This is not surprising at all. This is very similar to what we saw in 2020. And of course, Pennsylvania was extremely close 4 years ago. We can come here on Polymarket, see how things have changed. Donald Trump remains at 69%. So nothing here is startling the people supporting Trump in Pennsylvania. 59% chance that he will pull off a victory in the state. I think there's actually so many people visiting the site right now that it's
let me see.
It's bugging on me.
Checking numbers just to make sure.
But here we have it, 59 to 42. Over the past hour, Trump's generally been going up. Not too much of a change.
I think we're accurate with the numbers. Hold on.
I mean, okay. The people are saying that Trump is losing Pennsylvania. I mean, come on, this is with 7% of the votes in. And this is heavily left-leaning. This is basically the mail-in vote. This was heavily expected. So there's no problem for Republicans there right now. Also, we've hit 90,000 concurrent viewers, so thank you guys so much for that. And for sticking with me throughout the night. We are also at 1 million viewers total, so over 1 million different people have clicked on the stream. Thank you guys so much for your support. We're still trying to hit 325,000 subscribers to stream, though. So make sure you hit that subscribe button. If we all do it together right now, we'll get there in an instant. So we'll try to see how high we can all go if we all hit
1 million views.
that button at this very moment. But coming back to the map,
that's bigger than what I've seen on CNN, MSNBC.
Virginia is at 34%. We're now starting to get the meters here for
so off to you, buddy.
The New York Times. And this is the current Electoral College estimate. Donald Trump at 276, Kamala Harris at 262. They do favor Trump right now, but we'll see what happens here. But this is interesting. They finally added, I forgot what these are called, honestly. Somebody could remind me in the chat.
Shit. Damn it.
But yeah, anyways.
I didn't mean to do that.
Looking at these remaining states, Georgia, it seems like Donald Trump is dominating here. We have most of the votes in from Fulton County. In fact, votes are coming in from Fulton County quicker than from the other counties in the state. Donald Trump leads by 11% in Georgia. It'll be a pretty big victory, it seems, for the former president here. He really is doing quite well. If we look at North Carolina, it's currently a toss-up, but Trump is favored. Kamala Harris had a 51% chance of winning. Georgia also a toss-up, but if you look closely here, you do see Trump with a slight advantage. North Carolina.
What was that, North Carolina?
Same thing. The New York Times is validating what we're seeing across the map.
Almost, where we at?
Going back to Poly Market, we'll see if anything big has happened over the last few minutes. Pennsylvania,
the votes will still be tallied.
60% Trump. Wisconsin 60 as well. Michigan 59% Harris.
We'll be going of really much a lot of prediction.
Georgia 86% chance now that Trump is going to win the peach state. It seems pretty certain. We will probably be able to call Georgia tonight. North Carolina probably will be able to call as well. I see people are still asking about Ohio.
Now, Georgia, I thought
Ohio. Ohio's not going to be an issue. If Trump can't win Ohio, he's done. But you can see here that Ohio is going to go red. Look at that meter. It's likely Republican. There's no way Kamala Harris is going to win Ohio. The votes just come in at a random order. They'll come in from the big cities first sometimes. Sometimes they'll be just all the mail-in votes. And so those votes are going to heavily favor Democrats. But as we get a more balanced picture, we're going to see Republicans start to go up in states like Ohio, Texas. Trump is now ahead by 11%. It's basically a done deal. Texas isn't going blue. It could even be solid. That'd be pretty big.
Yeah, I don't know about Texas.
But right now, I would say Trump is in a very good spot. North Carolina, 53-46. Georgia, 55-44.
No.
Kansas, we're at 7%. Very likely Republican there.
But so we could be fair.
But we are actually just 8 minutes away from our 8:30 p.m. poll closing. This is the smallest poll closing of the entire night, actually. This is where polls will close in Arkansas. That's the only state that we have at this hour. So I'm literally going to clear all of the other states on this.
How close this is going to be to the 216.
Just Arkansas at 8:30. We all know how that's going to go. But it's going to be a Trump victory. 6 electoral votes. Right now on the map, I have Trump at 84, Kamala Harris at 58. If you look in the bottom right corner, Trump is in a very good position to win this thing. Ohio.
Let's see.
Again, nothing to be worried about in Ohio, though. Kamala Harris at 50, Trump at 49.3.
Ohio.
People are asking who I voted for. I'm not going to say who I voted for because I think one of the big things is that I do my very best to be as unbiased as possible.
Same here, brother.
And so it wouldn't be right for me to tell you guys who I voted for.
I knew I was right. I know.
Just because I want to keep things impartial here. For some reason, the New York Times has Donald Trump at 95.
Okay.
I don't exactly know where that other
Ohio.
electoral vote is coming from.
In 2016, Ohio.
I don't think. I believe our maps are matching up exactly. So I would expect that's just an error on their end.
Compared to.
We're approaching 100,000 concurrent viewers. So thank you guys so much.
Oregon.
Please stay on. We can hit 100,000 people
California.
here together at the exact same time.
Minnesota, Illinois.
But we're going to come back to Arkansas in just a few moments. The betting markets have Pennsylvania getting slightly more competitive. Wisconsin, though, is still looking good for Trump. Trump is at 67% right now. Kamala Harris at 33%. It seems like Georgia is a lock. North Carolina also getting more and more likely. Pennsylvania, Trump at 56%, Harris at 47%. Interesting what's going on here. Pennsylvania is definitely going to go down to the wire. That is not surprising at all. That's why I do have it as a tilt red state. But for now, there's nothing really to worry about for Republicans. I've been following you since the very beginning in 2020. Just got to say, you keep it as real as possible. Thank you for keeping up good info. I mean, thank you so much for that. And thank you for following me for all of these years. I mean, we started covering this race before Election Day 2020. We made, like a first intro video to 2024 before that election even happened. And now we're actually here on election night in 2024. We have more numbers from Texas. It's basically gone here for Kamala Harris. All the votes are in from the big cities. I mean, Austin.
Yeah, this was a big.
Kamala Harris at 70. Looking at where Biden was 4 years ago in Austin, he was at 72. So Trump is going to do better in Texas than he did last time. He's only going to do better in Austin as more of the mail-in ballots, are going to go to that are going to push Trump.
Do all the talking because he talks faster. I'm just letting him do all the talking because he definitely talks much faster. I'm trying to talk faster because they.
We're gonna come back to the map, see where we are. Our very first votes from North Dakota now, actually. Trump at 75%. Not too big of a surprise there. He's gonna, crush it in the state. Michigan, 5% of votes in. It's a pure toss-up. Pennsylvania, it is also literally a pure toss-up. It really could not get any closer than this, although the New York Times currently has the margin as Trump plus 0.2. That may seem small, but that is all Trump needs. The New York Times generally is pretty accurate with their meters here. So 0.2%, that is exactly what Trump needs. Obviously, we knew it was going to be close from the very beginning. People are saying that Virginia is getting close. That's definitely interesting. It leans Democrat, but right now we have a tie in Virginia with 39% of the votes in. Donald Trump, 49.2. Kamala Harris, 49.2. Somebody said, so I'm from Argentina looking at the elections. Could you explain a bit how the elections work? Sorry to bother, keep it up. All right, so basically in the US, we do not vote by the popular vote. Instead, we vote by the electoral college. And so essentially you'll vote for your candidate, and then it's a winner takes all system. So whoever wins the state wins all of that state's electoral votes. So that is why it is these swing states that matter the most. Trump needs North Carolina, Georgia, and Pennsylvania to get over the top. It seems like he's doing very, very well right now in Georgia and North Carolina. Pennsylvania is looking like it's going to be close, but it could definitely still swing towards Trump. I think that is more than possible. I think that's actually the most likely scenario right now. He's also on track to win Arizona, maybe even Wisconsin. So things are looking really good for the former president so far.
in 2020.
North Carolina 13%. Harris leads by 3, but Trump is the favorite. You can look at the meter here. Trump is on track to win North Carolina by 1.3%. That is the New York Times estimate. For Texas, the New York Times estimate is Trump plus 9.8. This is almost exactly what I had predicted just a few days
Get on
ago.
board. I want to see her get on board on some states.
Probably going to make some additional calls soon. So far, it's just been the expected, but Texas, we might have to make projections soon. Jerome asked, is it possible to not get the winner by this week? I think that's highly unlikely. I think if the night continues to go as it is today, I think we'll know that Trump has won already just by the end of this stream. But we'll see, because ultimately it's going to come down to the Midwest, and these races are going to be close, and it's going to take a long time to count, even though the numbers are looking slightly better for Trump. But I think we'll have a pretty good picture of what's going to happen. Basically with the election by the time we all go to bed tonight. We're just 1,400 viewers away from 100,000 concurrent. We're actually now at 101,000 concurrent viewers. So,
okay,
thank you guys so much again. 100,000 people in this chat.
So far in the poll, we got
watching at the exact same time. We're still trying to hit our goal of
75% say
1,000 subscribers. So if you guys could all hit that subscribe button right now, we can all hit it at the exact same time. We're at over 1 million views total, at over 100,000 current viewers.
Damn, that's how y'all feel?
Thank you guys so much. Hit that subscribe button right now. All together.
Poll is anonymous, y'all. So if y'all want to hit the poll, you can hit the poll.
All right, coming back
to anonymous, okay?
We're now just 1 minute away from the
But right now,
poll closing in Arkansas. This is going to be another
75% Trump.
This is probably going to be the least important poll closing of the night, but it's another big milestone in the election as we move towards 9 p.m. because 9 p.m. is going to be another big moment here where we have another huge
24 minutes away from 9 p.m., y'all.
Slate of states where voting is going to end. But yep, it is now 8:30 p.m. Eastern time, and we can project that the state of Arkansas is going to go to Donald Trump. The former president is going to win Arkansas, and it's 6 electoral votes, an additional state now in the Trump column.
God damn, they already calling it?
All right. Yep, and CNN right now, I believe they are projecting the race in Arkansas in favor of Donald Trump. Coming back to the polling market, let's see where we are at. Trump at 68 now. Pennsylvania is looking close, but that's totally expected. If we come back to the New York Times map, it's a toss-up. Donald Trump still Trump has actually expanded his lead according to the New York Times. Earlier, when we checked this, Trump was going to win Pennsylvania by 0.2%. Today, he's actually on track to win by, well, not today, but now he's on track to win by 0.3. A lot of people like to ask me what the channel's going to focus on after the election. I would say, honestly, just more election-related things. We still have the midterms, 2028. Obviously, it's a long ways away. But this is not my full-time job. This is something that I enjoy to do. So I'll definitely enjoy the break. But I'll definitely keep you guys updated with everything election-related, from as unbiased of a viewpoint as possible. I mean, a lot of people like to think that I skew heavily to the right, when really the only reason why I've been saying Trump has been winning is because he simply has been winning. And it seems, at least so far, the map that we're seeing is almost perfectly going to align with my final prediction, which I've been preaching for the past few months now. I've had Trump at 270 to 312 in that range throughout the entire time. And it's very possible today that he even reaches 297 or 312 at this point.
I'm looking on Facebook right now.
I think things are shaping up exactly as expected. I'm not surprised by anything here. I would say really the only few things I'm surprised by right now is just how well Trump is doing in Florida. I mean, he leads by a 13-point margin. He's going to win Florida by a solid margin. I mean, this is a big deal. No Republican has won Florida by such a large margin in decades. You'd have to go all the way back to 1988 and the election of George H.W. Bush.
So quiet.
And of course,
If you were feeding
Bushes,
away faith,
have a huge connection
this morning,
to Florida.
and
But Arkansas is red. Don't have any votes there, but it has been
I hope
projected the
something on
state
Facebook
is going to vote
right now, because man, is
for Donald Trump. We can probably make a Texas projection very soon, especially
hold
with
on, let me
50%
make sure
of the
we
votes
get.
in. But there's another major projection for us to make right now, and that is in North Carolina. Donald Trump, or not, sorry, not Donald Trump, but Josh Stein is going to win in North Carolina.
And why they put that as
we will get that out to you right now.
I don't like that.
Josh Stein, the projected winner in the state of North Carolina. You can also follow me on Twitter at @electiontime_ for all of the most updated projections when it comes to these races. They got instantaneously. I have a team working for me behind the scenes. But Josh Stein is the winner in North Carolina. He will be elected the next governor. This is not a big deal. He definitely doesn't have too many repercussions for the presidential race. Mark Robinson was a terrible candidate on the Republican side. He was never going to win. This absolutely does not mean that Trump can win North Carolina on the presidential level, because he certainly is. He has a 76%.
Why did it say that? What happened? Oh, come on. Sorry, y'all. See, this is what happened when I start touching buttons. Now to stop touching buttons. What the fuck just happened? Do. Come on. Seriously?
Kamala Harris is at 44. New Hampshire, this is one of the few areas where it seems like Kamala Harris is doing okay. She leads by 9 points. She's on track to win by 4. Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm looking at the.
This is just another good example of Harris crumbling when compared to
got it
Biden's
at
performance from last time.
101.
Joe Biden carried the Granite State
71.
by 7.4% in 2020. Today, Democrats are on track to win the state by just 3.9. If this is what we're seeing in New Hampshire, a state where Democrats did very well in the midterms they are in a lot of trouble. And so it might be too early to say this, but I will say that right now, it does seem that Trump is very clearly on track to win this election. Obviously, something big could happen in Pennsylvania, but barring any huge surprises, it is looking like this is the direction that we're going in. Still going to be close, though. It's by no means going to be a landslide
I'm looking
for the
and
former president. And I mean, people are saying that he's going to win Minnesota and New Hampshire. I mean, again, they're just totally lying to your face. I'm not going to call them out, but I think they know who they are. Still just waiting to make a projection in Texas, honestly, at this point. We can also look at the Senate map. Sherrod Brown's lead is continuing to crumble. It's going to be a very close race, but it does seem, though, that Brown is going to lose. And we can look at what's happening in Ohio right now. Trump leads by 3% in Ohio. So if we take this margin and we expand it, or if we expand it to 8, basically that's a 5-point shift to the right, almost 6 points from what we're seeing right now with the results so far. If we apply that to the Senate race where Sherrod Brown leads by just 2.5, it is pretty likely that Bernie Moreno is going to become the new U.S. Senator from Ohio and blocking Sherrod Brown from winning a 4th term. We're actually now at 120,000 concurrent viewers. I mean, again, thank you guys so much for this. I think we're at 118 now, so I guess we've gone down a little bit. 1.2 million viewers total.
Mm.
Do you have your prediction map available somewhere to view? Yes, so you can check out my map on Twitter, or it's right here, but it's the pin post on my Twitter. I have Trump at 287, Kamala Harris at 251. I think anything from 270 all the way up to 297 right now is possible for Trump, but I would say really the only two states where we're unsure about right now is Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Michigan potentially, but really it's just Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, how they both go. But Trump is probably going to win at least one of them, which is all he needs. But you can check this out at my Twitter. It's election time _. We're at 33,000 followers. I actually didn't even start posting on Twitter until a few months ago.
Give me 1 second, y'all.
But I want to shout out the people on Twitter that have been helping me with posting in the team. So that's been a big help. And then, yep, Sherrod Brown is continuing to crumble. His lead just went down by another half percentage point. He is going to lose this election. It's probably going to be a 52-48 Senate, which is, again, exactly what I had predicted here just a few days ago. If you look at my final Senate prediction, Republicans at 52, Democrats at 48. Somebody asked, do you think they purposely lied about the Ann Seltzer poll, or is it just late or something? What could possibly be the explanation for that? I mean, the Seltzer poll was honestly...
Oh, shit. I can't even do that.
Pretty bad. It's going to be incredibly inaccurate.
I can't do that, y'all. I thought I'm trying to adjust something. I'm sorry, wife.
But I would say...
Hey, listen. Welcome to Carter Hates Everything.
I don't think they faked it. I don't think they lied about it. But just the way they polled it was terrible. And you can see with the crosstabs. Polls in
so far,
Iowa are going to close in just 15 minutes, and we'll get results.
You guys might not want to hear it, but
there, and it will very quickly prove that poll wrong. I'm going to turn back to the map. Pennsylvania here
now.
It's 69-30. Georgia 55. All right, so no big changes on the map over the last few minutes at least.
I would have predicted that.
Read what you guys are saying in the chat.
These confirmations wouldn't have been coming in so fast. I definitely
Virginia. A lot of people are looking at Virginia right now. Yeah, obviously that's going to be a big thing. So 45% of the votes in, Trump is ahead by 0.5%. Again, it's unlikely he'll actually win Virginia, but he will do well. In fact, I probably overestimated Kamala Harris in Virginia. I thought she would win by just over 5. But if she wins by less than 5, I mean, that's pretty bad for the vice president. Joe Biden really did do well there last time. People want me to look at Maryland. I don't know what's happening here. Kamala Harris is the winner.
they called it,
but it's 30-67. Republicans don't have a chance in Maryland. That's just the unfortunate fact, and that's why Larry Hogan is not going to be elected to the U.S. Senate. If he is, I would be incredibly surprised. But I guess we can check out the Senate election in Maryland. Larry Hogan at 73%. Angela Olsterbrook looks at 22%. If we look at how much he is outperforming Trump in the state, we see Hogan at 73, Trump at 67. So currently, based on the 14,000 votes we have from Maryland so far, Larry Hogan is only outperforming Donald Trump by 6%. That honestly is not enough. That is not where he wants to be. He is probably going to lose the
Let's see where
election
we're at.
in Maryland
Let me
for
double
Senate,
check.
but he's going to put up a good fight, especially in probably with one of the bluest states in the entire country. Trump wins Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and then it's over, right? Yes. So right now it seems that North Carolina and Georgia are trending heavily in favor of Trump. I mean, look at where Georgia is right now. Trump has an 84% chance of winning,
Let me
92
show
now.
you
We're going to get a call here in Georgia very, very
who to
soon.
try to
In North Carolina, Trump is at 85,
see.
basically
I
the highest he's been throughout the night. So it's pretty clear that these two states are currently on track to go red. And then Pennsylvania is the last one. That's the last puzzle piece for Trump. If he gets Pennsylvania, he'll be at exactly 270. There's nothing else that he needs to worry about. And also, I just wanted to give a shout out to the people on my Discord server. They're also covering the election simultaneously in the Discord chat. And you can join my Discord server at discord.gg/elections. Just discord.gg/elections. You can join my Discord server. The link is in the description below. But they're covering these races moment by moment as well. There's thousands of people where you can chat about the election there. So make sure you consider joining my Discord server.
Like all I'm doing is
somebody wants me to look at the Texas
recording
Senate
numbers that
race.
we are all seeing
I'll
right
definitely be able to do
and this idiot. Now,
that.
mind you, listen to what I said.
Look at Texas, 56% in the presidential election.
I'm sorry.
Texas in the Senate election, Ted Cruz is at 50. He leads by 2%.
Not gonna say his name, but I just want to show y'all why I'm staying neutral and I'm staying in the middle, and I'm just reporting it and covering it the way I like to cover it, just fair, unbiased, in the middle, and just cover it. Now, I've been posting the current electoral college vote numbers, which we're all seeing right here. We're all seeing the same shit. So I just posted the last one where it said Kamala was at 35, Trump was at 95. Right? This idiot wants to post something from his TV screen, and he says, and he sound like an old person. Well, no, let me not even say it like that. Let me not even say it like that because I don't mean it like that. Sounds like an uninformed person because he said, "Don't you mean 99 to 27? Where are you getting your numbers from?" Hashtag Harris Waltz 2024. Now listen to what this fool just said. You said that as if it made it better. That's showing you just want to argue to argue. This is what's been going on. That's why I can't wait till this is over. All I'm doing is reposting the numbers we're seeing here. That was it. 35 to 95 sounds much better for your candidate because he hashtag Harris Waltz. 35 to 95 sounds much better than 99 to 27. But just because you MFs want to argue, just to argue, just to argue. And see now, look, now he wanna reply and go back and forth, and that's another thing that I can't do with these people. I'm not. Hold on. What is this? What is this? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. All right, y'all. Sorry about that. I hope my mic is back up. Yeah, that was my bro. That was the bro Brett. That was the bro Brett. Amazing, amazing historian, military historian, and book writer. I hope he's tuning in. Hey Brett, shout out to you. I hope you can see this, Brett. We'll definitely talk tomorrow. Cause if you're watching, Brett, if you can see this is definitely a part of what you want to do to get to where you want to go with what you were just asking me. This is definitely a part of it, something, well, a lane you can use to get to where you want to go. But definitely salute to you, bro. We'll definitely chat tomorrow. All right, so let me see where we're at on this. I am thinking that there's more states coming in. And it also see how the universe work, because Brett called me right when I was about to get frustrated with having to argue
Is
or
I guess I
be
don't really
annoyed by
watch it, but I'd say I watched all of the Pokemon episodes, so I guess that would be
now
my
this
favorite.
fool.
But
As
we
you
are now
always do.
just
We're going
2
back and
minutes
forth with
away,
you now.
just 2 minutes from what is probably going to be where we really start to see Trump taking the lead, especially in the Midwest. Let's take one final look at Pennsylvania, because this is really where it matters. Trump plus 0.4. That is what we want to see. If, of course, if you're rooting for Trump to win this election.
I'm gonna be nice though.
All right. Other people want me to look at Virginia again.
Good luck.
Maybe it's getting even closer here, but in Virginia, with 50% of the votes in, Trump leads 49.7 to Kamala Harris's 48.6. This is a pretty big deal. We'll
You're a nice
see
guy.
what the New York Times thermometer has to say. It has Harris up by 5. So it's still unlikely right now that she'll actually lose the state, but her performance has definitely been pretty abysmal. And that's what I've talked about. Polling in Virginia for Harris
You
hasn't
know what?
been
I'm gonna eat
anything near
to the
what she
extent.
needed.
Oh,
We're
it was
now at
what?
130,000
No, hold on.
concurrent viewers. More than 1.5 million people have tuned in so far throughout the entirety of the stream. So again, thank you guys so much for all of your support. But we're now just 1 minute away from the 9 p.m. poll closing. This is going to be a big one. All of these states, voting will end completely in these races. New York, Michigan, Wisconsin, Minnesota, Iowa, North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Wyoming, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, and Louisiana. This is a pretty big deal. And this is going to be the last big poll closing of the night. After this, all we have is
I'm sorry.
Nevada and the West Coast. Somebody's asking, why is Pennsylvania so bullish with such a gap? So the gap in Pennsylvania is exactly what we saw in 2020. Although the opposite, I would say. Trump led by quite a bit in Pennsylvania. His lead slowly started to shrink. This time, we're seeing a lot more of the early votes being counted first. They were able to start counting that this morning, and so that is why Harris is up by so much. These are all votes that are fully expected to go to her. She's doing worse than she actually needs to, which is why all signs point to Trump victory
Perkins,
here.
I hope
We have a lot of the votes already in from Allegheny
win,
County.
you know?
That is basically one of the two
Yeah,
big
so
counties for
sorry
Democrats.
about
It's
that, y'all. I
Allegheny
need to
and it's
practice
Philadelphia
because,
County.
like I
And
said,
Kamala
I'm
Harris just
trying my
isn't doing it
best
right
to
now in Allegheny County. These are votes that should favor her more than normal.
look
And
at
she's
our
at
numbers
70. For
that we're
context,
seeing
Trump won
here.
this county by 73
Double check the numbers to just see how accurate
in
they
such a
are,
close
and then
state. That is a pretty big
post them
deal.
in some places so people can what
And
we're
so
seeing here.
we'll see. We're at 325,000. Thank you guys so much for all of that
I
support.
don't know how I
We're
feel.
at, let's check the current viewership now.
I'm not gonna say because anything can
But we're at
happen.
136,000.
So I'm not saying
I
like
mean, that's awesome. We're going to come now to make some projections. This is a big moment in the
anything
night.
can
We
happen,
have some
you know.
big calls to make. This will just reload here. Starting off,
it leads
Wyoming, Donald Trump is
Trump.
the projected winner. He's going to win Wyoming, 3 electoral votes for the former president. In Kansas, Donald Trump, the projected winner, 6 electoral votes. Republicans lost the governorship here in 2022,
Kansas,
but they're going to win it
Kansas,
in the
Kansas.
presidential election now in
Let me look.
2024 easily. New York, Kamala Harris is going to
Of
win.
course.
It's not going to be by a big margin, but New York is still a pretty liberal
Of course.
state. Louisiana, Donald Trump, the projected winner, 8 electoral votes for the former president. We also have North Dakota. This is another big one, 3 electoral votes, along with South Dakota, 2 states Trump is easily going to win. Nebraska, 4 electoral votes. Trump is going to win the state at large, as well as its first and third districts. Now, the second district is going to take a little bit longer. But for now, these are the calls that we're able to make almost entirely in favor of Donald Trump. So if you look at
Electoral votes.
our electoral map here, we'll expand it for you guys on your screen. We can see that Donald Trump is going to win North and South Dakota, all of Nebraska except its second district, as well as Kansas and Wyoming. Kamala Harris is just going to pick up the state of New York. Trump is also going to take Louisiana. I believe that is everything for now.
Okay,
so the new updated electoral map is Trump 138 electoral votes, Kamala Harris 105. This is a pretty big margin right now.
Looking similar
for Trump. He's taken an early lead.
we were looking at in 2020.
People want to ask about California. California is not going
see.
to come out for another 2 hours. We're at 9 p.m. Our stream has officially gone on now for 3 hours. So 3 hours now we're into the stream. New York Times has Trump at 120. I mean, they're not projecting Kansas yet, but I mean, there's no way that Trump is going to lose the state. And after these poll closings at 9 p.m., we'll also take a look at where we're at on Polymarket. Still, things are looking up for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania, 58% chance that Trump wins it. 29% chance Harris wins the election. 71 for Trump. This is a huge lead for the former president. Arizona, 90% chance that Trump wins Arizona. It's basically a lock now. So if we come back to our electoral map, this is our map with a lot of speculation.
So that's no difference.
Trump is going to be favored in North Carolina, Georgia, and Arizona. This means that he is probably now just one state away from actually winning the election. There really isn't much else that he actually needs. We'll also come and see the Senate map as of this moment in time. Probably not too many big changes here. We're going to fill in some of the races. So
what I'm trying to figure out
later.
What I'm looking at now, what I'm trying to do is a comparison to the 2020 college.
A lot of new results to look at.
So
I'll try to go by things one by one here.
At 260.
But the big projection we have to make will be Texas in just a few moments. I'm looking at the numbers, so we're going to refresh
38
here on the New York Times.
College votes.
Trump,
Texas. Shit.
Fox News just updated 178 for Trump to 113 for Kamala Harris. All right, we'll see what that's all about. I believe that would be the projection in Texas. But now we can make the projection in Texas here as well, with Donald Trump leading by 9 points currently. He's on track to win by at least a double-digit margin. Donald Trump is the projected winner in Texas. It's surprising we're calling it this early, but he is going to win Texas by his largest margin ever. This is basically exactly what I've been saying in my last few prediction videos. So you can see on the bottom right there, Texas is going to be ready. He may even win it by a solid margin. He is now at
changed in the last several years. But
78 electoral votes, less than 100 from the 270 that he
38.
needs. We'll also
38 electoral college.
come back here. Iowa, less than 1%. Trump is looking good there. obviously he's going to win.
It's
Anyone who
40.
thought that Trump wasn't going to win Iowa, I mean, that was just never going to happen. And so, yeah, we actually hit our goal of 325. So now I guess we'll have to up it to 350. I mean, just because of all of you guys' incredible support throughout the night.
Unbelievable. And again,
So
hey,
give me
thank
just
you all
1
for coming up. Carter hates
second
everything.
to
We're
add
doing
a new image here. So
coverage of the
325
election.
is going to be gone.
This is crazy. Like, I
Now it's
reserve
just going to be
judgment
350.
until
So I can
everything is
actually
over, you know.
get to that.
Because as the 216 election showed us,
Here's a
anything can happen
325.
in the
We're going to
final
totally
hour.
remove that. And then we're going to add the new goal of 350. I mean, it's incredible the support you guys have been giving me tonight. I'm going to go over all of the new results in just one moment because we do have a lot to
Oh, let
unpack
me
here.
see if
This
I
is
get my bro. I
another
gotta
big
get
poll
Brett.
closing. It's another pivotal moment
Let me see if Brett.
tonight. And it's really where we'll get to see Trump start to build a lead where we can feel confident that he's going to end up winning this election. So we'll start off. We'll just go from east to west. Pennsylvania, Trump's lead or Harris's lead is continuing to shrink. Michigan, Kamala Harris leads by just 8 points. Obviously, her numbers are going to go down from here on out. Kamala Harris is on track to win by 0.2%, according to
I should have
the
asked
New
you.
York
What?
Times.
Brett has
Meanwhile,
political
in
knowledge. Should have
Pennsylvania,
asked.
we see a toss-up, but Trump leads by 0.5. So again, Trump's numbers are going up more and more
I would
in
love to
Pennsylvania. This is
see where
exactly
Brett's at
what
right
he
now. You
wants
know
to
what? Give me a
see. It's basically
Give me
perfect
one.
what's been happening so far. And then Texas, we already made this projection, but Texas is going to go red. Iowa, not too much from there. Colorado, 6%. Kamala Harris at 78. If you look at the New York Times projection, Harris is on track to win by 11. This is actually surprisingly high, but still, it's going to be a victory for the vice president here. Dominic said, love your channel. Been watching from overseas while in the military. Keep up the good work. I mean, yeah, I'm glad I've been able to inform you guys. And I mean, hopefully I'll be able to shed this image of being a right-wing channel when really, I think looking at how things have been going, I'm going to be exactly spot on or just one state off. Trump at a 72% chance of winning. Michigan, Wisconsin are the two swing states where Kamala Harris has a chance. And I mean, compared to this map, it's not going to be very different from what I said in my final prediction. Somebody wants me to look at New York City. I can definitely do that. It's been projected for Kamala Harris now. We're going to have to zoom in quite a bit to actually see it. But in Brooklyn, Kamala Harris at 77. In Queens, she's at 67. Manhattan, 86. The Bronx, 78. And of course, Staten Island, Trump leads at 66. So, you know, it's looking okay for Democrats, but obviously they're going to do a lot worse as the upstate numbers start pouring in. People also want me to check Georgia and Virginia. All right, so I'm going to check Georgia, Virginia, North Carolina. So in Georgia, 70% of the votes are in. Trump, 53. Harris, 47. The state is leaning Republican. The New York Times is projecting a 2.3% margin of victory for Donald Trump. That is exactly what he wants. In North Carolina, Trump leads here as well. He's ahead by over 4 points. He's actually doing surprisingly well. He's on track to win by 2.1. So I may have actually underestimated him in the state here.
All right,
All
yeah,
the
I was
North
just meeting with
Carolina
my bro.
races, you know, we saw Josh
He's
Stein
a
just
little
get
busy right
destroyed
now,
over,
but
or we
we
thought Josh
will
Stein
get him
destroy
on.
Mark Robinson, but that's no problem for Trump.
Brett,
And
I don't
then
know if
in
you're listening, but
Virginia, Donald Trump is at
maybe an
50, Kamala Harris at 48, with a majority
that
of the
would be
votes
nice,
in.
Brett.
Harris is on track to win by less than
Maybe
5. So
an
we're going to
interview.
see some more mail-in votes as well, more
Military
votes from
knowledge.
Northern Virginia come in.
Hold on,
That's going to favor him. Ohio has just been called. Ohio
oh,
called in
Ohio's
favor
just been close.
of Donald
It's called
Trump.
Ohio.
This is going to be another big win.
Real quick, yeah, Brett, if you're listening, maybe we could get Brett in And maybe we can get him to come in and talk about his book. We'll do an interview with Brett, see if we can even get him to cam up. If we can't get him to on cam, at least I can get him over the line and have him call in, and we can do an interview, and then eventually get him on cam and have him cam up and do a interview, so he could tell us about his books. He has several books, best-selling books, so he's a best-selling author, and his musical knowledge is like a computer database of rhythm and blues and backtracking all the way back to the origins of certain music. Same thing with his military history knowledge. So yeah, I can see if when I speak to him tomorrow, maybe we could set up a date where I can get Brett on and see if we can do an interview. Like I said, it's everything on this channel is not just going to be like political stuff. This is just so big, I have to cover this. But moving forward in the future, I will have a range of things that I'll be doing besides commentary, political. I mean, if you go back and you look at some of my other Carter Hates Everything episodes, I did interview with Jungle George, uh, and he talked about his independent music journey when he did his first album, performances, shows, and his years in the music business and pushing himself as an artist. And I have a couple more interviews lined up that I will be doing. I'm not gonna say no reveals of them yet. Some of them, most of them will be good. They'll all be good. Good interviews with good people. Some you may know, some you might not know. But I got a couple of big fish that I'm gonna work out something with to see if I could get them on the platform to interview them. Just, just stay tuned. I definitely have a few big fish that I want to reach out to see if they'll come on the platform. Let's see. Let me get back to the coverage.
Closer than normal just because of Bob Menendez, but she is on track to win. And then Maryland, we don't have any calls there. But on the Senate map, it does seem Republicans are going to take the majority back pretty easily, in almost the exact way that I called it. Republicans right now are at 47 seats, Democrats at just 34. And to map
And I
out
get
the
it for some
GOP's
people.
path to majority,
This is
all they will
nerve-wracking
need left
right
is to hold
now.
on to
It is what it
Nebraska,
is. I'm like,
hold
yeah,
on to Texas,
anyway,
and then win
but for some
Montana,
people,
and
I
Ohio, of course, as
very
well. And then we have Utah, which
very
is going to be solid
nerve-wracking.
red. So it's going to be a very easy pathway to at least 52 seats for Republicans. That is currently what I have it projected as. You can see here, Sherrod Brown is going to go down to Bernie Moreno. Ted Cruz
Oh
is
wow,
going to win in the Senate election. It's going to be pretty easy.
but I was
Do you
also
call him to predict the Biden win? I'm honestly not too sure.
asking Carol I was also asking about the betting system in Vegas. Oh wait, oh, I know you can vote. I mean vote. I know you can bet on practically anything in Vegas, and I'm wondering if they had bets on the election in Vegas. I'm pretty sure they did have bets on the election in Vegas. But yeah, I just wanted to know if there was anybody in Vegas or familiar with Vegas to know A, if they had bets on the presidential election, and B, how does that work? Is it in the casinos, or you got to go to some shady bookie in the alley and shit, and he opens up his coats and he got, hey, I got Trumps and I got Kamala's, what you want to get? Like how does that work? That's what I was wondering when I brought up Vegas. Uh, let me see. Who fucking with me? Oh, sorry, y'all. My bad, my bad, my bad. But I do mean that though. You know, fucking with me. Time is hard to tell. Hard to tell in the streets. You know. All right, cool. Let me get back. It's all right. It's back up. Let's see what we got now.
73. Now in 2020, Joe Biden got to 72.6. But the issue for Harris now is that we're only going to get more and more in-person votes, and so Harris's numbers there are only going to continue going down. It's not going to get bigger. So she is really going to lose Georgia, based on the returns that we've seen so far.
Oh boy.
Arizona, don't have any numbers there, but polls actually did close.
Yeah, what time are we at? We're at 9:17.
How is Virginia looking? Yeah, we can definitely
Most of the polls should be closed.
as an update on Virginia. Donald Trump continues to lead. He's
It's so
ahead
crazy.
by 0.9%.
Instagram.
The New York Times meter has it at Harris 4.7.
Facebook right now
Continuing
is
to go
it's like
down.
the
Kamala Harris
needle.
is just doing worse and worse. I don't
Yeah,
think anyone
Trump
really could have
on Facebook
foreseen
right now.
just how poorly she's doing right now, especially in New Mexico. She's on track to win by
See.
5. Joe Biden won the state by over double that margin 4 years ago. Really, it's getting quite problematic for the vice president's campaign. Another really interesting race to look at is Nebraska. We have the Senate election in Nebraska. Deb Fischer right now
You ever
is
see people with
losing
this shit and you be
to
like, yo,
Dan
how
Osborne,
the hell do I even know?
57-43. In the presidential race, Trump leads 44 to 55. So
who are you?
sorry,
Who are you?
sorry, not leads, but he's at 44 to 55. So if Trump right now is at 44%, and Fisher's at 43. All right, so Fisher's going to win. So Nebraska Senate race basically has been called. Not officially, but Deb Fischer is going to win her reelection. The seat is not going to go to an independent. Republicans will
in the shower crying right
hold
now.
on to Nebraska, which means that they will be able to easily win at least 51 seats. Very likely 52 seats. I mean, look at Nebraska here. 83% Deb Fischer wins. Ohio 96% it goes red. Montana 89% it goes red. So basically everything Republicans need in the Senate they currently have. Couldn't have gone any better. Tammy Baldwin is actually looking quite weak right now. She could actually lose her Senate seat. I don't think it's the most likely thing in the world, but definitely it seems that people are worried about her based on what we're seeing right now. Who is predicted to win the House? We have been focusing a lot more on the presidential and Senate races, I will admit, but we'll see.
I'm trying to see
Where what's
is your
happening
boy?
with the House races. Currently, 59% Republicans win the House. So it might be just a trifecta for the GOP. If you look at the markets for the most likely outcomes for the election, we'll see if we can find it here. Yes, the balance of power. There is a 55% chance. It's the highest it has ever been that Republicans are going to win the House, the Senate, and the presidency. It seems that is currently what is on track to happen. All the other ones, the odds are pretty low. There's an 18% chance that Republicans don't win the House, but they win everything else. I don't think that's most likely, but it's definitely possible. Although things are looking up. I mean, Republicans have a 97% chance at winning the House of Representatives. They have essentially won the Senate majority back from Democratic control over the last 4 years. Coming back to the map here, Colorado, a lot more votes from Colorado now. Kamala Harris at 56, Trump at 42. Harris is going to win by 11 points here, it seems. Colorado is one of those few states that is actually going to do a lot better with Harris on the ballot than expected, even though she's going to do worse than Joe Biden. But Colorado is the state that has shifted the most in the last 20 years. So this isn't too surprising, but it's going to continue its leftward shift. Virginia, Trump's probably not going to win the state. He is winning there right now, but he's probably going to lose it ultimately by just under 5. Hawaii, I don't think we're going to see anything too interesting from Hawaii, but the state generally is shifting to the right. Joe Biden did worse than Hillary Clinton in Hawaii, so that's a pretty good example of that. Somebody wants me to look at Minnesota, less than 1% of the votes in. I think this will be interesting to look at. The New York Times is projecting a 4.6% margin of victory. I mean, once again, I guess I've just overestimated Kamala Harris. I had her winning Minnesota by just over 5. Pretty sure I said that in video as well. But if she wins by just under 5, yeah, she's going to lose. She needs to do better than Joe Biden in Minnesota. Joe Biden didn't run with Tim Walz as his running mate. He's not running with the state's literal governor. I mean, Kamala Harris, who is, if she can't even defeat Trump by a larger margin than 7, yeah, it's looking quite bad for her. I'd be pretty worried if I was a Democrat right now.
Damn, they're putting it in.
Of course,
Yo,
I'm independent, so you know it doesn't really matter too much to me. Oregon, yeah, no results in
Arkansas.
Oregon yet.
Arkansas.
But we can come back to Polling Market, see what the presidential results are saying. Polling Market also has an app, so you can download the app on the App Store. The link is at the top of the description below. You can download that for free using my link. And so, you know, you can check these odds because there are going to be big changes in the next few days as well.
I want to make sure, you know.
But, you know, we're at 150,000 concurrent viewers right now. We're about to hit 2 million total views. I wanted to say, you know, just thank you guys for your support. Our goal is to hit 350,000 subscribers this stream. So if you guys could just all hit that subscribe button right now, we'd be able to hit it in just an instant. We could actually probably hit 400 if we all hit subscribe right now. But you know, just please do me a favor, hit that subscribe button, see what happens, see how high I can shoot up. But you know, I really appreciate you guys staying with me throughout the night. CNN has just projected Illinois and Rhode Island on the TV in front of me, but obviously we've already gotten to that.
Now,
we'll probably be able to make a call in Iowa pretty soon. We're at 10% here. Trump is at 58, or Kamala Harris is at 58, but obviously he's going to lose the state. Very similar to 2020. Ohio, Trump's going to win by a similar margin as well. It seems that these two states haven't really moved too much in either one direction, but it is still good news for Republicans.
One thing I will give him, and that's probably why he got
GOP,
1 million,
which is one thing that Democrats
viewing
were
right now.
incredibly worried about.
His coverage.
New Mexico, Harris leads by just 4. I mean, this is embarrassing. She's going to win by just over 5. This is definitely not what she needs.
Bigger channels are not doing this right
now. Not looking good for our vice president there. Iowa, Harris is ahead, but she's going to lose it. Kansas, again, Trump is going to win there.
Oh, shoot.
So in just a few moments, we're going to make a few more projections. Trump is holding on to his lead in Georgia. The New York Times has him winning by 2.3%. So we're probably going to make a few calls in the next few minutes if I can get everything set up here.
Tomorrow's outcome, boy. Tomorrow.
All right, so people want me to look at Michigan. 12% of the votes are in. Kamala Harris leads by 8 in Michigan. The New York Times has Trump winning by 0.1. I mean, I guess that really is pretty incredible. Now that it seems that Trump might even win Michigan, he could sweep the entirety of the upper Midwest. I mean, that would be a surprise. But it seems like that could be the way it's trending right now. In Wisconsin, it's Harris plus 0.1. I mean, these 3 states are going to go down to the wire, but Trump only needs one of them, and that's why he is in such a better position. So, I mean, the betting markets right now, Michigan is a toss-up. Harris 51, Trump 47. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Democrats are just pissing their pants right now. Wisconsin at 60% for Trump. Kamala Harris at just 38. Yeah, it does seem like Wisconsin might actually go at this point. We'll just have to wait and see. Or actually, we just got a big change in Pennsylvania. Trump is now on track to win Pennsylvania by 0.6. This is exactly what he's been looking for. And I will say this tentatively. Obviously, this is not a final projection or anything, but it does seem that Trump is in a very good spot right now, especially with three Sunbelt states that he's already won.
I'm sorry, y'all. Just had to.
Yeah, we're gonna come back to the map. We're about to make a few more calls. New Hampshire is at 38% now. Trump just won Nebraska's 3rd district. I don't know why it took so long, but obviously he was always going to win that. Up in the Midwest, we're getting more and more numbers. In North Carolina, 53% of the votes in. Trump still leads. Yeah, so I guess we'll just go through Trump's pathway right now. I'm going to show you guys the 3 states that Trump needs and how he's doing. So with the map filled in, there's going to be no big surprises outside of this. It's just going to be these 7 states. So I'm going to start down in Georgia. This was probably the first one he needed. Trump is currently on track to win by 2.1%. So that's going to be lean Republican in.
Yeah, this is.
Sound asleep
Yeah,
doesn't
this is
always
why.
mean peace
This
and
is
quiet.
why I
The
decided.
8 Sleep Pod 4 Ultra helps both of
See,
you
people
get a
said, "Well, why aren't you gonna, cover it from this side or that side?" And I'm like, you know what? No, I'm gonna just keep it right in the middle. Even with my opinion, for now, my opinion. I listen. When it comes to opinion-based shit, let me be very clear. I would do a whole different show on that, so it doesn't conflict with this, because I just like the other political coverages that I did, I kept it fair and in the middle. Trust me, I got no problem with cooking people. I got no problem with smoking people. I got no problem with debates, discussions. I got no problem with heated debates. Like, if it wasn't for the fact that this is one of my family members, we had already scheduled earlier this year. I'm talking about in like, damn, that might have been December. Matter of fact, it might have been last year, going into this year. Yeah, because this album was supposed to come out. No, 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 no. Yeah, it was. It might have been around that time. Jesus, they just don't get it. Hold. Yeah, she probably butt dialed me. My bad, y'all. That might have been a butt dial. You know, butt dials still happen, y'all. It might, or maybe not.
Donald Trump
Second.
will win Iowa. 6 electoral votes going to Donald Trump. He is now at over 250. Somebody's saying that North Carolina was called. I don't think that's going to happen for a while. We can look at the CNN map here, see if there's any differences. Yeah, really not too much has happened. Somebody just asked in the chat, will Virginia turn red? No, it simply is not gonna turn red. It's so likely blue. Trump leads by 2 points. Although I do think that this margin could get cut down. I wouldn't be surprised if Harris wins by less than 3 at this point. But this would still be a pretty bad margin for Democrats. This is definitely not where they want or where they need to be. I mean, this map is shaping up to look very similar to what we saw back in 2016. And of course, that's what Republicans have been aiming for this entire time. We can come back up to the Rust Belt, Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris 55, Trump 43. By far, you are the best election reporter for 2024. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. But Trump plus 0.6. Yeah, so that's the first one. That's the only one he needs, actually. Michigan, Trump is behind by 9 right now, but he's on track to win by 0.2. I kind of do doubt this. We'll see what happens. And then Wisconsin is basically a tie as well, with an exactly even race. So it's going to go down to the wire. And it really doesn't matter at this point because Trump just needs one. And when they're all so close, Trump's going to win at least one, especially Pennsylvania, which is heavily leaning towards the right. We do have some numbers from Maine. Kamala Harris is behind right now, but ultimately it's pretty unlikely that the GOP will actually lose the state, where the Democrats will actually lose the state. No Democrat has lost it in over 3 decades. Looking at the Senate races, Amy Klobuchar not looking the strongest, but we'll see what happens there. Nebraska, Deb Fischer is probably going to come out with a victory. That's what Republicans want. Pennsylvania, Bob Casey, he does lead. And so basically all of these Senate candidates up in the Midwest, all they have to do is match Kamala Harris and just do slightly better, and they will win just because of how close these races themselves are. In Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin's at 45. Kamala Harris is at 45. So we'll just have to see what happens. Some people are saying that North Carolina has been called. Is that on Fox? Where has North Carolina been called? All right. I mean, I guess we can call North Carolina as well here. This is probably the first step on the road for a Trump victory. In North Carolina, we have our first swing state projection going in favor of Donald Trump. It's going to be in North Carolina. Give me 1 second to pull up the projection here. But the former president is going to be the winner in North Carolina. This is a big blow to the Harris campaign. Democrats have been trying to win North Carolina basically since they won it in 2008. It hasn't happened yet, and it's not going to happen in 2024. Donald Trump holds on to North Carolina. This is the first swing state projection we have made out of the 7. And North Carolina is going to go red. It's going to be a victory for Donald Trump. And then we can also call Colorado. Kamala Harris is doing quite well here. Kamala Harris will win the state's 10 electoral votes. It's going to go blue. And so we have an extra 10 going in favor of Harris. And so the map really is starting to fill in now. We're getting a pretty good picture of where things are. Can you do a poll of Biden versus Harris? I'm curious who is the lesser of two evils to the audience. Well, I guess if everybody would like to chat to say whether they prefer Harris or Biden, I think we can get a good answer just from that. So just type your answer in chat. All right, so we're going to come back to the map here. 178.99, that's the New York Times. I currently have it at 217, 115. I mean, obviously, these news sources are going to be a lot slower. But up in New Hampshire, it looks like Kamala Harris is doing okay. It'll definitely be a close race. Maine, it's not looking too great for Harris either. Missouri will definitely be called very, very soon. Then, of course, Colorado, New Mexico. So we've actually just hit 2 million views on this stream. So in total, 2 million people have clicked on it. Thank you guys so much for your support, for sticking with us. We're at nearly 150,000 concurrent viewers. So if you guys could subscribe right now and all hit the subscribe button at the same time, we may be able to hit our goal of 350,000. I would really appreciate that. Thank you guys so much for your support over the last 4 years and for tonight. Yeah, we're over 2 million now. I mean, that's incredible to see. We're at 333,000 subscribers. 1/3 of the way to 1 million, actually, but that'll obviously take a while. All right, people want me to look at Polymarket, so I guess I'll go over there and check things out. Trump at a 78% chance of winning the election. Yep, this is what we've been expecting. Pennsylvania shifting to the right. Wisconsin, Trump is looking good there too. Michigan, it seems like Trump might be able to win Michigan as well, although I would definitely be a lot more cautious about that. I personally do not have Trump winning Michigan, but we'll just have to see. To everyone who moved to Colorado and turned it into a crap hole. Interesting.
All right, so
My map has Missouri called. Yes, I
sorry about that.
do
Thank you all
have
for coming.
Missouri called.
Everything.
Missouri is going to go red. There's no
coverage.
doubt about it. Matthew says you're seriously the best. Have loved listening to you over the past few months.
And
Thank you,
I have been
Mr. Trump.
sticking with this
Thank you for your
channel
support.
election
I'm glad I was
time
able to
because
help
out of
guide you through
all
this
of three
election.
pause this for a second, the volume. Out of all the channels so far, including the big channels like your MSNBCs and Fox, CNN, so far when it comes to data and analytics, this has been the best space to be in right now. I've even went and checked the other platforms, and it's a shame. Well, no, you know what? I'm not gonna say it's a shame because it's actually a good thing. It's a great thing, and it's fucking amazing that this YouTube channel is spanking the $1 billion major platforms right now. So that's why we've been with him right now. Election time. The channel is called Election Time. I actually put the channel in the chat so y'all could go over, throw him a sub, throw him a support, you know, and so if he reviews, he can see that, we did fair use, YouTube, fair use, because we're doing coverage as well. And I am plugging the channel, and I will plug the channel in the chat, in the description later on after everything is done, But yeah, Election Time has done a great job, and my hat's off to you for spanking the big boys, because so far he's already had 1 million views since we've been on, and we've been on about the same time. I think he said he's been on a little over 3 hours, and I'm at 3 hours and 41 minutes. So we've been on about the same time. So my hat's off to you. Great job. And we're definitely piggybacking, because as far as it goes with the data and up to date data, it's been great. Now after everything is called, which I hope it'll all be called tonight, but I kind of doubt it will be called tonight. I will go to some of the other platforms and see what they're saying, as far as the aftermath, which I really think most of the aftermath is going to come in tomorrow. If it does, I will do a part 2 to this, because if there's if no one concedes tonight and we have to wait another day to see if the winner or loser, if the loser concedes, uh I might have to do a part 2 to the stream tomorrow night. We'll see. We'll see. But because this race has been so
Winning the election, he'll become the first president in over 100 years to serve 2 non-consecutive terms.
honestly, I think
Someone said,
Trump's
thank you for all
team,
your work. Been watching you throughout the
Republican
campaign
and the conservative team,
and
I
do
don't
your
think
homework.
they even
I
expect
appreciate
it to go
that. I
the way
do
it's
my best to
going
be as
right
accurate as
now.
possible.
But
The New York Times is now
Anything's possible.
popular
It's
vote
still
dead
not
plus
over.
0.4. Okay, that's pretty big. So
And one thing
yeah, looking at the electoral college
I
estimate
tell
right
everybody,
now,
you don't celebrate
New York Times gives
uh,
Trump
that's on
286
both
electoral
sides.
votes. My forecast
Whether your person
gives him
wins, or your person wins,
287. This is just because of
you
like
know,
a rounding error, basically, when they're allocating the votes. And then the election as a whole leaning towards Trump, 68% chance of a Trump victory. We're probably only going to see his odds continue to go up as the night progresses. It's still early. I mean, we've only been here for less than 4 hours. It's only 9:38. We still have quite a long ways to go. I'm going to do my very best to stay until we get a full projection for the winner of the election. To be honest, I don't even have slides for an actual election winner. I probably should make that right now, just because I did not expect the race to be called so fast. I didn't think Trump would actually perform nearly as well as he is right now. But again, we are just 21 minutes away now from 10 p.m. We're also going to be able to call Georgia and North Carolina soon. That's going to be or North Carolina's already being called, but we're probably going to be able to call Georgia pretty soon. That's going to be a big deal for
I'm
Trump.
currently checking all social media platforms.
But I'm literally making my
The
slide
phone
for
is,
Trump to win the presidency
what's going on,
right now,
and
just because I never actually made one.
you can
I didn't
tell
think I'd be able to call it
a
so
lot of
early.
people
But
is,
in North Carolina, it's pretty clear Trump is going to come out on top here. He's on track to win by 3.2, much better than a lot of people expected. Georgia also leans Republican. Trump leads by 5 points. With the final votes coming in, he's
yeah,
on track to win by 2.3, basically the same margin. Some people asking where Washington is at. Polls will close in Washington at 11, so we're not going to see anything from there
especially
for another
tone
2
this morning,
hours. But there's a lot
where we're
else
at
on the
now.
map that we have to cover, especially when it comes to Nevada, Arizona. We don't have any votes from Arizona
Here,
yet, but
pin
they
drop.
should be trying to get numbers out to us pretty soon, although obviously that hasn't happened yet. Right, yeah. Virginia, Trump is still doing incredibly well in the state. I mean, I think Virginia has been a pretty big surprise. Donald Trump at
Everybody's
50%, Kamala
prayer
Harris
hand.
at 48. I really don't know how
Everybody
he's
said
able
they
to
don't
pull this off at this point.
argue.
But we'll see.
Ooh.
4.9%. So Harris is still on track to win. Somebody said, please explain how Trump is so far behind in PA with a projected win. I mean, just the votes that have come in, these 31%. It's now just a 5-point margin for Harris. We've seen the margin continuously go down throughout the entirety of the night, and it's only going to continue going down more and more every single time a new state or every single time new batches of voting is count or votes are counted.
And in the end, Trump is on track to win by
Trump is on track to win by 0.9%. This is pretty big in favor of Trump at 0.9%. It really seems like he just isn't going to lose the state. Poly market is kind of going crazy right now.
Tone.
Trump at 76. All 3 of the upper Midwestern states are currently on track to go to Trump based on
it seems
the
like
poly market forecast. We'll have to see what happens there, but
it definitely seems like a lot of people is feeling like my brother, like my bro Brett. He said, I don't even want to think. He said he don't even want to look at the TV till 10 o'clock. He said he doesn't. He's like he doesn't even feel well right now. He doesn't want to look at the TV. He doesn't want to look at the constant updates. He said, I just want to look at it at 10, see what's going on. Then I get it. No problem, bro. You know, and I think a lot of people are feeling that way right now. I think a whole lot of people are feeling that way. And in all honesty, regardless of what political side you're on, I feel for you, you know, because this was a highly emotional, regardless if people felt there was a lot on the line, it wasn't a lot on the line. America's on the line, your everything's on the line. It drove body into a frenzy. And even I myself, started to suffer from what they call election fatigue. I didn't feel it until the day before Monday, day before the election. By Monday, I was just so drained with this shit. I just wanted it over. And then that's when I thought about, like, you know what? This is election fatigue, man. Now I'm suffering from it. I just wanted this shit to be over. And here we are. However it goes, here we are. So after everything is over, even if nothing is completely decided tonight, listen, get some rest, put all of this shit off your mind, and decompress. Do not take this shit with you to bed. Don't do it to yourself. All right,
Hear about a call from Kamala Harris to Donald Trump.
all right, let's see where we're at.
Where she will, of course, concede the election. So I think with me here on the stream, we will be able to call the election. Maybe not the big news outlets, but at least unofficially, it'll be pretty clear which way this race is going. 92% chance of winning North Carolina. Arizona is going for vice president too. So
that's my mic.
It really couldn't be any better.
Why is my soundboard? I don't know if y'all can hear sounds. For some reason, I don't think my soundboard is on.
Yeah, so let me try to look through chat, see if anything.
All right, let me check MSNBC real quick. See what
we can actually make another big projection here. Ted Cruz is going to win his reelection to the Senate. Obviously, he was one of the most vulnerable Republicans out there, but Cruz is going to win his reelection to another 6-year term. Ted Cruz, the projected winner in Lone Star State. So we can also fill this in on our Senate map now. We can probably make another projection in New York. Kirsten Gillibrand is going to win there. We're going to wait a little bit for the
and Marjorie Taylor Greene in Georgia.
But
wow,
now, Texas
who's another wow?
Cruz, the projected winner.
Oh, it just went down.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, some people are saying that they haven't called North Carolina yet. Really depends where you look, but North Carolina is going to go red. There's no doubt about it. Trump leads by 3 points right now. He's on track to win by 3.2. It's not going to change too much. I'd be extremely surprised if he lost it. We're going to be able to call Georgia
Here
as
we got
well.
178.99.
He's doing literally exactly what he needs to do. So, nothing to worry about there. In Iowa, the New York Times predicted margin is 8.7, so he's going to do better than he did last time.
And that is via MSNBC, y'all.
You slip up on your unbiased opinion a lot.
They would do everything in their power
not to just go with
that
the side that's doing well, really. Trump's doing well, and he's continuing to do that. It's not really my specific preference or anything, but I'm definitely not going to hide the fact that he is doing quite incredible right now, especially compared to what a lot of people are saying. I mean, somebody asked me about Alan Lichtman earlier. I think his career is over, although that's perfectly fine. He's quite old, so I don't think he really needs anything else. But yeah, I mean, lots of good news coming out.
See, this is why I like
for the
this
Trump
guy.
camp.
This is why I like this election time channel compared to the major platforms.
Is Trump leading in New Mexico? Trump's probably not going to win in New Mexico, but it's going to be a lot closer than even I expected. Kamala Harris is going to win by 5.4. It's going to be around that margin. And obviously, you cannot take these New York Times projections at face value, but they normally are pretty close. So if they have Harris win by 5, she's not going to win by too much more than that. I mean, Joe Biden, for context, won New Mexico by 11 points 4 years ago. So you can see how big that drop-off really was. I think Democrats are going to start to realize the impact of having a nominee that nobody really wanted. If Kamala Harris ran in a primary, if Joe Biden ran in 2020, it's pretty unlikely
You want
that
to come up? It's okay.
Kamala Harris would be the nominee in 2028. She simply doesn't campaign
I
that
mean,
well.
you know,
Thank you,
everybody's
Banana Crypto,
in
for
space
gifting
right now, so I
50 memberships.
space and
Really
process,
appreciate that. Hope you guys enjoy it.
you know, cool. But
Can you explain why Trump will
MSNBC
lose Virginia even though he has a lead? Yeah, so I mean,
won
again, the votes that have been counted so far, a lot of them
191.
are coming from these rural counties. I mean,
He
look at
won?
these counties, over 95% in. So these are the Trump counties, basically. We still
Yeah,
have a
look,
good amount of votes up
won
in
at
Fairfax.
191. MSNBC.
That's probably the biggest Dem county in the
And here we're
state, right
looking at
outside of Washington,
178 to
D.C.
99.
And so it's going to be those votes
Um,
that are going to get Harris over the top, although she is doing worse
but
and
like I
worse.
said, what I
So
don't
the race
like,
can get close, like I've been
I
saying for a
don't
while,
like the
but
fact
not
that,
close enough where
hold on,
Trump is actually going to win.
I gotta say this quick. This is why this guy right here, Election Time Channel, is spanking the majors right now. Because I'm looking at MSNBC, right? They have 49,000 people watching right now. This channel, Election Time, has 146,000 people watching right now. He's spanking the majors. Again, my hats off to him. And he's being fair enough where, just like myself, he's got the chat wide open so people can talk on both sides. He's got whatever, he's letting the chat rock. Whereas MSNBC has put their chat in commentary mode, right? Meaning only they're posting, and everything they're posting is each one of the let's see. Yep, live commentary mode. Yep. They're only posting the states that's been won. Isn't that crazy? Yeah. They're only posting the states that's been won. So my question to MSNBC, if this was the other way around and she was winning by a landslide, would your chat be turned off? Or would you have people in your chat going crazy right now? You see the bias? And you see why this kid right here, this channel is doing so well compared to the majors, busting the majors' asses? Because of that right there. The people are smart enough to know we're not going to be restricted. We're not babies. We're free thinking people. Don't, you know what? I'll say that for another time. Because that's why what you see that's happening right
You know, that they've lost this election, and I would
now, in my
say
opinion,
they kind of
that's
lost
why
it
this
from the
happened.
beginning with Joe Biden running. He was the right candidate in 2020. He was definitely the
Because
only
the
one
ghosts
that
seem like
could really win
talking to
against
like
Trump.
we're
But
babies that can't think for ourselves.
you know, he should not have tried to run again. He should have realized that, you know, he was simply too old. And what was he really going to gain from a second term? And so, you know, with Kamala Harris, I mean, if she had entered the race earlier, she would have a better chance. I mean, people know. I mean, people just simply aren't as enthusiastic about her because nobody really chose her to be the nominee. People just support her because they don't want Trump. You know, whether or not that's a good reason or not is not really, I don't really care.
That's another thing.
But, you know, we saw the exit polls earlier, and it was clear that
If you
Trump
don't
just
mind,
had a lot more
if you don't
enthusiasm. There was
mind,
a much higher
oh, yeah,
percentage of Trump
that's-
voters that were voting because they supported Trump, and less that were voting for him just because they didn't want his opponent. You know, and that was an issue for Harris. She simply doesn't have the enthusiasm, and that is why she's losing. People want me to look at the overall forecast. Trump at 286, according to the New York Times, 69% chance of victory. So it's still matching up basically exactly with my projection. The Ohio Senate race, 58% of votes in, Bernie Moreno in the lead. Yeah, this is
I mean,
this
this
is
is
what Trump
crazy.
and Republicans want to see. We're probably not going to see too much of a difference in the results here. Trump has already won Ohio. He's probably going to win it by 10. So I do believe we can probably make a call for the Ohio Senate race pretty
I want to
soon, but we're
get
going
a
to
comparison.
be a little bit more cautious here. Although there are some Senate races that I would
Let me
like
see.
to project
Ohio,
at this time.
2020.
We have a lot of results from Maryland now in. Angela Ulster Brooks is going to win there. In Maine, not too much yet. Virginia, Tim Kaine is struggling as hung cow. This is going to be probably the closest election for Tim Kaine ever. Minnesota, Amy Klobuchar is losing. So yeah, all across the map, Republicans just are not seeing what they're looking for. Democrats are not seeing what they're looking for. And so yeah, I mean
Colorado, New Mexico.
That's pretty much the theme of the night. I wouldn't say Democrats have lost by a lot, but they're definitely not where they need to be.
Yeah, this is something else.
Trump.
I mean,
CNN just called Louisiana.
I am
New Hampshire. Yeah, I can look at New Hampshire. So 47%. Kamala Harris +7 right now. She's on track to win by 4. I wouldn't say that she would flip it. That's pretty unlikely.
also doing a comparison
but we'll
to
have to see.
Biden's 2020 election to just see what states could Kamala win. You know, so I'm trying to keep it fair.
All right.
But the way this is,
People asking about Missouri as well. I mean, Missouri's going to go red. It just hasn't been called yet because we don't have the Trump votes in at this point.
Missouri. Let me look at Missouri.
What's going on in Georgia? I mean, yeah, Trump leads right now by 5 points. It's going to shrink, but he's going to win it by 2.5. It's pretty difficult for this race to go any other way. And so at this point, we can make another major projection, and that is the one. Give me 1 second here.
Texas went with Cruz again.
Right. We can project that Donald Trump is going to win Georgia, 16 electoral votes. The second swing state for us to call. Georgia is going to go red. It's going to vote for Donald Trump for a second time. He's going to flip it back. He won it in 2016, lost it in 2020. He's going to win it back again. So 16 electoral votes from Georgia. You can see at the bottom right, it is going to be red.
Is Georgia being called already, or did he put
Pennsylvania, a lot of people want me to look at Pennsylvania. I mean, yeah, I think Trump's going to retake the lead there soon. We also have a projection in Maryland. Angela Ulster Brooks is going to defeat Larry Hogan to win her first 6-year term. This comes as Ben Cardin is retiring. So on the Senate map, Maryland is going to be blue. Then you guys want me to look at Pennsylvania, so I'll do that in just a second here. Pennsylvania, it's about to flip. Kamala Harris at 50, Trump at 49. Trump is on track to win the state by 1.2%. This is quite incredible. Just how well he's doing. Yeah, I think we should be able to make some calls soon. Michigan at Trump +1. I mean, yeah, I guess I would say we may have underestimated the former president a little bit here. But in terms of margins, it's basically exactly the same. Yeah, so right here, Trump at 287. This is according to the New York Times projection. Matches up exactly with my final forecast. 287 for Trump, 287 for Trump, according to the New York Times as well. Yeah, Pennsylvania's going to flip soon. That's probably going to end the night for Republicans. We, of course, do have 4 more minutes, though, until 4 more minutes until the 10 p.m. poll closing. So that'll definitely be interesting to see how much left of the Philadelphia vote is in or is left, I guess. So far, Philadelphia County, 32% in, but these are the heavily favoring Democrat votes. These are the mail-in votes, the early votes. So Trump is only going to go up from here. And we also, of course, have a lot of these rural counties left to report a lot of results. So Pennsylvania is only going to get better and better for Trump, but we're probably not going to be able to make a projection there for quite a while, especially if we only have 40% of votes in. It's going to be at least at 80 or 90%. That will be confident enough to make a call. But there are many other states that we can also project pretty soon. I'm keeping an eye out on states like New Mexico, Iowa, I think we've already called, Minnesota too. Kamala Harris, 4.3%. That's a pretty abysmal margin, honestly worse than I expected. So, yeah, I mean, it's been pretty disappointing for the Democrats. I don't really know how else I could put it.
Like, that's crazy.
The AP has Harris winning Iowa. Yeah, I mean, oh wait, no, okay. So the results so far, Kamala Harris winning in Iowa, but a lot of these votes are from Des Moines. I mean, Des Moines is the most liberal area in Iowa, and we have 60% of the votes in, 60% for Harris. That's, she definitely needs a lot more than that to actually win the state. Iowa's going to remain Republican. Trump is on track to win Iowa by 8.8%. This is better than his performance from 4 years ago, so he's definitely going to win. No doubt about it. Can you explain Pennsylvania and Michigan again? All right, so Pennsylvania and Michigan, I guess with Wisconsin, right now this is the electoral map. So we've made most of these projections already, but North Carolina, Georgia, the two swing states we've called. So for Trump to get over 270, he needs Pennsylvania. That's the one that can get him to 270 the quickest. But if he does win Arizona, which is extremely likely, he can also not win Pennsylvania and just win Michigan, or just win Wisconsin. It seems like right now he's going to win at least one of these three states at the very minimum, even if things start to go terribly for him. But it's also very likely that he actually wins all three. We'll have to see. All of them, though, are decided by razor-thin margins. So really, it's going to be Trump plus 0.5, Harris plus 0.5. It's going to go down to the wire.
Yeah, Carol, I know a lot of them is projected.
It's almost a guarantee
But
that is going to happen.
I'm also looking
Wisconsin has
because
just flipped in favor of Trump. It's 49.5 to 49 now.
because
For
I'm
former
seeing
President Trump on track to win by
major platforms,
0.5.
CNN and
The betting markets have it at
NBC,
67% a Trump win. Michigan
posting
62,
appearances
Pennsylvania
that happening.
73.
I was
So
just
yeah,
double checking to see if
that's
some
what
of
we've
the
been expecting right now.
some of the wins are being posted.
But we will just have to wait a little bit longer. We're just 1 minute away, though, from the 10 p.m. poll closings. Voting about to end in Montana, Nevada,
7 minutes
and
ago.
Utah. Three big states, especially Nevada and Montana. We have,
Ohio.
of course, a very close presidential election in Nevada, and then in Montana, we have the big Senate race where John Tester is fighting to stay alive and hold on to his seat. All right.
I know.
So it is now 10 p.m. Eastern time. Polls have closed in Montana, Utah, and Nevada. At this time, we can call the state of Utah in favor of Donald Trump. He's going to win Utah, and it's 6, and it's 4, or I guess it should be 6, but I guess I put 4 there, but it's 6 electoral votes for Trump in Utah. And then in Montana, Donald Trump is going to win the state's 4 electoral votes. We're going to see Trump creep up.
Okay, so that was
just a little bit more. He is now at 243 electoral votes.
Get the fuck out of here.
We also do have a projection in New Hampshire. Kelly Ayotte, the former senator from the Granite State, will become the next governor of New Hampshire, succeeding Chris Sununu. She was defeated by Maggie Hassan in 2016 to win her re-election to the Senate. She's now going to be elected the governor. She's going to defeat Democrat Joyce Craig in what was supposed to
Didn't see that one.
be quite a competitive race. And so good news for Republicans there.
Okay, didn't see.
But yeah, we were now.
Oh yeah, no, Carol, I know.
10
I know.
p.m. Utah's red. Montana's going to be
I'm
red.
just
very, very
double
soon.
checking.
Pennsylvania, Trump takes the lead. Michigan, Harris is ahead by 8. Wisconsin, Trump has taken the lead there as well. So everything is now turning into Trump's favor. This is what we've been expecting. The map is shifting more and more to the right. Any updates on Nevada? Yeah, so polls just closed in Nevada. We're probably not going to see numbers out of Nevada for quite a while. It is always one of the slowest states to count votes.
Nevada is
It's kind
6
of frustrating, but
electoral.
it simply is just going to take quite a while.
Okay, 6 for Nevada. California is going to be a big boost, though.
All
California,
right. The Senate map here.
55 or
We'll see if we have any updates here. I mean, the
65
Montana
or
Senate race, this is
60,
a big one to watch.
electoral college.
Democrats could lose their second or third seat here if John Tester doesn't win re-election. And yeah, we're actually now at over 2.3 million total viewers, where we've been pretty consistent at
Well, I will say to
150,000
everybody,
concurrent
I'm not
viewers. So
at
thank you guys so
2.3
much for that.
million viewers.
Thank you to Happy
Yeah,
Family.
good, great number
Take a
tonight.
break after 10 p.m. I appreciate that.
So,
I'll try to keep going for as
let's
long as
keep
I
it
can.
going.
But I think we'll actually be able to have a pretty good
Y'all,
idea of who's
continue to hit the like button. Continue to sub if you can.
going to win in the
I
next few hours
am
here.
grateful to all of y'all for.
We are still trying to hit our goal of
We're
350,000 subscribers.
doing great.
So if all of you guys hit
You know, we're not at
subscribe
1 million
right now, we'd be able to
off
instantly
the
get to
screen tonight,
350. Let's see how
but
high
I am certain that on the back end, when I look up these numbers, I am definitely going to be
if we go
looking.
up, if we all
We're
subscribe.
doing
Yes,
great.
thank you guys so much for your support
Oh,
and for sticking with me throughout the
thank
night.
you so much,
But
Carol. Thank you.
hopefully we can hit
I really
350.
appreciate that.
Um,
You mind if I throw that up?
in the next
If
few
you,
hours,
if
but
you,
I guess
cool
we'll
with that, Carol,
continue on now.
Carol,
Looking at some of the new
you mind if I
results
throw that up?
that have just poured in. Montana projected for Trump. He leads 28-26. I mean, I'm sure that's a mistake there. I don't know how that's possible. And then,
If you don't mind,
has Trump taken the lead in Pennsylvania? Yes, Trump has taken the
appreciate
lead
that.
in Pennsylvania. Well, I guess
That's
he just
Miss
lost
C,
it again,
y'all.
but
Miss
it's
C
going
on
to
the
come back to
check-in.
him.
You
He's going to
know,
win
since you,
Pennsylvania by probably around
our political
1%.
correspondent,
Michigan is a toss-up as well,
is he running
Wisconsin too.
around doing some
But it seems that all three of these states, according to the New York Times projection, Donald Trump is favored to win all three of them.
But yeah, that's definitely Miss C. You know, she's definitely our political correspondent over here. So thank you so much, Miss C. And yeah, I say Miss C because you know that's her tag name. That's her tag name on YouTube.
And I just had to give it one way or the other. But
Well, let me,
Minnesota, Donald Trump leads by 16 points.
because I think we're behind.
Harris is on.
So let me catch this up. Let me catch this up to live.
But I mean, yeah, it's kind of over. If we look at the poly market forecast, yep, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, they're all on track to go red. Donald Trump, 87.4%. Kamala Harris, 12.9. I mean, this is almost exactly what I predicted in my final projection. I said Wisconsin and Michigan were basically pure toss-ups. And things are going perfectly as expected. And so, you know, if you appreciate it, you know, consider subscribing. We're at almost 2.5 million viewers. If we could all subscribe right now, see how high that number can go up. We're trying to hit 350 tonight, and I think we can do it with your support. So thank you guys again so much.
See those colors up top.
For all that,
is
you know, for all the support and for continuing to stick with us tonight.
Once we hit the first tier, which I'm right around.
Donald Trump flipped the popular vote. I'm not sure exactly what that's referring to, but it does seem that Trump's numbers are starting to creep up
to the channel
more and more. We'll see the 2024.
So it'll be with your
guess if I could just see
and,
everything at the same time.
contribution to the channel.
Guess we'll come into Google. So with the popular vote now, Donald Trump leads with 52.5% of the popular vote. Kamala Harris at 46.3%. Trump is at a raw vote total
But definitely,
of 41.
we are looking good.
0.3 million. Kamala
You know,
Harris at
don't
36.5
have that 1
million.
million views
So
like this guy, but
it's
I'm happy with
looking
what
very, very good here for Donald Trump. He might even win the popular vote. I mean, if you look at the poll market forecast for the popular vote, it seems that Trump is actually on track to win it entirely. I mean, look at this graph. Look at what's happened in the past day. Trump has a 76% chance of winning the
thank you, John.
popular vote.
I appreciate
Things really are going his way. I mean, I'm watching CNN right now. Doesn't seem like they're looking very happy on
it. Didn't
screen.
come up. I can definitely say that I
We're probably going to see Van
gave,
Jones cry
gave this
again,
channel
although this time for a different
while we're
reason.
covering.
All right, let's come back and see what the presidential map is showing us, see if we have any new updates from these races. Not too much. Pennsylvania's at 50%, though. Donald Trump has taken the lead. He leads by 2.1. He's on track to win by 1.9. I think we could be looking at a projection here at some point. Wisconsin is also favoring Trump. Trump plus 3 right now. He's on track to win by 0.8. And then with Iowa, I mean, 51-48. Kansas, of course, Trump is going to win there. There's no doubt about that. North Carolina, Georgia, we've already called for Donald Trump. Virginia is still
Okay, so the projection is still
Trump plus 1. Yeah, thank you guys for all the new subscribers.
Georgia.
I couldn't be more appreciative for your guys' support. But we now have 48 minutes to go until our 11 p.m. poll closings, and not going to be the most important ones, but it's going to do a lot to fill in the map more. So Washington, Oregon, California, Idaho, the polls will close in those 4 states, and then at midnight we'll see voting end in Hawaii, and then Alaska will be at 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Wow.
So things are continuing to go basically exactly
Now,
as
Alaska and Hawaii,
we've
because
expected, exactly
electoral
as what Trump would have wanted.
vote is so low. Does it even matter with those two? Because I mean, I'm looking at
Right, Polymarket has Harris at 9%. I mean, I guess I'm just going to leave this here for you
Hawaii has
guys
4 electoral college votes.
to look at it for just a second here.
Alaska's
Kamala
3
Harris has totally
in
crashed.
2020.
This election is basically over. I mean, it's 88.6% chance that Trump wins, 9.7%.
They have to be looking at these numbers too. You know that?
9.7% that
They're
Harris
looking at these numbers.
will come out on top, but I mean, obviously that just isn't going to happen at this point. Do you think CNN is absolutely fake news? I mean, I would say that they try to be objective, but it's clear that the people they have on their panel they're extremely left leaning, which I don't think is a problem. But I mean, I feel that I think they're better than MSNBC, but I feel that with the election reporting, at least it's pretty objective. I mean, they're going to call a Trump victory pretty soon. Is Virginia actually in play? Probably not. With 70% of the votes in, Trump is going to lose his lead soon. Harris is going to win by around 4 points.
That's what I'm thinking.
That's what I currently expect.
I'm
There would
sure
have to be a
it won't,
big
so
shift in favor of Trump for him to actually win
stay
it.
up till 1 o'clock
But we'll see what
for
happens.
that.
Arizona,
That's another
40%
thing.
of the votes here. It's leaning Republican. Trump is behind by 1%, but he's actually on track to win Arizona by 4
That'd be
points.
crazy.
Yeah, this is pretty big. We're going to be able to make a projection there pretty soon, in all honesty. New Mexico hasn't even been called yet.
Hold on, let me stop that for now. Yeah, in 2020, Biden won New Mexico, and in 2020 that was 5 electoral college votes. Arizona, Biden won that with 11. And now I'm sure it's more electoral college votes now, but in 2020 it was 11. Nevada, Minnesota, Wyoming, Virginia, and Georgia was all Biden's wins in 2020. And these are the actually these are the states that this time around are automatically going in the opposite direction. Oh my God, what is this? What is this? What is this? We don't want this. Yeah, I don't. I saw somebody put that. I don't see that happening.
So the New York Times has Donald Trump winning the popular vote by 0.6. First time that Republicans will win the popular vote in 20 years. The last time, of course, being with George W. Bush in 2004. And then before that, you would have to
How insane would that be if, when this election is over,
go back to
if
1988
the
with the election of George H.W. Bush. With the Electoral College, Trump is on track to win 295 right now. My projection originally was 287. We'll see what happens there, but Trump 295. And then in terms of winning the election as a whole, the New York Times gives Donald Trump a 79% chance of winning the election. Poly market here. We'll see what the update here is. 88 to 9.
Poly
I mean,
market,
Trump has got this election in the bag. I think something else that would be fun to do is just to see how all these forecasts have updated in the final day, because there was a pretty notable shift in favor of Harris this morning. So I mean, if we look at the 538 forecast, see what they have there. In the final moment, they gave the election to Kamala Harris. So once again, they're wrong. They were wrong 2016. They're wrong now in 2024. The Economist, on the final day, they gave Kamala Harris a 56% chance of winning. They're going to end up being wrong as well. And then we also have Nate Silver's forecast. He will end up being wrong once again, too. He gave Kamala Harris 50 to 49. I mean, obviously, these are just odds, but it's funny how they all shifted in favor of Kamala Harris on that final day, which is basically this morning. So yeah, I mean, coming back to the map here, Iowa, Trump leads by 5. His margin's only going to expand there. Arizona, we have a majority of the votes now in. Kamala Harris leads by 0.8, but it's still very likely Trump will win it. Plus 3.9 is the current margin for the former president.
What? So wait, what the hell is this?
Yeah, we'll see, how this continues to go over the next 40 minutes, because in 40 minutes we'll have another big poll closing. And then, of course, 12 p.m. with Hawaii, 1 a.m. with Alaska.
Oh shit!
You get caught up on chat real
Why?
quick.
Oh my God! I wish I would have known about this before the election.
Yeah. I mean, so no votes from Nevada have come out yet. It's still just 0-0. They're gonna take a while. They take a long
I wish
time.
I would have known about this.
Back in 2020, they always take a long time. That's kind of just something that Nevada likes to do. I really don't know why they're so slow, but it's just something you have to deal with. But the good thing is that Nevada's not going to decide the election. We're not going to wait until Nevada to actually be able to know who's winning. And the race is going to be decided a long time before Nevada is actually called, especially at this rate. And we already have North Carolina, Georgia going red. North Carolina, Trump holds on to a 5-point lead. Let's take a look at the update. Trump's on track to win by 2.6. Basically what we had earlier. And so we're going to be able to call a lot of these states pretty soon. New Hampshire right now, Kamala Harris at 52, Donald Trump at 46. It does seem like she's going to be able to hold on to her lead, at least for now. So that is good news, I guess, for the Democrats. They don't lose New Hampshire, but I mean, basically the election is gone. at this point. Check Virginia. People want me to check Virginia.
I definitely got it.
All right, so New Hampshire, Virginia, 71% in Donald Trump at 49.5, Kamala Harris at 48.8. Yeah, this is looking good. It is looking quite good for Donald Trump. We'll see if the meter changes, but right now Harris is still favored. It's at 4.5, although this
Oh my
number
God.
does continue to go down every time I check it.
Excuse me. Why didn't I find out about this? Oh my God. Why didn't I find about? Why am I finding about this right now?
But it's now 10:20.
See, information is.
You know, the night is probably going to end pretty early on. CNN currently has it at 178.91, but we of course know that they're heavily underestimating Trump in many of these races. Iowa has just been called. I think a lot of people are saying, people when we look at polling market again, apparently Trump is finally at 90. Yeah, it seems like Trump is now at 90. It seems like it's a lock. He's going to win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. Honestly, a little bummed out that I'll be proven wrong by less than 1% in both Wisconsin and Michigan. So I apologize for that. But I guess if I point to my prediction from 5 days ago, that would have been
Carol,
absolutely
look
perfect.
up poly market, Carol.
But I mean, you know, obviously we had Trump winning and the map wasn't going to change too much from there. The margin in Illinois right now, we'll take a look at what that is saying. It's 11 points for Kamala Harris. This is actually quite bad.
Man, I would have definitely got it.
But the last three Democratic nominees here have won the state by 17 points.
I would have definitely.
I mean, Kamala Harris up
Carol,
by 10, basically
how much
11.
money we could have made?
That's not what we need.
Shit.
For the Democrats. Now we're going to look at Arizona. We have a Senate election there with Carrie Lake running as the Republican nominee. Now, you know, people will get upset at me because I like to bash on Carrie Lake, but it really doesn't seem like she's going to win, even at this point. So, look at Arizona on the presidential level. Trump is at 49, Harris at 50. The Senate race has Ruben Gallego at 53, Carrie Lake at 45. So Trump is outperforming Lake by 4% right now. Kamala Harris is leading by 1. Trump is on track to win by 4. So we're basically going to see a 5-point swing in terms of the margin in favor of Republicans over the next few hours. Carrie Lake is behind by 8. So it does seem like Lake is going to lose again. And this was a winnable race for Republicans. It's just that they shouldn't have chosen the person that lost the governorship to Katie Hobbs, who was, you know, a pretty uninspirational candidate for a governor back in 2022. If Republicans put up anyone else, literally anybody else, if it was Blake Masters, they would have been able to win. But Carrie Lake was never the person, and I've been saying that the entirety of the election cycle. People want to look at Texas. Trump leads by 13 points in Texas and might even be a solid margin. Maybe he might even win by more than 15. This would be the best Republican performance here, maybe going back to 2012, or maybe even going all the way back to the Bush era. Somebody said, is this a red mirage or legit good news for Trump? This is most definitely legit good news for Trump. I mean, right now, basically what we have is it's pretty clear that Trump is going to sweep Arizona, Georgia, and North Carolina, the 3 must-win states in the Sun Belt. Now, all he needs is Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And according to the betting markets, according to the New York Times projection, according to just the votes that are coming in right now, it seems pretty clear that Trump is going to win at least 1, but probably all 3 of them. So this is not a mirage. This is not like what we saw in 2020. There's not going to be a blue wave. I would say if you're a Republican right now, you have nothing to worry about. Obviously, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty confident
Yeah.
that if you're a Republican right now, you have absolutely nothing
Maine is that Maine?
to be worried about. Republicans couldn't be in a better position, here at 10:30 p.m. Obviously, the race, isn't going to be called that fast, but it will be called pretty soon. I do feel. What are people saying about Carrie Lee? People want me to check Arizona. We're at 51% of the votes are now
I'm
in
sorry.
for Arizona.
I got
Still behind by 0.8, but he's going to win it. He's on track to win by 4.
Okay, let's see where we're at on.
Based on the numbers so far.
What? Holy crap! Wow, y'all.
Somebody said this is so much better than networks. I appreciate that. I'm gonna try to do my best.
The poll right now.
Here, I try to read the chat and see what you guys want me to go over. So I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the coverage. But we can also make another projection. I believe it should be updated on our Twitter. And that is that New Hampshire will go to Kamala Harris. Kamala Harris is the projected winner in the Granite State of New Hampshire. It's going
Oh, she got New Hampshire.
to be close. Kamala Harris' performance is going to be bad, but she is ultimately going to win the state. So New Hampshire is going to be blue on our map. We can also project that in Ohio, Bernie Moreno is going to win the Senate seat. He's going to defeat Sherrod Brown, the incumbent Democrat. This is going to be a flip in favor of the GOP. It's going to be a big victory for Republicans. This basically means that the GOP is going to win 52 Senate seats at the very minimum.
In 2020 was voted.
Coming back to the map,
So
see if there's anything else interesting that we can take a look at here. Michigan is now leaning Republican. Michigan might even vote to the right of Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. I mean, that's the biggest surprise, isn't it? In the Senate races, though, the Senate election in Pennsylvania is now a pure toss-up. I mean,
We might see a red
wave for the GOP. It might be 54 seats for Republicans. It seems like Tammy Baldwin currently is on track to lose her re-election to a third term. I mean, that is a really big deal here. Tammy Baldwin is ahead right now.
Yes.
By
Right now,
by less than
my
1%.
poll that I have up in the chat.
And I mean, she was crushing it in the polls just a few months ago.
Trump over Kamala.
Trump leads here. Baldwin is outperforming Harris by around 1%. I mean, this race, it really could go either way.
Let me. Did
So the margin right now is around
coming?
0.8. So we're going to see another 0.8 increase
Didn't Carol say that?
for Republicans there. And so with the Senate race,
Saw it coming.
yeah, it
Carol
seems
did
like
say that earlier.
Tammy Baldwin might be on track to lose. We'll have to see what
Was this so quickly?
happens, but the Wisconsin Senate race is going to be among the most competitive. Now in Michigan, it seems like Alyssa Slotkin is actually doing quite well. At least that's based on what we're seeing in the betting markets. Give us 1 second to take a look at that.
Why he kept referring to the betting market.
Yeah, I mean,
it
it would be a surprise for Republicans to sweep the 3 upper Midwestern seats, but it really seems like that is incredibly possible right now. But unfortunately, that does not mean that Carrie Lake is going to win.
I know now.
Because Carrie Lake is still probably going to lose. But with these Senate races, I will say Republicans are doing a lot better than expected. I had them personally at 52. I might have underestimated them by a seat or two.
I had never heard of it.
Obviously not everything can play out
Now,
as you would expect.
I will be signing up for that in the morning. Without a doubt.
Pennsylvania update. We're at 56% of the vote. Donald Trump takes a bigger lead. He's now up by 3 points. He's on track to win by 2%. Yeah, it seems that right now Donald Trump is on track to perform better than he ever has in the past. That's what the polls have been saying. Now, it did say the polls were going to be more accurate than they have been in the past, and that has proven to be incredibly true, at least so far. Trump has still been underestimated in some instances, but it's well within the margin of error
Give me
this
a minute,
time.
y'all. Let me do
The
a
polling
fix if
has
you need
actually been
it
pretty reasonable.
because I do want to keep
So, the polling is not something that we should really get upset
what's
about
going on.
this cycle, unlike the last two where there were just huge misses. But Georgia's done. I mean, we already called it, but the news media is going to call it very soon. Trump is going to win by 2.7. 91% of the votes in. Trump leads already by 2.1% or 3.1%. His lead is going to shrink a little bit, but he's going to win. North Carolina, we have 76% of the votes in. Trump leads by 6. Arizona, again, it's going to be another big win for the former president or for the vice president here, I guess, in New Mexico. People also want to look at Virginia. 73% of votes in. Donald Trump has lost the lead in Virginia. This was definitely expected. Harris on track to win by 4.7. It is what it is.
Just won DC.
It's still a good performance for Trump. Definitely nothing he should be upset about. Georgia just got called by MSNBC apparently. So there you have it. Basically aligning perfectly with our map here. Now, in the 2nd district of Maine, Trump is doing very well there as well.
Oh yeah, definitely look that up. I'm
to say
signing up
something
for that in the
about
morning.
that pretty soon. Somebody said, thank you for your unbiased and useful election content. Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I do my best to not stay in the middle, but to try to take information from both sides, which is why I'm not one of those people that gave Trump 340 electoral votes. Not going to say their name, or the people that said that Kerry Lake was going to win Arizona. But definitely, I do my best to be as realistic as possible. And I think, that's done me quite well. 2020 exact margin. This time, when to get very close. Maybe not the exact margin, but at most just 2 states away. But of course, with the correct winner projected.
1 second, y'all.
Yep. So Missouri has just been called. Josh Hawley will defeat Lucas Kunce to win his re-election. We called this a while ago. New York Times forecast apparently has Trump winning the popular vote by 8%. Yeah, that the election really would be over if that actually happened. Yeah, Trump was 0.8. I mean, this
Who thinks they're gonna call it
a big milestone for Republicans. Their first popular vote win in 2 decades since the election of 2004. They haven't been able to do this, but now they finally have. I think somebody wanted me to look at the New York Times update or the MSNBC. Polling estimates.
Yeah.
They say
Good move.
Trump is at 201, Harris at 91. I mean, they're just more cautious with their calls. I mean, with me here, I called North Carolina, Georgia pretty early. They're going to call those states very, very soon. It's just that they like to be 100% clear, in the clear, even though they know before that, how each state is going to go basically when those early results come in. But, here with me, I'm not here to waste your time. And it's extremely unlikely that we'll actually be wrong about something like this. Thank you guys for the donations coming in. That really means a lot. Yeah, definitely a lot of preparation has gone into this. We've been covering this race for over 4 years. I would say hundreds of videos released about 2024. Then of course we also did the midterms. Basically, I think daily uploads on this channel without missing a single day. That started on August 28th, I believe. So it's been nearly 3 months of daily uploads. New daily uploads, I think, for the last 4 months. So, and that's something else I feel pretty good about. Somebody asked, why is New Hampshire a battleground state with only 4 electoral votes, but states with the same amount aren't? Not sure if I know exactly what you mean by that. as New
Yeah,
Hampshire
I'm looking at social media.
isn't
Yo.
really a
Sorry,
battleground, but it's among the more competitive ones. It is one of the states that I knew that I wasn't going to be able to call
platform.
at poll closing
I should
time.
check Twitter.
So
Every platform I'm checking right now
I mean, New Hampshire is
is
obviously going to be close this time, but Democrats do have a clear advantage. That is definitely shown through. What do you think the popular vote will end up at? I mean, I think Trump +1. I mean, that's going to be a huge shift. For context, Joe Biden won the popular vote by 4.5%. So a 5 to 6 point shift with the popular vote to the right. I mean, that would be incredible for Trump. And I mean, for Kamala Harris, I think Democrats have realized a long time ago the mistakes they've made. If they had just gotten rid of Biden a long time ago, and if they had ran a primary like normal, they wouldn't be losing Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. The economy has really been the big issue for Democrats throughout this cycle, and it's really starting to bite them in the butt here as the election, unfolds. You can care about democracy, you can care about abortion, but ultimately, the economy has always proven to be the most significant factor. And even though Alan Lichtman likes to say that, for some reason he was wrong. Somebody said, I've been watching 4 different election channels. Yours is best by a wide margin. I really appreciate that. I'm really glad you're enjoying the content. We're actually just less than 5,000 subscribers away from 350,000. So if everybody here subscribed right now, we would instantly shoot past that goal. We could potentially even set a new goal for this stream. But I mean, obviously, I really appreciate you guys sticking with me. But if everybody could hit that subscribe button right now to help me out after 4 years of covering this race, that would mean a lot. CNN right now is showing the exit polls in Pennsylvania for Latino voters. Harris at 58, Trump at 41. I mean, that is terrible. Latino voters need to go to Democrats by 70-80%.
Did he announce that one yet? Harris wins Colorado.
I mean, there's just more and more it's just piling on all of the bad news for Democrats right now. We do have some more votes from Minnesota, though. Donald Trump at 59, Kamala Harris at 34, but ultimately, of course, Trump is on track to win the state. It's extremely unlikely that he'll lose it. We'll also see. Thank you, Carl. Thanks for your effort through the election this year. Yep, of course. Glad I was able to be of use. But right now, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, they're all toss-ups. Trump only needs one. He leads in basically all of them. Michigan, Trump is about to take the lead in Michigan. And once he takes it, he's not going to lose it.
I don't see.
People asking why didn't Georgia get called yet? That's just because the news channels like to be very cautious with it. But I mean, look at it. It's very likely Republican. The New York Times is never going to say that it's very likely Republican unless it is. He has an over 95% chance of winning.
Louisiana and Wyoming.
Georgia's red. We've called it. But North Carolina here is likely Republican. It's only going to go up as more votes are counted.
Yeah, I don't see no other polls like from official.
3%, even better than Georgia.
I don't see no other.
New Mexico. I'm hoping we can call this state soon. Once the New York Times moves it from lean to likely Harris, I'm really surprised that hasn't even happened yet. I mean, Kamala Harris' performance has just not been good. We'll come back to make some more projections right now, though, as we do have a few more states to call. Yeah, so we'll start off. The 2nd District of Maine, Donald Trump is going to win for a 3rd time in a row. He's going to win the district's 1 electoral vote. Kamala Harris has already taken the state at large as well as the 1st district, but the 2nd congressional district, Donald Trump is the projected winner. So you can see on our map here that Trump is at 244 electoral votes. Now, we still do have the 2nd district of Nebraska left. That currently is favoring Kamala Harris.
Hampshire, Vermont.
Supposedly, it was reported that the Harris campaign is working on a concession speech. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if she gave that
Oh
speech
shit!
tonight.
Bombshell. Out. Did you
Expect
hear
that
that?
sometime soon. Somebody just shout out from Washington. I appreciate your
Bombshell.
content and keep up the good work. Of
Whoa,
course,
whoa,
that's what I'm here for.
whoa. It
I'll
was
be here for as long as I can. Hopefully, until we get a winner. Yes. P. Clark says, I'm going to love to see Alan
whoa.
Lichtman's
What is that?
excuse this time.
Can
He refuses to
you
admit he
fact?
was wrong in 2000.
Can
Yeah,
we fact check that?
I mean,
That's a bombshell. If that's
I
true,
definitely am
that's
excited as well to
huge, huge bombshell.
see what he has to say about this because he has
Yo,
spent the
yo,
past
Black. Thank you so much, bro. Yo,
half year streaming every single day
so much
telling us about how Kamala Harris is going to
brotherhood,
win.
bro. I
And
appreciate
because a
you
lot of people
so
do
much for
trust him,
brotherhood, for staying with me for this coverage, man. I really, really
they've all been misled. And I mean, I would
it
say
means a lot to
the
me,
the
bro.
with the certainty that he says it with is the
I
biggest
probably
issue.
put don't
The
mind,
way that
bro.
he says
Up
that his
on
keys are a science. I mean, how could his keys
so
possibly be a science? I mean,
thank you,
it's
man.
it's literally just 12 or whatever, 14
I really
arbitrary
appreciate it. Say, yo, salute to the brother.
issues. Now, obviously, he picked them well. I think he's done a good job with them so
Definitely a
far. But the
salute to
fact
my
that
bro
he's so confident
for
and the
checking
fact
in
that he
with
tries to
us,
convince people of
rocking
that,
out with
I
us.
think is definitely an
I know it's a
issue
long one,
because
bro.
he's going to be
We're
wrong
almost
this
at the
time.
finish line, so we'll have a lot to talk about tomorrow. And depending on how everything goes, and
New
if
Hampshire gets
she,
4 votes, Rhode Island gets 4,
let's say, but if
Nebraska gets 4.
he's
Why is New Hampshire considered more important state than others for any
and
party? What makes New
how
Hampshire special?
the
Well, New Hampshire is just a lot more competitive. I mean, I can show you
how it's
guys
gonna play out tomorrow.
2016.
I might even do a
Hampshire
part 2 to
was
this
decided
tomorrow
by less than half a percentage point. I think a lot of people are surprised to learn
because
that New Hampshire was so
if it
close 8
stretches
years
out,
ago. In 2020, Joe Biden won it
hold on one
by
second.
7.4.
If it actually stretches out where there is no
Today,
decision tonight, but the way it's looking, especially after that bombshell that we just heard, I'm about to fact check that right now to look that up. But if that's true and I could find it, and her team is already working on a on a speech, then that means it's a wrap, and that mean they might call the election tonight without even getting Alaska and Hawaii's electoral numbers, or even their votes, because he said the votes don't for those two don't come in till 1. So yeah, bro, salute to you. Thank you. Tune in, check in tomorrow. I'll definitely be on doing something. I'll be on something, but get ready for the show because this is where we going, man. And bro, you are always welcome to come up and voice your opinion on some things because we're gonna be having a lot of conversations, and you're more than welcome to voice your opinion on some things, bro. This is the direction we're gonna be going in as well with the other stuff. But salute to you on brotherhood, baby. Word, word up, and kiss the baby girl. Tell her the family love her. Yeah, man, you know it, bro. I'm stay. Hey, I'm staying in the middle, so I'm just doing my job, staying in the middle. Everybody is free to go in the chat, do what you do. You know what I'm saying? But that's the way it's looking, man. Um, I'm about to, I know you got to roll, but I'm about to definitely get the fact checking, and I'm going to look that up to see if there's anything else out there that's saying that her team is setting up the speech. Because if that's the case, it's a wrap, and they might call it tonight, which would be wild. That would be so insane if they end up calling it tonight before they even get the last votes in from Alaska and Hawaii, and they call it. That's wild. Nasty work. Nasty work. Uh, oh yeah, okay. Got you, Carol. I got you, Miss C. We appreciate you as well. And definitely, yo, thank y'all for the likes. Thank y'all for the subs. Um, I can't express how much I appreciate y'all on this one, man. I'm telling you, because I'm looking on the back end of the numbers. Yeah, now okay, I ain't do a million like this guy we watching, like election time, but we did good numbers tonight, man. You know, we did good numbers. So I can't express how much I thank you all for that. Let's see where we at with election time. I don't know if they went back to another commercial or if we gotta click live to get back to the live part.
Races. It seems like Bob Casey right now is on track to lose. Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin is on
They
track to
almost
lose.
wanna
Only
answer
Elizabeth
everything
Slotkin, Michigan,
live.
is actually going to win. We have two Democratic incumbents right
Election
now
coverage.
that nobody thought was going to lose. I mean, looking
Rock
at the
out.
odds in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin had an
All right.
83% chance of winning basically throughout the entire year. And then in Pennsylvania, for Bob Casey, this race is getting close is just a huge surprise. Now they could still go both ways, but the GOP should be pretty happy with where they are at this point. A 54 Senate would be incredible for Trump. I think at this point the House races, I think Republicans will definitely hold on to the House, given how well Trump has been performing on the presidential level. I love this channel so much. Found out about it a month ago and have been hooked. You very professional, spoken, well spoken, and make these videos fun to watch. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that a lot, man. Alan Lickman is having a meltdown. If someone wants to update me on what he's doing, I think that would be pretty funny to hear. But we do have two more projections incoming. These are two big states, and then afterwards we will have the 11 p.m. poll closing with some more projections. CNN just projected Texas in favor of Ted Cruz. So obviously he was going to win there, but we already had that projected quite a long time ago. New Mexico, the Senate election will go to Martin Heinrich. He's going to win his reelection, even though many of his fellow
Okay, y'all. I don't see anything. Hold on one second, y'all.
Democrats couldn't be struggling anymore. Angus King will also win up in Maine. So we have some more.
I don't see anything with saying that she's preparing to concede. I don't see anything popping up yet, but I will definitely be keeping my eye out for it just to see if that is a possibility or if that's happening right now. Because if that happens, and yes, it's early. It's still early, you know. And you know, a lot of people's going to get hyped because they're going to see those big electoral college numbers drop in from California. So do know California is going to be at least 55 or 60. I know in 2020 it was 55 electoral college votes. Now I think it's increased. I'm sure it's increased. So it might be like 60 electoral college votes now. Where's the chart I was looking at? I know I had it here by state. Okay, there we go. Yeah, so now it's probably up to 60. So yeah, that's gonna be a huge bump for Harris. Up Nebraska. Nebraska was only one? What? No. Oh, they got a projector for. Oh shit! Here we go. The game is changing.
we're going to I'm going to fill in the map here. So we have Virginia and New Mexico. Basically, we're left with just the states out west where we do not have where polls have not closed yet. And then we have much of the upper Midwest. But basically,
what happened?
Everything else is, has basically gone one way or the other. I'll expand the map here just so that you guys can get a clearer look on the right of your screen. Donald Trump is at 244 electoral votes, while Kamala Harris is at 138. Donald Trump needs just 26 more to get to the presidency. It's not going to be that difficult, especially considering that he is going to get Idaho. He is going to get Alaska. There's no doubt about those. And so really he should have nothing to worry about. He should probably just be practicing his victory speech at this point, because that really is what he needs to be doing.
Damn. So what he said, 26.
We're now just 9 minutes away from the next poll closing. This is at 11 p.m.
Washington, 12
p.m. Eastern time.
113.
New Mexico likely blue, Virginia very likely. So basically the way we've been calling this is once the needles
I'm trying to see what's the big difference between when Biden won in 2020. Oh my God, this right here. Hold on, I gotta do a whole I might have to do a whole reset of this right now because I think that's what the problem is. Come on.
They said I couldn't get a respected software engineering degree from an online school, but with WG.
No. I know. All right, there we go.
For them.
That's what it was. Now we're looking clear. We're looking good now.
But yeah, we're just 7 minutes away now from the last large poll closing. So all the other, after this, the only states that will be outstanding are going to be Alaska and Hawaii. So this will basically get results from states all across the map now. And if we come
Okay, sometimes I'll be thinking that's me, but his chat is moving. Yeah, see, his chat is moving. So it's not me. Because it's
all voting were to stop, Donald Trump would win 306 electoral votes. Kamala Harris would win 226. So, this is going to be Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2016 at this point. And Kamala Harris is going to be the worst performing Democrat since Michael Dukakis in 1988.
That would be terrible.
Right, but for now, North Carolina, Georgia, those are the two swing states we've called so far. I do think we will be able to call Arizona relatively soon. People want me to look at Poly Market again, so just give me 1 second there. Donald Trump is at 92%. I mean, this is pretty much a landslide now. Kamala Harris at 8.2. Wisconsin is dark red. Pennsylvania is dark red. Michigan is dark red. Only Nevada isn't as red. Trump's odds went up 31% today, as he is now just on track to win the election. Thank you, Sean, for the super chat. Thank you for all your unbiased coverage, as well as the speed of data presented. Well done from the Finger Lakes in upstate New York. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. Well, yeah, polls are about to close in California, which is, of course, my home state. Dropped off my ballot just a few days ago. All right. So right before the 10 p.m. poll close, or right before the 11 p.m. poll
I'm gonna
closing.
take a
Quick bathroom break, get some water, as I think
Yeah.
a lot of people want me to do that. So just give me 1 second right here.
Yeah, we are definitely rolling. Thank y'all all for coming through, checking it out with Carter. Carter hates everything. Wow, what a roller coaster ride, right? I mean, who knew? Who thought? I know there was a lot of people who had their expectations set very high. You know, I know there's going to be a lot of people suffering from all type of issues tomorrow. Please don't let it get this far with you. You know, you know, we'll live through it. You know, regardless of how the machine.
All right, guys. I'm now back. We're gonna be, powering through this. Probably not gonna take any more breaks after this. Thank you guys for staying with me here. But we have just 4 minutes to go until the last major poll closing of the night. Looking at the map here, the pieces are coming in place. We're at 353,000. It'd be amazing if we could get to 400,000 tonight. So if everybody here watching could, hit that subscribe button, we can see how high it goes in just one moment. I would really appreciate that. I would say, when it comes to, tonight, I'll probably be here for another 3-4 hours. So, any support from you guys would be incredibly appreciated. Are you counting for mail-in ballots though? Because that seems it could be an issue. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to these 3 races,
Yeah, this is.
when it comes to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, a lot of the mail-in ballots have already been accounted for, which is why Democrats had such big leads when the night first began, when the polls first closed. But now with more time, but now as more time has gone on, as more of these other ballots have been counted, yeah, the numbers have gone up quite a bit for Republicans. And so, yes, the mail-in ballots and the early voting, that has most definitely been accounted for. We're just 2 minutes away from 11 p.m. Eastern time. This is, again, going to be the last major poll closing of the night. Joshua Murphy, hey, brother, been watching the whole time over this election, and you are spot on. This $20 will fill in your tank 2 months. Yeah, thank you so much for that, for the super chat.
Yeah, we need some super.
Apparently, the news
What's
networks just called
Listen,
Georgia.
y'all. Once the super chat is unlocked,
Yeah, that was definitely
I
expected.
really want to see how.
First big blow to Kamala Harris. That was the first one for us as well, along with North Carolina. Brian asks, "What map are you using now for updates?"
I'm cool with
Seeing
the
as
whole
also
super
slow
chats
mode
if y'all
the
want to
chat.
do that.
Okay, so I mean, this is the map on the New York Times. I just like it because it updates faster. Also, I think it looks a lot better than, I guess, like the CNN map, because really, what is this? But the New York Times map, I think, is probably the best looking one. And then
I know there's channels that.
yeah, where are we in Pennsylvania? Somebody asked. Pennsylvania, Trump +3 with 68% of votes in. It's going to be lean Republican.
Apply that.
It's going to be a Trump victory there. Trump's also going to win in Michigan and Wisconsin. He's going to win at least 2 of them. Very likely all 3. So really nothing to worry about there. But it's now 10:59, just 1 minute to go until our last major poll closing. We will have some projections to make when that finally comes.
That worked just as good as a cash donation.
How is California Prop 36? We're not gonna be able to see any of the California stuff until basically the next minute here. Basically right now, we'll start to be able to see some of the more specific things from each of these states. But it is now 11 p.m. Eastern time. Also, thank you, Adam, for the super chat. Thank you,
If it's
Cooper.
tomorrow,
Really appreciate the support. But it is now 11 p.m. Polls have closed in Washington, Oregon, California, and Idaho. All four of these states. Voting has finally ended. And so we can make some projections at this time. All four of the races, in fact, they're all pretty solid for one party or the other. And this is really when you start to see the map start to fully fill up. Washington, Kamala Harris, the projected winner, 12 electoral votes going to the vice president. Next up in Oregon, or next up in California, 54 electoral votes for Kamala Harris, another solid blue state falling in line. Meanwhile, in Idaho, Donald Trump is the projected winner, 4 electoral votes from the state of Idaho going to the former president. And then, sorry, for some reason I filled in Oregon. I apologize for that. It's California, but the last projection is going to be Oregon, 8 electoral votes going to Kamala Harris.
Okay, they shifted one.
Probably going to be a pretty clear victory, but we'll see about that.
Shifted one.
Oregon is going to be solid blue. And so this is where the map is now. Thank you, West Power 13, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. So basically, at this point, we are having, we're just a few electoral votes away from declaring a winner. If I expand the map here, Trump is at 248 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 212. And so Trump is now just 22 away. And I guess the most likely scenario is obviously he's going to win Alaska. That is for sure. He is not going to lose Alaska. But then he just needs to win any one of these other upper Midwestern states along with Arizona. It's pretty clear he's going to win Alaska and Arizona, plus Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. That's where we get Trump at 306, maybe even Nevada 312. So the map,
the thing is, those
is looking exactly how Trump would have wanted to.
Those were all.
But for now, based on the projections that we can actually make, Donald Trump is officially at 248 electoral votes. Kamala Harris at 212. The mainstream media is going to be a little bit behind on this.
Those upper areas that.
I mean, Trump is just in an incredible spot right now. Pennsylvania, 69% of votes in. Trump holds on to a 3-point lead. Michigan, 29% of votes in. Trump leads by 4. Wisconsin, 61% of votes in. Trump leads by 2%. California there. We're not going to get a lot of votes from California. California is incredibly slow. They do have a wall.
Will Biden have done better?
Building your business website but need a creative boost? Try Elementor's AI feature to jumpstart the process.
All the states that she lost was the states that Biden won. So would that mean that if Biden would have stuck it out and not stepped down, did he stand a better chance to beat Trump? Because I'm looking at these states that he's declaring that are going to flip, and in 2020 these were all blue. Yeah. Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan. Yeah. Yeah. This is insane. Well, I mean, tomorrow is going to be very interesting, y'all.
Views on this stream. Over 300 million people have clicked on it. I mean, thank you guys so much. We're still at 150,000 concurrent viewers, even though I had to take that break.
Hats off to
it means the world to me that you guys are sticking with me here. We're
300
now 4 hours in.
views.
And so if you guys could help me get to my goal of 400,000 subscribers, I mean, that
And
would
this
just
channel
be
hit 400,000
absolutely
subscribers.
incredible. If everybody subscribed right now, we would get there with
Unbelievable.
in the next few seconds. So if everybody could click subscribe at the very moment to help me out. I've been covering this race for over 4 years. People are saying that the map is too big. All right, there, we'll make it smaller. Sorry about About that.
I'm telling you, man.
All right. Anyways, continuing on here. In Oregon, we have 42% of results in. Kamala Harris at 59, Trump at 38. Pretty much the expected margin at this point. Troy Evans asks, why do I think Fox hasn't called North Carolina and Georgia yet? Or why do I think? Well, I mean, with the mainstream media, they have to be fully sure a lot more, even though they know. I mean, if you look at the New York Times site here, I mean, it's a very likely Republican in Georgia. North Carolina's very likely Republican. And, they know that Trump is going to win these two states, but I guess they just like to be extra cautious. And I guess for me here, I mean, there's no point in me doing that. I just want to get you the information as quickly as possible because it's clear he's going to win North Carolina and Georgia. There's really no other way that this is going to happen. Greg Gardner says, please read the super chat. Robert is watching and wants to see your future wants to be your future understudy. Please say hi, Robert. Well, hi, Robert. I'm glad you're enjoying the content. And I appreciate your support, Gray. And then Red Blue War says, I've watched you every day. Your analysis has been most accurate and consistent. Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that.
Some people.
I'm glad you guys have been enjoying the content. Thank you, Tenacious Tom, for your super chat, as well as to you,
This fast? Probably not.
Daniel.
Probably not. I agree with Carol on this one. Like,
yeah. So I mean, looking at the map here, we're not seeing too many big updates right now. Arizona's lean Republican. It's almost guaranteed to go red. On the Senate level, though, I do not believe that Carrie Lake is going to win. And I think that's something that I've made pretty clear over the last few months. And yes, some people are upset that I like to just dog on Carrie Lake, but she was not the right candidate, and she is not the person that Republicans should have chosen if they want to win. Now, if they want a candidate that they want the most, sure, Carrie Lake appeals to Republicans the most, but not to the people in the center.
It's a whole nother conversation, y'all. This is a whole nother conversation. But see, this is one of the reasons why our is losing, because you see how they're misreporting. You see,
It was never scientific. I mean,
like, come on. See, this is why YouTubers like this, and eventually myself, this is why we're going to do better than them, because
They talking about
is
how Kamala
constantly
Harris
been
is going to
doing
win,
and
how Kamala Harris needs to win, and it's become so clear that he just supports her so much. I think it's really impacted the way that he's interpreted his keys this
when I
time,
read
even though
comments
he
section,
constantly
everybody
likes to
is
say
going along and
that
believing the shit.
he's not being influenced by his own personal beliefs.
You know?
Mandingo says, I appreciate the clarity and balance. A big part of the issue is MSM. I really hope we rid ourselves of the lunacy. Bless you, my brother. Well, I appreciate your support and for the super chat. Minnesota, I mean, I think this is one of the big surprises. Minnesota and just how poorly Kamala Harris is doing. She is on track to win by 2.4%. I mean, just look at what's been happening. I mean, just look at 2016. Hillary Clinton wins Minnesota by 1.5%. I mean, that is really, I mean, that's small. That was bad. And this was pretty notably bad. But then in 2020, Joe Biden wins it by 7. Joe Biden with Kamala Harris as her running mate. Today, Tim Walz as Kamala Harris's running mate.
Tim Walz.
Even with him on the ballot, Kamala Harris is winning Minnesota by just 2 points. I mean, it couldn't get any worse for the vice president here. And I do believe, though, that this will be the end of the political career of Governor Tim Walz. He is never going to get chosen for something like this again. You know, maybe he'll be chosen to succeed Klobuchar if she ever retires in the Senate. But I mean, his career is over. Minnesota was not something. Minnesota was something he was supposed to deliver by a 10-point margin. He won his reelection by 15 points in 2022. Today, I mean, today Minnesota is among the closest states in the country. Brad says your channel has even gotten my 77-year-old mother to follow the entire race. Thank you so much. She used to be a Democrat, by the way. Well, yeah, I'm glad people are getting interested in
I got
this.
the phone here.
Trying to present things in an interesting and digestible way.
Trying to keep updated minute by
Which
minute.
is what I'm trying to do.
Did you
Which is
already
what
see
I've tried to do
Kansas and
basically
Iowa?
this entire time. Now, we do have more results from Maine. It's now likely Democratic. Kamala Harris at 53, New Hampshire as well. I will say that Minnesota, we probably will be able to call soon, but it is looking good for Trump. I think if you are in the Trump camp, you should be feeling extremely happy about where this is headed. Maybe not a victory, but I mean, still, it's good. Somebody said that the 400K banner is off by 1 pixel. Is it to the right or to the left? Left, because I personally cannot see it.
But I will
adjust that for you guys here. All right. Give me 1 second. I think that does it. Let me know if the 400K is now centered.
I'm still looking.
Somebody asked if Pennsylvania is decided by now. Yeah, Pennsylvania, it's pretty much decided. I mean, 73% of the votes are in. I will expect to call the state before I end the stream, so it should be pretty soon. But yeah, I wouldn't expect it to take too long. Somebody wants me to check Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and Pennsylvania. So Georgia, it's a lock for Trump. He's won it. North Carolina, he's won it. Virginia, Kamala Harris is going to win it. It's not going to be by a big margin. It's actually incredibly small. 4.7% is the projected margin. Kind of embarrassing, honestly. She's do worse than Hillary Clinton in the state. And then Pennsylvania, Trump leads by 3. He's probably going to come out on top by around 1 to 2.
Just yet, y'all.
And so, yeah, if I missed your chat, I'm really sorry. I'm trying to get through all of them. Somebody asked, thank you for keeping me sane in spite of the madness here in Seattle. Good, pragmatic reporting. I appreciate that. Taylor Daniel says, what will you be covering after the election? I'm new to the channel since this election started. I would say definitely just focusing on the midterms 2026. We have a lot of big races there. And then, of course, 2028 as well. I think Democrats are going to be doing a lot of regrouping after this cycle. This has been a gut punch for them.
I mean,
gone any worse. And I mean, this is my full-time job, so I will also enjoy the slight break that I will have from doing all this, but I've definitely enjoyed doing it. I mean, I've been waiting 4 years, ever since 2020. We put out hundreds of videos in 2020 and now 2024.
2024 presidential election coverage. We've
He says Milwaukee's votes are coming in late. Will Wisconsin go blue? It's unlikely Wisconsin will go blue.
We're still here.
Trump is probably going to win it by a few points, maybe like 1 to 3, I would say
right now. I am fact checking.
Why then haven't they called Georgia, North Carolina? They will very soon. I mean, they're trying to be cautious, but it's going to happen. Somebody asked what's going on in Nevada. Nevada just is slow. They're always slow, so you're just going to have to wait. But it seems like there's no way Trump is going to lose it. Daniel says my favorite channel for accurate elections forecasting and reporting information. I mean, yeah, that's awesome to hear.
What we're seeing now.
I'm glad that I'm able to be a source that that you guys trust in.
Oh yeah, I'm trying my best to fact check everything.
We are now just 47 minutes away from the next poll closing at 12 a.m. Eastern time. It will no longer be the 5th, but it will actually be the 6th of November, and so this is pretty big. We're now on the next day, and we're getting close around the time when Trump was projected the winner against Hillary Clinton in 2016. And the same thing could happen now with Kamala Harris. I mean, we've heard reports that they're drafting her campaign speech, her concession speech. She's probably going to give a call pretty soon. It's pretty clear the direction that this is headed in. James asks, do you think J.D. Vance will run in 2028? I mean, I'm sure, he will try. I'm sure
That's
he
does
has
he
that ambition.
what he just
And
said?
I think he will do well. I think
Before
at the beginning, a lot of Republicans doubted
I can
him.
find
Personally, I was more in favor of Glenn Youngkin. I think he appealed a lot more to moderates. But I think JD Vance, with that debate performance, he really changed a lot of people's minds. And so he went from being somebody people thought that Trump made a mistake in choosing to probably being the front runner now for the 2028 nomination. It is not going to be Ron DeSantis. I mean, DeSantis is popular. He's done well in Florida, but
okay, yeah. What I'm looking
right now,
forward to see is you think so?
When you need strong
You
protection,
know, let me throw that up.
I mean a very serious one.
Yeah,
A lethal shield for your privacy
oh
online.
shit.
You better take Surfshark, an easy way to stay private online.
We'll get that off of here for now. Man, look at that. Look at the super chats coming through. Isn't that something? I'm just, holding out my expectations for when we get to that tier and I could unlock super chats and just see how everybody's gonna rock with me with the super chats. You know, um, the Cash App is pinned to the top. It's always pinned to the top of the chat, and it's on the bottom banner. You can see. Um, I was looking to see if what he was saying as far as her team is setting up the speech and she's going to be making a call soon. Like, I wouldn't have thought that would be happening tonight. Even if they call it, even if they call it in her in Trump's favor, and it's all over national news. They say, hey, Trump got the electoral votes, he's won. I still wouldn't see her making a call till tomorrow. Definitely the speech. The speech is going to be tomorrow. I don't think the speech will be tonight. But the call also, I think she had to sleep on it or drink on it or whatever. No shots, no shade. But I just think that I really think that that call is not going to be made tonight. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. They still haven't called none of the other states. Not yet. And all of the states that we knew favoring for Harris's, that was a guaranteed. Like California is guaranteed. Washington, New York, Jersey, all of those was guaranteed. Um, hmm. But I don't see any new updates of anything being called. Let's see. Let's get some volume on it.
like, in every single state, there's really no state so far that Kamala Harris has outperformed the incumbent president in. And I think part of Joe Biden will be happy because he does have a big ego and he will, you know, say that I told you so to all the Democrats. But of course, this is bad for his legacy
Yes, that's the other
as
thing.
his vice
Oh
president couldn't
my
get
God,
elected
would
after
I
him.
want to be a fly on the wall?
Somebody said you're
Tomorrow.
much more reasonable than let's talk elections. I mean,
Seriously,
yeah,
to hear what Biden's gonna have to say.
it's pretty clear
Ooh, he's
that
gonna talk.
he's been
Biden. Oh,
catering to the Democrats.
oh,
He wouldn't have
he's
it
on
any other way.
anyway.
I guess we can
But
actually pull up his final
but
prediction just for
for
fun
him to go out like
to
this
see
and then
here,
this happens,
comparing it to what we're seeing right now. I mean, I'll pull up my prediction first. I made it pretty clear that Wisconsin and Michigan were pure toss-ups.
especially
I gave it to
I'm
Kamala
just
Harris
showing you
by a very small margin. I think I actually have
election.
a forecast from 5
That.
days ago that I can
So
find for you guys. I think
a
this
lot of
one's actually
states
going to
that
turn out to be incredibly
Trump
accurate.
is actually
I believe I released
states
this
that Biden had in
just a
20.
few days before the election.
Arizona was one of them.
If you'll give me just a moment here, to find the forecast I released before the final one, probably the one 10 days before, actually. Yeah, this one right here on October 26th, I had 312, 226. That is probably what the map is going to end up being. I think this map would actually be nearly perfect, even in terms of the margins. But I think the race trended a little bit better for Harris in this final few days. We were still always pretty confident in that Trump victory at the very minimum.
Very, very.
Hey guys, I guess I do want to look now at Let's Talk Elections final prediction, just out of pure interest. Yeah, give me 1 second just to pull it up. I believe here it is.
And I don't see
his final Senate prediction. I think this is going to end up not being as bad. I think his Senate prediction wasn't as terrible. He had basically Republicans at 52. He did have the GOP winning North Carolina or winning Ohio along with Montana. And then for the presidency, this was his map. 292, 246. He's just going to be totally wrong here. Somebody said, how many subs did you have at the start of the night? Your channel is great. Say Ethan Smells, my watch party. Ethan Smells. And I guess his prediction stinks as well. But at the start of the stream, we were at 286 or 287, I believe was the number. So, the support tonight has just been incredible. North Carolina has been called by the mainstream media, I hear. Isaac Lightning, thank you so much for your super chat. 2020 happened until a state has been called. Anything can happen. I definitely agree with that. Lewis, thank you for the support as well. Yes, North Carolina is now called. The New York Times, North Carolina, Trump. Georgia will be called very, very soon as well. Now, the reason why we aren't able to call the remaining races, if I pull them up here right now, I guess I can explain to you why there is this slight stall.
This dude is like Capoon and Bacoon and Coon.
All right, just give me 1 second to adjust here. Let me know if the stream is lagging in any way. Let me know if it's okay. But all right, so just looking at the map here, Minnesota's taking a while just because of how bad Kamala Harris is doing. That's really just the main reason. And then Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we're just going to have to wait a little bit, but we are going to get a projection there pretty soon. And then Arizona, we just need more votes in, but we're going to get it soon. And then Nevada, they're just going to take a long time to count. So really, when it comes to these 6 states that remain, we know that Trump is probably going to win 5 of them. It's only Minnesota where Kamala Harris is on track to win. But just as of right now, we just can't call them yet. I guess, if the most unlikely scenario happens, we wouldn't want to be wrong. But at this point, I can tell you that it's pretty likely Trump is going to win them. I'd be incredibly surprised if he didn't. The New York Times currently has it at 230, 179. My map is 248, 212. The New York Times will update to basically fit mine pretty soon. But we're now just 38 minutes away from the next poll closing. Pretty close to it now. So
that got paid.
We might as well actually update the Senate map.
Talk about getting exposed, boy.
Are going to be
exposed.
Pretty surprising as well. Republicans are doing incredible, by the way. John says, send a goal image that is a little more specific to your X email. Great job. Never take sponsors. All right, thank you. I'll make sure to take a look at that. But
let's see.
We'll look at the Senate races first right now. Virginia just got called for Tim Kaine. He's going to defeat Hung Cao. He's ahead by 6 points. He's probably going to win by around 8. That's a weak margin for Tim Kaine. Definitely disappointing for the Democrats there. Has Amy Klobuchar's been called? No, but Amy Klobuchar is probably going to win in Minnesota. She is performing a lot better than Kamala Harris. I wouldn't be worried about her there. Texas has been called. Nebraska, Deb Fisher is still behind, but she will come out with a victory. But we do, of course, have these Senate races out west. Washington, California, solid blue. Utah, solid red. And then in Montana, with 6% of the votes in, Tim Sheehy, it does look like he is on track to defeat incumbent Senator John Tester. This is another flip for Republicans. Sheehy has an 89% chance of winning. This has been a terrible night for Democrats. Looking at the latest numbers here, this is actually really surprising. We might see Republicans win Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. I mean, that would be unprecedented. I don't think anyone could have predicted
This was
that.
the worst.
I certainly had Republicans winning Montana, West Virginia, and Ohio, but these additional three, I mean, that is a big deal. We have two big incumbents here, Tammy Baldwin and Bob Casey, two of the most prominent members of the Democrat Senate delegation, and with them losing their re-elections, yeah, this is going to be a dumpster fire of a night for Democrats. And so we only have a few races left to call in the Senate level. Hawaii, we will be able to call for Democrats at midnight. But with the rest of the map on the presidential level, here, we're just waiting for some more results to come in before we can be sure and make these projections. Carl Phillips, you're doing great. Keep up the good work. Drink water. Yeah, I'm definitely doing my best to do that.
Going too far back.
Stevie says, can you check the House? It's not looking good. I mean, the House was always going to be difficult, but I will say that considering just how well Trump is doing right now, I think Republicans will take back or will hold on to the House. I think Mike Johnson's going to get another term as the Speaker. But for sure, I'll be able to look at the House numbers here. Republicans at 164, Democrats at 109. I don't believe any
No, it wasn't Al Gore.
have been called yet. So we're basically at where we were just where we were before the election. But in terms of most competitive districts, Democrats are at 4, Republicans are at 2. I mean, this doesn't really say too much, but we can look at polling market and see the odds here. Republicans have a 78% chance of winning the House. They have a 97% chance of winning the Senate, and they have an 85% chance of winning the presidency. I mean, you really couldn't be any more sure than this. Republicans are on track for a trifecta. It's going to be a huge victory for the GOP. I think a lot bigger than what anyone could have expected. Jess Hernandez, this is the best analysis I've seen, and more networks should have something like this without bias. Is this your professional area of study?
It definitely wasn't Al Gore.
I would say I'm studying
Did he say
international relations and economics right now, so I'd say it's pretty similar, but not specifically political science.
And right now,
thank you, James Reed, for the super chat. Thanks for such outstanding work. I followed you as much as I could, and I have to say I learned a lot. You're the best. I'm really glad you're enjoying the stream. We still have a little bit to go, but if you stick with me here, we are going to get a winner tonight. I do wholeheartedly believe that we're going to be able to project Donald Trump as the 47th president. We're probably going to be able to watch Kamala Harris's concession speech as well.
He really believes that the concession speech is going to happen tonight.
But I do just want to remind you guys, we are at 361,000 subscribers, just 39 away from our goal of 400,000. I mean, there's 150,000 people in here. If all of you guys subscribed at the same time, we would instantly hit 400,000. So I'd really appreciate it if all of you guys could go down there, hit that subscribe button. You can subscribe after, honestly. Just hit that subscribe button and, see that number shoot up. I'd really appreciate that.
I would be surprised. I personally don't see
your support there. Alex says, thanks for your coverage. It is way better than everyone else's. My friend Drew Peacock just joined the stream and wanted to give him a shout out. Shout out to you, Drew Peacock.
Okay, what just happened?
Coming back to the map, we'll see if we have any updates here. Pennsylvania, 77%. Trump leads by 3. Michigan, 35%. Trump leads by 6.
Can barely even get on Twitter right now. It's on such overload. Twitter's on overload so much.
6, Wisconsin,
Crashed.
68%. Trump leads by 3. So it's clear Trump is going to win these 3 states. And then in the Senate, it's going to be a little bit closer. But, it's definitely going to be big victory for the former president. Arizona, we're stuck at 53%. I'm hoping that we get a little bit more from there in the next few minutes. Georgia is going to be called very, very soon.
Would it be something that Georgia be the surprise? Because Georgia had, I thought
Nevada,
Georgia.
nothing there yet. Nevada is just the slowest counting state in world history. It really couldn't be any slower.
Yeah, it's like my streaming connection. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't see any other states being called right now.
Somebody said, I've been living for your video predictions. Thank you for all you do. Well, I appreciate that. I'm glad you're enjoying them. Doing it daily is definitely, not been the easiest thing to do, but, there's a lot of enjoyable factors in that.
See.
Headshock, you missed my previous super chat. If you can remind me what you said in the last one, but if you want to shout out to you, Headshock. But I'll try my best to get to all the super chats.
9 minutes ago, they're late on that one.
Don't know if I can just isolate them themselves, but I really am doing my best to get this to work. Combat Carl, thank you so much.
Well, I'll be damned.
Much for your support.
Did
Tom Klein, thank you for becoming a channel member.
Oh yeah, okay. It's been called 8 minutes.
We'll come here and look at the betting markets here again. I mean, I think that they're just going to continue to move more and more in Trump's favor, and you can download the Polymarket app yourselves with the link in the description below. You can get it for free. There's going to be more races and a lot more data to look at in the next few days. So having that in your pockets is going to be pretty useful. Tom, thank you for your support. Trump is now at a 96% chance of winning. I think the Polymarket site is, being overused right now, which is why the images aren't even loading. But 94-5. I mean, yeah, this is pretty terrible for Democrats. I would say this is the worst election defeat for the Democrats. I mean, obviously since 2016. I mean, that was the biggest surprise. Lizzie Woodson says, do we know what time the election winner will be announced? It really just depends. I would say it comes down to the Midwest. It really depends when projections can be made in these states, and it's clear. I think everybody knows that Trump is going to win. Kamala Harris knows that he's not going to. Kamala Harris knows that she's lost, but it will take some time. They're going to want to, obviously Kamala isn't going to want to upset her supporters and give up so quickly. So they're just going to wait
And y'all wonder why.
a little bit, but I think a speech will be coming out tonight. And the phone call, of course. Edgar Medina.
Yeah.
You want me to say your name? So big shout out to you. Thank you for the support.
I'm looking to see if there's
JA, shout out to my friend Tyler Savely. Shout out to Tyler, who put me on to you. So I appreciate that.
Anything else? Last thing I saw was North Carolina.
Right. Ron and Jerry, thank you for keeping us well informed. Thank you for your support. Brody says, how old are you? Very good job. Glad I found out so I don't have to watch mainstream news. I will say this is the first time that I have voted, so that gives you a hint. Dax Zim, what will you do after the election? Just focusing on the midterms. There's still a lot of elections going on, a lot of politics to cover. 2026, we have a much more interesting Senate map than we did this time. And the Senate map for 2024 was pretty boring. And then, of course, 2028 will start to heat up a lot quicker than people expect. And, this isn't my full-time job, so I'm going to enjoy the break as well. I've been doing this every single day on top of, other things. So totally okay with taking a step back a little bit from this. Tom Klein, thank you again for your super chat. I think I noticed this is at least your second or third one, so thank you so much. Lisa says, we've only watched your coverage tonight. Thanks so much for the non-drama results. Excellent content and explanation. Easy to follow along graphs. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Thank you to the Flying Clownfish. You want me to give a shout out to Mark Cuban? Shout out to Mark Cuban. I feel like he's really been trying to get political over the last few months. We'll see what he does with it. Thank you, John, for your support. Pennsylvania is now at 78%, Michigan 38, Wisconsin 68. I would expect that before 1 to 2 in the morning, we probably should get a full projection, or at least very close to it. It'll be abundantly clear how this election is going to go. New Mexico, they still even haven't called this for Kamala Harris yet, just because she isn't doing that well. Virginia as well, and up in Maine and New Hampshire. Although ultimately, these races are going to go one way or the other. Mark says, been watching you for weeks. Thanks for the hard work. Buy a beer book on me. Yeah, I appreciate that, Mark. And thank you so much for your super chat.
All right, buddy. Yeah, I can't.
Kenneth, I'm so glad I found you tonight. Not having to watch the network filler is such a relief. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. If there's any other questions you guys have, just make sure you let me know in chat. I'm constantly reading through it, trying to get to everything. Obviously, it won't be perfect, but I'm trying to give you guys what you guys want. Huffy says, thanks for the updates over the past few months. I look forward to them every day. What does the New York Times have the margin of victories for Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin? Yeah, so I can show you those three right now. Wisconsin, currently the margin is going to be 1.8% for Donald Trump. Definitely a lot bigger than I personally would have expected. But still, this is a good victory, a good number for the former president. His largest victory in Wisconsin
We're still waiting to see
ever.
if it was
And
me,
in Michigan, Donald Trump's on track to win
thank you
by
for riding out.
2.4. This is very close to Biden's margin.
This has been a long one.
From 2020, he won it by
We're
2.8.
at,
And Michigan is supposed to be the
11:30.
bluest of the three Rust Belt states. And
Yeah,
then finally in Pennsylvania, Trump is on track to win by 1.9. So all three of them, it looks pretty clear that Trump is going to come out on top. I mean, just look at the betting markets. They're all basically in the darkest shade of red that is possible. Michigan a little bit lighter. Somebody said, it's Anthony. Can you give a shout out to Tim Ensor for telling me about you? Yeah, shout out to Tim Ensor.
I'm saying,
I appreciate the super chat. Thank you, Dina, for the support.
damn.
Thank you to Jay, who's
It went
stationed in
down
Japan and was
29%,
worried about not being able to stay fully informed with the time difference and such. Great job. I love the non-bias. Let's help this man with his student loans. Well, I do appreciate that. Thank you to that one channel for your super chat as well. And so, I mean, I just want to show you guys these graphs here. I mean, on Polymarket, it's just been insane how this race has played out over the last few months. I mean, look at where Trump was before Joe Biden dropped out. He was at a 70% chance to win. People thought at this point that
chance with Biden.
The Democrats were done, but then when they replaced Joe Biden as the nominee, they were able to really do a lot to increase their odds. But then now, as we headed into election day, Trump's odds continue to go up. They dipped down a little bit in the last few days. And then ultimately, of course, Trump came on top by a big margin. Not even close, really. This election has definitely been one of the most interesting. It's a lot less competitive than many people expected. But Trump is in a good spot right now. And I would say it aligns very well with what I've been seeing over the last few months. I'm trying to get to all the chats right now. Dog, please stream until a winner is called. Yeah, I'm gonna do my very best. I'll be here for as long as possible. I think in 2020, my stream lasted 9 hours. So maybe we'll go for the record. We started at 6. We're almost approaching 6 hours on the stream. So a subscribe would be really appreciated. Thank you to Yahiko, JK Gaming, Chris Beaver, Jake Anderson, KS. Thank you guys so much for your support. Thank you to John, to Carefree, to Tev Sanders, Isidro, Damuxel. Thank you guys so much for your super chats. Thank you, Richard. Thanks for providing us for this for us, just straight up information, data without having to hear the politics. I mean, yeah, I think definitely with the mainstream media, it's just a lot of talking about random things that nobody really cares about, and then when it comes to making these projections, they're incredibly slow. And so I think being able to bring these near certain calls to you guys a little bit faster, I think it's definitely helpful. Thank you to Illumination. Hey, meaning stream has been the best. Turn on notifications and subscribe. I've been watching your videos so far. One of my favorite YouTubers. When I come to the election, yeah. I mean, thank you so much for your super chat. I really appreciate your support there. Glad you've been enjoying the content as well.
Let's see. Are they calling?
Thank you to Drew Balls Gaming for your super chat as well.
See if they're calling any other states. They haven't.
We're just gonna continue here. Looking, we do have a big drop now from Minnesota. Actually, we haven't had too many big updates over the last hour or so, but we do have a big update in Minnesota. Kamala Harris has retaken the lead. We have a big drop from Hennepin County, which is where Minneapolis is located. So basically, from this point, Kamala Harris's lead has peaked. She's only going to go down further and further from here. So Minnesota is going to be lean for Harris ultimately. She's on track to win by 3.
Oh, that was 5 hours ago. They're definitely not updating anything right now. I don't see any. I don't see. Nope. Let me turn this off. I don't see.
3.7. It's not a good margin at all.
Now let's see. I don't think that's me, y'all. I don't think that's me. Because this chat is still running.
To win, I believe, by 5.1. So I guess that would align perfectly with my prediction, but not where she wants to be, really. Doug said it one only day I might view tomorrow just to see them cry. Well, I mean, I think this could not have gone any worse for Democrats. And I'm looking at CNN right now.
Ugh.
Now, and I don't even hear what they're saying, but it definitely seems that a lot of people over there are upset. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. I'm going to do I think Trump wins 100%? Well, I wouldn't want to say 100%, but I would say maybe 99.9. So at this point, it doesn't seem like the election is going to go any other way. Donald Trump is in his performance has been probably one of the best for Republicans in modern history. I mean, he's the first GOP president to win the popular vote in 20 years. And only the second one in the last, nearly 40 years, going all the way back to the Reagan era.
Yeah, that was the last time it was Reagan. And I think it was an interesting fact. I got to double check that. Oh, come on. Here we go with the bullshit. If I'm correct, Ronald Reagan was the last, I think he was the last Republican president to win New York. If I'm correct, I have to double check that. What happened? Hey, Super King. Yes, brother. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You right. You right. I mean, I'm keeping it fair. I'm keeping it fair and in the middle, trying to keep it as unbiased as possible. But you guys are free to say whatever you want to say, without a doubt. You know, but to that extent, I definitely agree with you. Especially what I just saw right now. Especially with what I just saw. Because it's not just the pandering, but also the people she chose to be a reflection of us. You know, like a lot of people seen through that. Like a lot of people didn't like that shit. Like, let me, yo, I could pull it up right now because I was just looking at this. Hold on. Where the hell did my shit go? Huh? Oh God, things is just these phones, boy. How the hell did that get all the way over there? Let me show you. Let me show you. I don't know if you could wait. We'll move it over here. You see that? A sexy red, right? Throwing her gang gang slash, you know, if you know, you know, over the I sign, right? So we know what that is. And then in her comment, look at what her comment says. I don't know if y'all can see that. I'll read it to you if y'all can't see it though. But I want y'all to see that in her words. And this is the type of people. And her comment says, don't support that, abort that. Hashtag my coochie, my choice. While she's throwing it up, she's throwing it up over the eye. So she already letting you know what she rocking with, what she down with. You feel me? And
Polls have closed in the
that's
entire.
one of the problems that happened with them is that they played the same old strategy that they've been playing forever. It's just that this time that formula is not going didn't work. You know, because people are on code. More and more people are on code, and because they're on code, they seeing between the bullshit. You know, like if I see you throwing up, just like when they brought out Meg The Stallion, right? Brought out Meg The Stallion on the first night of the DNC convention. She come out, tongue out, twerking, shaking her ass, mad chicks twerking on stage. And what's the first thing she started throwing? Devil sign. Boom, boom, boom. Devil sign, devil sign, devil sign. They still talking to us like we don't know. They still assume that the general public is that stupid and unassuming that they don't know. And you seen it yourself. Cause that shit right there was so disgusting, demonic, and satanic that I had to screenshot that. So when this is over, I can troll and repost that to them. Like this is what y'all was on. You know? I have this saying that I've said for the last shit, almost a decade to the 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 unassuming, the 85%, the deaf, dumb, and blind on my Facebook. And I said, if you worship the people who worship Satan, then you in fact worship Satan. Let me say it again. If you worship the people that worship the devil, then in fact you worship the devil. And that's where we at right now. That's the type of time they on. And the fucked up thing is that you can explain it to them, show it to them all day. And they got them so bad that they'll almost get in a trance when you talking to them. You ever pay attention to that? They be in a trance. No, I can't. He evil. No, he wants to take away their right. No, he wants to lock us all up in camps. Like, pay attention to that shit, y'all. This is a whole different conversation I'm gonna have at a different time because I did say I'm gonna be fair and unbiased and stay straight in the middle. But man, when it come time for me to cook these motherfuckers, I promise y'all I'm gonna cook. And I know some people gonna get mad. I already told, people to get ready to just start unfriending me if you feel some type of way. Just unfriend me. Because we don't rock with the same God or the same gods. Y'all just cold switching and fake pumping.
Going to get better
But
in
we
the
don't
next few
God
hours.
type
But the Senate map will have Minnesota as solid red. Nebraska, it seems that
Absolutely,
Devin Fisher is going to pull off a victory, but we're going to wait a little bit on that. In Montana, Tim Sheehy is going to win. There's really no other way around it. It's going to go red. And in Arizona, Kerry Lake is still on track to lose. I mean, I feel that for the people that think that Kerry Lake is such an incredible candidate, or not just such an incredible candidate, for the people that don't think that Kerry Lake was a mistake, I mean,
Okay, let's see what
if Republicans can win in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania in these Senate seats against some of the most popular incumbents in the country, I mean, look at how those three elections went back in 2018. They were
I'm gonna
blowouts
have to take that,
for Democrats. Bob Case
take
wins
that
re-election
picture,
by 13 points. Now he's on
dissect
track to lose.
it,
Michigan, Stabenow won by 7. Now
video
Elizabeth
back up,
Slotkin is
'cause
on track to lose. It's not the same person, but
even though I did
essence is the same. Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin wins by 11 points.
can people be this?
Now she is on track to
Because
lose.
I already know the
If in
answer now.
this environment where Republicans are able to win these three
And
states,
the answer,
if Kerry Lake cannot even win against a non-incumbent, I think you know that there's a problem
okay, so
there.
let me go.
And it
Let
has
me
been Kerry
double
Lake
check.
this entire
Fact
time.
check. See.
She just has not run a good campaign. She is not appealing to
Let me
the
see.
people she needs to appeal to.
See.
And that is why I've been so against her being the Republican nominee. If I were a Republican, I think she would be the worst possible choice. S4V4 says, I absolutely love your channel. What are the odds that Trump wins Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin? If you want a number, I would say right now that number would be around 90%. I think it would be very hard to see Trump lose any of these three states. He's just doing so well. He is outperforming the polls like he always has. I did expect the polls to be more accurate, and they have been a lot more accurate than they were in the past. But still, Trump has managed to outperform expectations just a little bit by around 1 to 2 points, basically across the country, and that's when he's been able to do so well. Someone wants me to shout out Rosie O'Donnell, so I guess shout out to you, Rosie O'Donnell. Michelle King asks, are you still studying political science in school? You definitely have a future in it. We've been watching from Chicago for the past year, and you are all we trust. I'm studying international economics right now, so pretty similar, I would say. Government politics has a big part to do with that, but also the econ side. Fox, the Senate is 51, 2 seats flipped red. Yeah, so we're going to see some more flips. We already got flips with Ohio and West Virginia. Those are the two flips we've seen so far in the Senate. Michael H. is going to get a shout out in Fort Campbell, Kentucky. Shout out to you, Michael, in Kentucky. and then at Trent Smith. So why is Nebraska separated into different zones? Think we should do something similar in Georgia? Well, it's just with the state laws. So with
Okay,
the elections,
so are we up to date on that?
they're all governed by state laws. And for some reason, Nebraska, Maine, they just chose to do that. And so that's simply what they're doing. And there was a petition to change it because Trump would get an extra electoral vote from that second district. That didn't end up happening. But if Trump was able to do that, just hypothetically, it would mean that he would able to get to 270 just a little bit easier if this scenario, sorry, not this scenario, I'm trying to figure out exactly which one it is, but there was a scenario where Trump could get to 270 with that second district, but wouldn't be able to without it. Then you'd just be at 269. Honestly, I don't remember exactly which one that is. But that second district was something that Republicans tried to fight for. Ultimately, they lost that battle, but it's not going to matter because Trump is winning everywhere else.
New Mexico, that was already there in 2020 with Biden. Illinois.
Right. What battlegrounds can Trump afford to lose? This question asked by Dylan. Yeah, so right now we already have Trump winning Georgia and North Carolina. He can afford to lose Nevada, Arizona, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So he can afford to lose all three of these. All four of these, every single one. All he needs is Pennsylvania. So all three of these states, which he is clearly on track to win, that's all he needs. He doesn't need anything else. So it's going to be a pretty easy victory for Trump. It's basically smooth sailing from here. Minnesota on the presidential level, Kamala Harris leads by 8. Amy Klobuchar is doing significantly better. That's not too surprising. Harris is on track to win by 3.6. Pretty weak margin though.
Saw them claim North Carolina.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what she could have hoped for. CNN is just doing some projections. They're finally projecting Nebraska to go to Donald Trump. CNN has just been so behind this entire night. I feel like as I've been watching it, that's pretty much the only thing I've been noticing. We still do not have results out of Nevada yet, though. But I mean, I guess that's just something that, that's just something that we just have to get used to. Although I think at this point, Nevada is looking very good for Republicans. I mean, looking at the betting markets, Trump has a 79% chance of winning. But in the end of the day, though, it's not going to matter. Nevada's not going to change the result. Robert says, your neighbor from the Great White North watching here. Thank you for keeping this election focused on the numbers and not opinions. Great content. Congratulations from the Republicans in Canada. Yeah, I appreciate it. I appreciate you supporting me all the way from Canada. I was actually born in Canada, so I have Canadian citizenship. So it's pretty cool. Republicans right now are at Democrats right now are at just a 3.4% chance of winning. I mean, it really couldn't be any lower. I mean, look at this map. Look at Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all in the darkest shade of red. I don't think anyone would have expected this just a few days ago. Trevor wants me to shout out my gay friend Trevor, so I get a shout out to you, Trevor. Thank you for the super chat.
Where we're at right now.
Are you gonna make a video about the results after the election? Yes, I'll definitely be comparing, my prediction, the ultimate results, talking about what happened, because I think Democrats have a lot of work to do. They haven't been in this bad of a position. I wouldn't even say 2016 was as bad as 2024 is right now. I would say Democrats in general, in terms of being able to rebuild and come back, they haven't been in as poor of a position as they're in right now. Going all the way back to the Reagan era, I mean, 1984, I guess I can just show you the map here. 1984, this was probably the last time that Democrats were in this bad of a position. Now, obviously, this is a big victory for Republicans here, but the country was also a lot less polarized. So getting something like this was easier. I would say that today, even compared to 2016, Democrats, they really don't know what they're going to do now at this point, because Kamala Harris didn't just barely lose. It's not like she got unlucky. Maybe if she held one more campaign event in Pennsylvania, she could have won. I mean, she lost it. And it just wasn't even close. And so with them losing their Democratic senators in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania, it's basically impossible for them to win the Senate at any point. Trump's probably going to hold on to a trifecta throughout the entirety of his second term. This means that he'll be able to get whatever he wants done for the next few years. They might even be able to, get Democrats on their side. They only need 5 now if they're at 55.
Wow.
It's just not going to be close at all.
I'm kind of glad I never went to none of these places.
Yeah, I think Trump has really outperformed everyone's expectations.
I'm still looking,
PM
yo.
Shaft wants me to shout out Peyton. Shout out Peyton in Chicago. Appreciate you guys being on the channel.
But
Harris campaign released a statement
it made it
reaffirming their
look good,
confidence
though, bro.
in the blue wall. Mail-in ballots are still
Made
being
it look
counted.
good.
Really,
I mean, like,
has the Harris campaign released
you got people
a statement?
feeling.
I'll take a look.
Oh, damn! I meant to hit that. I gotta put that up. Super. But yeah, the thing is, Super, like, and like I said, I'm just keeping it in the middle. I'm staying fair with everybody. If you look at people who feel left out, forgotten, ignored, like all the lies, for example, all the lies they're telling on mainstream media in regards to New York. I'm here. I see what New York is going through and how mad and angry New Yorkers are with the party. You feel me? New Yorkers is pissed with the Democratic Party. Even though you see it's gonna vote, they're still gonna vote on a whole blue, but they're very, very upset here because a lot of people feel there's been all this outcry from New York and it just continues to get worse. Then you have all these leaders who, for the last 3.5 years up until the election, they've been turning their cheek. We even had the governor tell us, "Oh, there's nothing wrong down there. You all the way up in Albany, 3 hours up. You ain't down there to even see what's going on." Oh, hold on. We got another. We got another. Is that confirmed or is that a prediction? Not a prediction.
I'm proud of. I think Republicans dropped the ball here, especially with Deb Fisher. They had to put in a lot of money there in the very end, but ultimately
I
things have
think
gone well for them.
why he was still
But
gonna.
Nebraska should not have been this close by any means. And so on our Senate map, we can give Republicans another seat. They are now at 51. And so it's official.
Yeah.
Republicans have taken control of the U.S. Senate.
Oh,
They're going to probably be in control for the foreseeable future. It's a big majority they're going to have by the time the night is over. I can mark out the flips for you too. So far, we have West Virginia, Ohio, and well, that's it for now. But we will have a few more
yeah.
in just a few hours. Montana
Why?
is going to come very soon. Tim Sheehy is no doubt going to unseat John Tester. Coming back to the New York Times map, we can see a lot more of it has been filled in. Arizona, no updates there. But Pennsylvania, we're at 84%. I would feel pretty comfortable with making a call here sometime the next hour. So make sure you stay tuned for that. Wisconsin, Trump leads by 4 points. There's no doubt he's going to win. Turtles and Chill says, can I get a shout out to my wife, username, and China
Wisconsin.
Purse? A shout out to your wife, to Turtles and Chill, and to China Purse. Yes. Hope that was what you wanted. But yeah, I mean, the Midwest is all swing to the right. Minnesota, we probably will be able to call for Kamala Harris pretty soon, even though this is an embarrassing margin for her. Minneapolis, 70% for Kamala Harris. I mean, looking at where the results were in 2020, you'll see a huge drop off. This isn't Tim Walz' home state. So Tim Walz is probably just going to have to hide now in Minnesota for the rest of his term. I think, yeah, he's really let Democrats down. In a polling market, some people want me to check the odds there. 3.4%. Yeah, I mean, Michigan is now solid red. Arizona solid red. Nevada solid red. Every single swing state, Trump has a 90% chance or more of winning. And even though the odds can be wrong, they go up and down. But if they go up to 90, it's almost guaranteed that something is going to happen. And when all of them are at 90, I mean, you know that we're not going to see a scenario where most of them are wrong. At most one could be. Randy Jamerson says, what is the holdup on Georgia being called, and will PA get beyond 84% vote count tonight, or are they having issues? Pennsylvania, I'm not exactly sure, but they're at 85 now, so I guess they are still counting. But I do think we'll have enough where we will be able to make either an unofficial or an official projection, hopefully an official projection. And I would expect, I think by the end of the night, it'll be clear who wins. Even if Kamala Harris refuses to concede tonight, even if she wants to call tomorrow, it'll be clear that she lost the election. I think it's clear even now that she's lost the election. We just have to make sure a little bit more. But with Georgia, I'm really not sure why Georgia is taking so long. Trump leads by 3%. I mean, they're only less than 5% of the votes in. Even if all the votes from now on went to Kamala Harris, she would barely win, and obviously that would never happen. So Georgia is a red state. They're just going to take a little bit longer, but I would expect the Georgia call in the next few hours. Jackson Fox, you've maintained amazing energy and clarity of communication this election. I'm impressed. Good facts. Low fluff. Genuine enthusiasm. Cheers. Thank you so much for the support and for the super chat. I'm trying to get to all the questions here, so if I didn't get to it, I apologize. But I really am doing my best.
Georgia, I don't know.
Thank you, Jane, for the super chat. Igor says, why is it delayed? Trump has 247 right now. Well, I have it at 248 on my map, but pretty much the same, really. The reason why it's delayed is because the news networks like to be more so 100% sure, but I would honestly say 95% certainty is more than good enough, especially when we have a pretty clear picture of how the night is going. I mean, Trump is going to win these states, whether or not the mainstream media wants to wait or not. New Mexico, clearly Kamala Harris is going to win there. New Hampshire, Maine, they're going to be blue. Georgia's red. Minnesota, we're going to call pretty soon. 55% of votes in. Tank of Tank says, watching from Canada, love what you're doing and with such high energy. Hopefully, even though you're an American-based polling channel, you cover the Canadian elections too. I might say there are definitely some interesting races there. I mean, pretty much a landslide expected. I think next year is your election, so the landslide for Polyev, I think, will be interesting to see. Trent says, which state did you say Trump needed to win 100%? The election in your final video, did he win it? What state did you think Trump needed to win? Yeah, so the two states that Trump needed to win this election cycle were Arizona and Georgia. Now, we haven't gotten all the numbers from Arizona yet, so we haven't made an official projection, but Georgia has been called. He's also in North Carolina, which I guess was the third must-win state for Trump. He is going to win Arizona, and he's also on track to win all of the Midwest. So he's won everything he needs to win. You know, all the states he has to win, he's already done that. North Carolina, Georgia, they've already gone red. Do you think Trump will have more votes than Biden did in 2020? I personally do. Well, I guess the thing is that Trump's popular vote margin is not going to be as big as Joe Biden's. He's going to win it by around 1. Joe Biden won the popular vote by
let's see where we at.
4.5. And so I guess the issue here is that if Trump wins the popular vote, he may not win it by large enough.
Yeah, I don't see
of a margin for him to actually break the record. But he will definitely get close. He's going to win the popular vote. And I think turnout, we're going to see records here as well. But depending on his margin and the turnout, it'll be close. But I don't think it matters too much, but votes in the last election, which I think is almost
I'm
guaranteed.
checking
And
multiple
so we can also
outlets,
look at the
and
popular
I don't
vote
see
just
it.
right now. I mean, this is the Google map here.
Shout out to Super
Like I said
Kings coming through. I appreciate you,
before,
brother.
I mean, this map is a lot better than what it
Appreciate
looked
you.
like before. But Trump
Uh,
is at 61 million votes. Kamala Harris at 57. Trump at 51%. Kamala Harris
I don't see
at
it.
47.6. We're going to see the numbers go up a little bit for Kamala Harris in the next few hours. What's surprising, though, is that Jill Stein is at 0.4%.
Now, why does
She's outperforming both Robert F. Kennedy and Chase Oliver. The Libertarians almost always in third place. For some reason, this time they're actually in. So they're gonna have to do some soul searching there. Big issue probably is just because of how well Trump is doing, and he will of course take votes away from the Libertarians just because of the similarity in ideology there.
I'm checking all the outlets and I don't see any updates.
All right, and then going back to the map, we're gonna prepare to call Minnesota pretty soon. I think I'll make sure that we can do that in the next few minutes, and then in
I don't see
50 minutes, we have our final poll closing of the night. That, of course, is the one in Alaska. After that, there's just going to be nothing. Alaska is going to be the last one, and then we'll be able to see the results come in from every single state. And pretty soon after that, we should have a winner. I will very likely project a winner tonight, and hopefully we'll get to see a concession speech from Kamala Harris. Hopefully we'll get to hear about the call that is made.
Oh, I would love to be on that call. Oh my God. You know, it'd be funny.
Lucas Torres says, which states do you see shifting from blue to swing, if any? Cheers from Argentina. I mean, I guess just based on the results tonight,
I think that would be.
New Hampshire is going to get more and more competitive. Virginia, which
I wouldn't be surprised.
shifted significantly to the left from the end of the Bush era to today. It's also shifting back to the right. I mean, with Glenn Youngkin elected as governor in 2021, of course, as a Republican. And then I see Minnesota, it's shifting more and more to the left or to the right. It's actually the state with the longest Democratic voting streak. It hasn't voted red since 1972. But it's not going to be a state that Democrats will hold on to much longer, especially considering the close call they had in 2016 and now again in 2024. New Mexico, as well as Hispanic voters, Democrats are doing really poorly with them, and that's why
Don't see that.
Doing pretty badly there too. People want me to fix Maine on the map. Not sure if I know exactly what you're referring to there. Yeah, if somebody could tell me what they mean about fixing Maine on the map. I'm pretty sure I've called
I thought
it correctly. Maine is going to.
All right, let me find out.
Vote for the GOP. It's not going to go red, or it's not going to go. Sorry, it's going to vote for Democrats. It's not going to go red. Anthony says Harris is going to win all the swing states. Just watching see Tears incoming. Well, I mean, I don't know if you'll see that, but I guess you can always hope. You can always cling on to the 3.4% chance that Kamala Harris has of winning this election. I mean, those odds are always there.
That was as of 10 minutes ago.
For you, I guess.
2 hours.
This graph. there's no coming back from this. Trump has a 92% chance of winning the popular vote. Nobody really thought this was possible because you have to consider that at this point in March, we saw Joe Biden in the race, and of course, he was leading.
I don't see.
It was only a very short period of time where Trump was ahead. This was right before
Damn, they should have it in.
Joe Biden dropped out. Polling market, you want me to check the
What is the real time?
House? Republicans at 56%.
All right.
I guess,
Okay, here we go.
or Democrats at 69. All right, I guess Democrats
210.
are doing surprisingly well in the House now. We'll have to see about that.
You got Nevada.
You can check the map here. Democrats, they've won 8 competitive districts. Republicans, they've won 6, but so far, still no flips
Nevada.
from either side.
So
So
they've
they've
all
all
held
held
on
on
to
to
their
their seats. I mean, Democrats,
Yeah.
they're doing okay with the House, but I would say they're going to struggle in New York. Tom Suozzi, if he pulls off a victory, that would be good for Democrats. Laura Gillen, I think if she defeats Anthony Despacito, the Republicans will be in trouble there. But I do doubt that. I mean, Lilota has been able to hold on in the first district. So yeah, I don't think the House is looking terrible. Republicans are still favored, so really nothing to worry about yet. We do have a lot of competitive races down in Southern California as well. Michelle Steele is one of the most vulnerable Democratic incumbents, or one of the most Republican incumbents. So she's gonna a close race there, but
come on.
Really, I don't think there's too much to worry about at this point. It's still 50-50. And of course, coming into this, almost everyone thought that Democrats were going to win back the House. And in some part, they do kind of deserve to win back the House just because of the mess that Republicans have made of it. With Kevin McCarthy and now Mike Johnson. They really need to get their act together, especially those on the far right.
We think it's so. All right, give me one.
Count the Rust Belt states won't be counted completely.
One.
I'm staying out with you regardless.
Oh, wait, whatever.
I mean, I guess maybe Kamala Harris will want to get a night's sleep after the huge disappointment this has been, but she will know that she's lost. I mean, she knows that she's lost right now. But in terms of getting the call, in terms of making the call to Trump and doing the whole concession speech, we're really just going to have to see. Not fully sure on that. It just depends what if they count faster though. I guess it depends on the news. So the news is definitely going to call Georgia tonight. There's no doubt about that. If they can call Pennsylvania tonight, then yes, there likely will be a concession speech. But if the news outlets don't project a winner yet, Kamala Harris will be a lot more hesitant to come out and do that. Or it could just be Wisconsin. It really could be any of them. Arizona, though, that's going to take a while. It's really just about how sure they are about these results. And even though they know what's going to happen, I guess they just would prefer to be a lot more sure about it, for better or for worse. However, I do believe we can make another projection here very, very soon. And it will likely be in Minnesota. People want me to fix Maine. Maine is red in the map. Yeah, so if you zoom in here, Maine as a whole is blue, And then the first district is down there. The second district is up there. So it does seem red, but I can show you that Maine is blue on the map. Just the second district is red, and of course the second district is the more rural district. It's the larger district, which is why, it is a little bit bigger there. But yeah, I mean that is pretty normal, I would say. Maine has 2 districts. Yes. 1 vote for each district and 2 for pop. Yeah. All right. Apparently Georgia has been called by a lot of the news networks. That's what people are saying in chat here. We've actually just hit 4 million views on this stream. Over 4 million people have clicked on it over the last 6 hours. I mean, that's just incredible. It's by far my most viewed video ever. So we're now just 29,000 subscribers away from 400,000. If we could get there, that would be absolutely amazing. We started at 287, I believe, when the stream started. So it's already been incredible. But if we could get to 400, I mean, I would appreciate that so much. We've been covering this race for 4 years nonstop, daily videos for 3 to 4 months. We're going to be here for quite a few hours. So if you guys could all help me out, all click that subscribe button at the same time. We'll see how high it goes. If we all subscribed right now, we'd hit 400 basically instantly. But, again, thank you guys so much for your support. Something else I guess I will just make the projection now. At this point with Minnesota. Minnesota is going to go in favor of Kamala Harris. This was, of course, highly expected, but still, her margin has been abysmal. I mean, it is so much worse than what anyone could have expected. Nobody thought that Harris would do this poorly in Minnesota, but somehow, that's just how this is playing out. So I can just get this out in just a moment here. Minnesota is going to go in favor of Kamala Harris. 10 electoral votes for the vice president. She's going to win. Tim Walz's home state is going to be close, but she will come out on top. I mean, Tim Walz has, I guess, proven to be quite a useless running mate. He absolutely has not done what he needed to do. He's been a huge disappointment. And I think for a long time, Democrats are going to question his choice because he was not even talked about as a contender until the very end. We all thought that it was going to be Josh Shapiro for a super long time. I mean, him being a Jew was a big reason why he wasn't able to win it. So, I mean, yeah, there were just huge issues there. But ultimately, Harris is still going to win Minnesota. It's 10 electoral votes, and this leaves us with just 5 states. They're all going to be battlegrounds, so all of the non-battlegrounds have been filled in. Alaska's also
had to take a back
left blanks right now, just because polls haven't closed, but we are going to make a projection there in just 41 minutes. I think Trump can actually win it by a solid margin now, considering how well he's doing everywhere else. Jason says, what would be a good ticket for 2028 for the Democrats to come back from this defeat? I mean, I would say they actually had some good candidates for Harris's running mate when she was choosing a few months back. I would say Tim Walz definitely was not the most natural choice.
Check where we
want someone from Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. And the issue now is that Democrats have lost 3 of their senators from these 3 states. So Tammy Baldwin is going to lose in Wisconsin. So they don't have any senators from Wisconsin. In Pennsylvania, they're never going to choose John Fetterman because John Fetterman has been an utter disappointment for Democrats, and I guess for everyone. So Pennsylvania, nobody there.
Okay, what's going on? Why is that happening?
Michigan, I guess, we have Gary Peters, who is the most uninspiring candidate in history. So they preferably would want someone in the Midwest, considering the losses there today. And so I would say Gretchen Whitmer and Josh Shapiro are probably the two best bets right now for Democrats. For some reason, I just reloaded this screen. So give me 1 second. Let me get it back set up. But yeah, Gretchen Whitmer, Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania.
There we go. Okay.
And Michigan. Those are probably the two people that are going to be talked about the most.
There we go.
Tony Evers in Wisconsin. He outperformed expectations.
Okay, so breaking news: Republicans take
He
control of
won
the
his
Senate.
re-election as governor, but the fact that most people thought he was going to lose definitely
Hawaii
is not the
expected.
best thing when it comes to
Lord.
instilling confidence, in your candidates. So I would say that's one route they could go, because without the three upper Midwestern states, they have no chance of winning elections. It's going to be incredibly difficult. But down south in the Sun Belt, Democrats have a lot of potential there as well. I mean, Georgia, North Carolina, Arizona. These are states where Democrats generally are making gains, just not this time around.
God.
The midterms were pretty good for them, but
Williams HOS up.
It's going to be hard. I think Democrats are not going to do very well in the next few election cycles, whether it's the midterms or it's a general election. They're really starting to struggle. I think people are saying that they called New Mexico. Yeah, so I guess
I'm looking for that right now, y'all. I'm sorry.
New Mexico is blue now, finally. I mean, that was pretty obvious. We've known this whole time. Are there any results out of Nevada yet?
New Mexico got called.
I think that's something I definitely.
So we're looking at New Mexico. New Mexico.
See, I'm just gonna get the map.
Oh no, that can't be true.
Again, for you guys here, we still only have a few states remaining. Out of the swing states, North Carolina, Georgia have been called, and then the remaining ones are still a little too early to call.
A new DMX album dropping December 13th on Def Jam.
Nevada, we still don't have results from there yet. Pennsylvania, apparently the gap is shrinking.
I don't see it. All right.
I guess we'll look at that. 87,000.
I'm gonna give
Trump leads by
refresh to see if
3 points. I mean, the gap is going to shrink. Trump is going to win the state by 2 points.
Shit.
He's currently up by 3. So yeah, that's totally expected.
Sure. Thank you all for coming.
For that at all.
I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Welcome to Carter Hates Everything 2024.
Says you've done a fantastic job, and I appreciate your coverage. You're extremely talented at this. I especially enjoy the subtle roasts. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying the content so far.
I definitely appreciate all of y'all for sticking it out. We in it for the long run.
Whoever said I'm making Maine red again, it's just because the electoral votes here are split. So you see.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
This is Maine, but this down here is also part of Maine. So that's why it looks like
that came up that said
played that on the map. But I assure you, Maine is blue. It's definitely going to.
Yeah,
Kamala Harris.
It has to be.
But
I'm looking for the
I guess it's small.
I know they
I
got
understand if you're unable to see it that well. Why do you think JD Vance is GOP's best option for 2028? I mean, I wouldn't say that I think he's the best option. I think he's a good option.
So far, are we still at what, 230?
But just the fact that he really has instilled a lot of confidence in Republican voters with that debate performance against
1229.
Tim Walz. I think he was set as a mistake for Trump to pick for a long time.
So North Carolina's been called.
Ultimately, he proved himself,
As of
and
1229.
he has the momentum, especially now that he actually won
AP's
the
calling North Carolina.
election with Donald Trump. He's a sitting vice president.
Up,
Nobody is in a better
trying to pull up the real time. Trying to pull up the real time.
position than him. Not Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis kind of is old news at this point. I think people have given him a chance, and they haven't liked what they saw.
You know,
and so
saying it's loud, but
2028, we're not going to. We're I expect he would run again. He definitely wants to be president, but it doesn't look like it's happening for him. He'll of course remain a big name in Republican politics, but as the nominee,
but
I do doubt it.
For
what are your thoughts on the reports in the last 5 hours about mysterious pipes breaking, power outages in swing states?
I don't even want to have to go all the way.
Trump tweeted about so the police were on their way to Texas. I mean, I will say a lot of things that Trump says probably don't help him, especially on social media. The rants he goes.
Yeah, we're still at 1229.
I think Trump would have won this election a lot more easily if he had just talked.
That's what I said. I said the same thing.
Less.
Sometimes
I think people like to see Trump.
Shut up.
Being more compassionate and to speak more positive in general. I mean, I'm sure the fear mongering helps to some extent, but I would say people get tired of it. And I don't think in terms of strategy, it's the best.
I think there was a line from Dusk Till Dawn.
He's done well enough with it. So I guess props to him. Joss Madrid said, "What content?"
Hold on 1 second.
Are you making after the election? I mean, just focusing on the midterms 2026, as well as.
But yeah, there's a line in From Dusk Till Dawn, right? And that line in From Dusk Till Dawn, the pastor says to what's his name? Seth. I think it was Seth. And this is after they made it through the Mexican border. They get to the biker bar. They're home free. All they got to do is chill. And Seth does something where he takes the bottle, or stabs the guy coming in, and then he takes the bottle and hits the other guy. And the pastor says to him, he's like, are you too stupid to already know when you've won? And he was like, and Seth was like, what? Because he's super, he gangster. He said, what? Come again? Say that again. Pastor looked him dead in his face and said, are you too stupid to know when to stop because you've already won? Seth thought about it, looked around like, damn, we made it through bank robberies, shootouts, made it to through the Mexican border, and made it to our location, safe and sound. And he looked at Pastor like, you know what? Let me pour you a drink. And that's the thing with Trump's situation. Sometimes, just like what he said, if this would have went much smoother if he just knew the time to just chill and coast and not say nothing. Just be quiet. Just shut the fuck up. Sometimes you gotta know when to shut the fuck up. That's one of Trump's problems. Okay, do we have an update? I think we might have an update. Excuse me. I think we might. No.
There's nothing to worry about. But Michigan is looking incredibly strong for Trump. It's probably going to vote to the right of both Pennsylvania and Wisconsin.
I don't think anyone
I don't
really
think
expected that.
anyone
A lot
really
of
expected that. A lot of people said Trump would win Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, but not Michigan or just Pennsylvania, and not the other two. But the fact that Pennsylvania goes first, I think it's just a gut punch to Democrats who had always thought that Michigan was the one that was the most on their side.
Yeah, I don't see anything for Michigan right now.
That clearly has proven to be untrue, as Pennsylvania is expected to now vote to the left of its two. We'll have to see there.
I see nothing called for.
But looking at just the New York Times here, I mean, Trump shows strength as swing states count votes. This is exactly what you'd want to see if you were
anything yet.
Republican. He's currently on track to win 302 electoral votes on average.
Damn, 302 is
With a 91% chance of winning. Sushi Armageddon says, let's treat the subscriber button like GameStop stock. I mean, yeah, I'd really appreciate that, guys. But you know, the sport already has just been incredible. I mean, I couldn't really ask for any more from you guys.
Yeah, I don't see any new call.
Georgia stopped counting at 95% and not calling it is very sus.
That is true.
I do expect a call tonight, but it is a little annoying just how long they're taking. I feel like it definitely doesn't need to be like this. Amit says, watching from India, loving the analysis.
Like 95%.
I cannot wait to see Jimmy Kimmel lose his shit on late night tomorrow. Yeah, I think the late night hosts are, I think secretly they'll be a little happy about it because they do benefit a lot from Trump making the news and the impressions they can do as a result of it. So
yeah, everybody gonna eat.
I mean, I don't think the late night hosts are gonna be too bothered for themselves personally.
Because
obviously they would never say that.
What's gonna happen?
Eagle
The first wave of everybody content creators eating.
Says, why is NBC saying Georgia is too close to call? It is
All the celebrity meltdown.
close. It definitely should be called by now. I mean,
It's gonna happen.
Less than 5% of the
Oh, and DL Hughley, I'm gonna
votes left,
roast.
and Trump leads by 3 points. I mean, even if you gave Kamala Harris all the remaining votes,
DL,
still
I'm
really wouldn't
gonna
be able to
roast
win.
your ass, boy. I'm gonna cook your ass. You just wait.
I mean, it'll get cold soon, but it guess really just depends on the.
But I'm being fair. I'm being fair and unbiased.
Site you're looking at.
It's coming. I'm gonna cook you.
All right. See any other questions here? Please watch George.
Definitely play.
Close to Trump lead falling low last time we were seeing 1.7% on AP site. Yeah, I mean his lead is not going to expand from this point. It is going to go down, but the New York Times estimate is actually now Trump plus 2.5. So this is actually a lot better than it was just a few hours ago, a few minutes ago. So I don't think things are getting worse for Trump here. You're definitely not as, definitely he's going to win, and I feel like they should call it. CNN has actually just called Georgia, so Georgia has been called. It's not really an issue anymore. Georgia, North Carolina, they have both been called, and so our map basically reflects what we're seeing from CNN right now and the major news networks, except they haven't called Minnesota, New Jersey, New Hampshire, Connecticut, Maine, or
CNN's called Jersey. I mean Jersey, Georgia,
or New Mexico for Kamala Harris yet. I don't know why they're so slow with the Harris calls. But besides those states that we've always known Democrats are going to win, they basically started to catch up now. We only have 6 states left, so make sure you stay tuned. In just 23 minutes, we're going to have our final poll closing of the night. This will basically
I'm checking Georgia
be
right
the
now.
end of us waiting for new numbers in terms of, from new states. But of course, we still have quite a bit of waiting to do. I mean, that's honestly what we're doing at this point. It's not about knowing who's going to win. We already know who's going to win. It's really just about
Votes been counted
trying to see that tonight, and I think that's very possible.
for Georgia. 93%
Just
of votes been counted.
given how well Trump is doing.
2.6.
If Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, if they were
Trump.
closer, if it looked like they weren't all going to go to Trump, I wouldn't expect anything tonight. But considering that he is on track to win every single one of them, I wouldn't be surprised if we did get an announcement. But in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump, we have 89% of the votes in now. Trump's lead basically unchanged. The percentage of the votes counted, though, has gone up ever so slightly. He's down 51%. Kamala Harris at 48.1.
I got 48.5 in Georgia.
Up in Maine, Kamala Harris at 52. New Hampshire, 51. I mean, look at how close New Hampshire is. This was a state Biden won by 7 points. Kamala Harris is only going to win, I believe, around 4 at this point, 3.0.
Okay, I mean, closer than we predicted here.
But I mean, I guess good for Trump. If you guys have any questions, make sure you just let me know in the chat. I'm happy to answer anything that
so
that you guys are interested in wanting to see. I'm interested in showing you guys on the screen. I guess we can again look at the forecast.
All right, so yeah, from what I'm looking at AP right now on the live, so far in 4 states they have Trump in the lead: Arizona, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Georgia. So yeah, those 4 states they have him in the lead. And Harris, they have her in the lead in Maine, New Hampshire, and what is that? Minnesota. Nevada still haven't been. I don't know what the hell's happened with Nevada. Still haven't been tallied. Nope. I don't even see no updates for Nevada. Nope. Everything in Nevada is 0% right now. And what I'm reading here, it says polls are closing in Nevada, but results could take a while because the state doesn't release anything until the last person in line is voted. First updates usually include mail-in and early votes. The state will add mailed ballots that arrive through November 9th. And these have gone strongly Democratic in the past. In recent election, Nevada has added more than 50% of its vote after Election Day. So they're still going to count votes all the way to November 9th? How? What the fuck? Like, how does that even make sense? Oh, boy. How does that even make sense? But yeah, so far, from what I'm looking at, Trump is in the lead in 5 states. Harris is in the lead in 3 states. But those 3 states, let me see, even if she wins them, that's 10. Gotta put it at 220. That's Maine is only 2. So I put it at 222. New Hampshire is only 4. So that'll put her at what, 226. So even if she wins those 3 states, she's only gonna be at that'll be 226. Yeah, that'd only be 226. And that's the only state left that she's in the lead. So yeah, I see what he's saying. Why a lot of people saying that it's looking like it's a guarantee that Trump is gonna win. All right, let's go back to see what they're saying. Let's catch it up to live.
I mean, just the way he said it, it was a quick statement. Kamala.
Okay, I keep seeing now in the chat, CNN has called for Georgia. They keep saying Georgia's been called.
Kamala Harris, it seems, is not going to speak tonight, but that doesn't mean that we can't call the race for Trump tonight. That is certainly something that we are able to do, especially in the next few hours. I think as more and more votes come in, I'll be able to at least personally give you guys a pretty tentative projection. Hattie Ollie says the AV daddies all appreciate your work. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying the content.
They're saying that CNN has called Georgia,
it.
but AP has still not called Georgia.
Looking at the chat here, trying to keep up with everything. Yeah, I mean, the people are still actually at Howard University waiting for Kamala Harris to speak, which is funny considering that she's lost the election already. Normally you would expect a lot more people to actually leave, but I guess they're really sticking it out with her. Thank you, Grim, for the super chat. Mr. Seeds of Change, do you believe in the Constitution? I mean, yes, of course. I would say that I do.
Let's see what C-SPAN has to say.
I guess you can be more specific about that. I'd be happy to answer your questions. And Jay Gregory, thank you for your accurate coverage. Yeah, of course. I mean, I feel like being accurate here, being nonpartisan, is the most important thing. I mean, I wouldn't even say who I voted for.
Oh my God. Oh my.
And to be honest, I didn't have too strong of an urge to vote for either one candidate. It was more of a sporadic decision on my part. But Wisconsin's now 84%. Trump holds on to a 4-point lead. I mean, that's basically foolproof. Arizona, Trump leads by 0.8. He's going to win there. For the Senate, I do think though that the Senate races are not going to be called.
I have my own opinion,
especially in Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. These races are not going to be called until tomorrow, which is good because then it gives me time.
But oh my God,
time to make the projection slides for the Twitter. But yeah, these 3 states, they really.
And for what it's worth, this is one of the reasons why I keep just going ahead and playing it so he could talk and distract me from where my mind is going with some of the shit I'm seeing online and on social media. And I'm gonna just say it like this because I really want to stay away from this and do this on a whole different episode and address this shit. But black folks, man, we got to stop this shit. We got to do better. We got to do better because they're showing, I guess, apparently, just like in 2016 when Hillary was running and they had her Democratic stronghold was the Jacob Javits Center, and they had people down there dancing and partying and celebrating because they had already had it in the bag and they knew they had it and they were cheering and all of it. And I apparently Harris has set up at Howard University, and I keep seeing all this footage and photos and videos, clips on Instagram and online and these different spaces of all these people dancing, just dancing away, sweating and dancing and shit. What and why? And when are we gonna stop? See that I'm not gonna get upset. I said I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna chill.
3%. She's at just 2.9. It says Georgia's been called. It seems like, yep, probably by the Associated Press now. So Georgia is officially red. Cookie says, what states Harris need to stay competitive? Well, Harris has to win every single remaining state if she wants to stay competitive. I don't even need to put these in the likely category anymore because they've just been fully called now. For Kamala Harris to win, she needs to win Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Well, I guess she doesn't need Nevada or Arizona, but she needs Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, all three states where she's currently on track to lose. She's also on track to lose Arizona, and winning Arizona or winning Nevada isn't really going to do too much for her. Fox called Georgia. Okay. Yeah, I mean,
why I keep seeing everybody saying
I would say Fox has been a little bit slower than I expected, considering how fast they were to call Arizona last time. That was pretty. That got a lot of people upset. Sweet Clifton says, "Let's get this beautiful man to 400K before the end of this, and congrats on the subs. And thank you for being one of the only unbiased media I was able to follow during this election." Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for that. And again, we're approaching 4.5 million views on this stream. We still have over 100,000 concurrent viewers, and it's 1 a.m. So make sure you subscribe right now. If we all click that button together, if we all click it, we'll get to 400K instantly. We're only 22,000 away. So if we could all do that right now, I would really appreciate that. But, again, thank you guys so much for your support tonight. It's been incredible. I hope we can get to 400,000. It wasn't really anything I considered was even possible. But now that we're here, I guess we will try to go for the goal. Somebody said I had cancer surgery this morning, and I've been in recovery bad listening for the last 5 hours. Thank you to you and the VA. Well, yeah, I'm glad your surgery went well, and I wish you well with everything. And I'm glad
let's look at 5.
that you've been able to tune into my coverage here tonight. Yeah, so at this point, Trump is really just one state away from the presidency. It's just going to be Pennsylvania. He's going to win Alaska, of course. So we're at that point where the tipping point will be Pennsylvania, and we're right on the edge. We're right about to go over. We haven't done that yet, but
get it too.
It will be very soon. Yeah, thank you guys so much for subscribing. Thank you to Psycho Chan, Emo Daddy. Thank you guys so much for you guys' support. Why do swing states take so long? I mean, it's just a lot of ballots to count, and the fact that there are a lot of mail-in ballots, which makes things more difficult as well. Really just the whole range of issues with the voting there.
I don't see. I'm looking for something that says that Georgia's been called.
Alan Lichtman admitted that Kamala Harris will lose on his stream. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm interested to see what he has to say about that, considering that nobody has been more confident about Kamala Harris than him. I mean, literally nobody has come out every single day to say that the vice president is actually going to win. Cam says, has been watching you for 9 months, man. I appreciate you. Keep it up. Don't leave yet. I'll hang with you. Yeah, I'm going to try to be here for as long as I possibly can. This stream's so far, we're about to approach the 7-hour mark.
Yes, we are.
If you guys have been here since the beginning, thank you guys. If you guys have been here, if you guys are a little bit later, I appreciate you guys sticking with me too.
I don't see nothing called.
Yeah, that. You think we'll get a call for Pennsylvania?
They had to bring in the Avengers.
Yeah. I mean, I guess
motivate people. That
it really depends. Okay, but we do have the New York Times here. The first flip on the map for Trump, it is going to be Georgia. The other ones haven't happened yet, but as of right now, we do have a flip officially registered on the map for Donald Trump. Considering they did lose Georgia in the last election, but with Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, we're at 90.
She's not speaking tonight.
Trump still leads by 3 points. The needle gives him
Well,
the New York Times Needle is currently projecting, if it'll actually load here, it's projecting a 2-point margin of victory for Trump. So with 92% of votes in, I think if we can get over 95 in the next hour or so, I do think Pennsylvania could be called. And that basically is going to be it, because Alaska might not be called until later on, because voting just doesn't really get votes don't really get counted in there for a long time. But if Pennsylvania can be called tonight, I think we'll have an official winner, or at least we'll.
Yeah. Breaking news, y'all. Let me just breaking news. Let me pull it up. Breaking news. Hold on. Okay, as of what was that? 20 minutes? No, not even 20 minutes. As of oh man, don't tell me I lost it. Oh, there we go. Now they're posting it. Where you at, Plies? Oh, you need to get it too. Just like your boy DL. You and them chiclet teeth, yo, you got to get it too, buddy. You got to get it too. Cause all that smoothing and doing and man, that is not how we roll, bro. Yeah. I just seen the shit, man. Hold on. Cause I wanna rate I wanna read it accurately. Come on, what is this bullshit? Okay, here we go. Okay, Harris campaign co-chair Cedric Richmond just told Howard University crowd that you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. And that kind of goes along with what he was saying earlier, as far as saying that they were already putting together her concession speech, that they were already this was this was almost 2 hours ago, an hour and a half, almost 2 hours ago, that there was an announcement that leaked out that they were already starting to put together her concession speech. So yeah, this is definitely yeah. Yeah, that's not a good sign, y'all. Maybe she needs some sleep. You know, maybe she needs to get some rest or something. I don't know, but that is definitely not a good sign. Let's go back.
Probably about all the things that went wrong for Democrats, because I feel like that is what they do every single time. And they do it in such a sad way. You know, they really try hard not to offend the actual candidates, which I think is pretty funny to watch. But Arizona, yeah, Arizona's going to go red. There's no doubt about it. It's lean Republican right now, based on the New York Times Needle. Trump is on track to win it by 4. I mean, I guess we can map out just how wrong the polls have been. They haven't been that wrong, but they definitely did overestimate Democrats once again. Arizona polls said Trump was going to win by 2.
Yeah.
He's on track today to win by 4. If we go to Georgia, polls said Trump would win by 1.3. I believe he's on track to win by around 2 to 3. So again, Trump outperforming the average. North Carolina, Trump is supposed to win by 1. He's going to win by 3. And then up in the Midwest, Pennsylvania, polls said Trump would win by 0.4. He's going to win by 2. Michigan, he's going to win by over 2, maybe even 3, even though Harris led in the polls. And then Wisconsin, polling said that Harris would win by 0.4. Ultimately, she's going to lose it by around 1 to 2. So, again, the polling wrong again. Nevada, we don't actually have numbers there yet, but I do expect Trump to be able to win the state by at least maybe 1 to 2 points, because it is a flip. It is a state that no Republican has won it since 2004. Nevada has never gone to Trump before, so this is going to be the addition to the map that he carried in 2016. He won all the other states. He's going to win this time, except for Nevada. So we do have some more votes, though, from Michigan. We've crossed into the 60s range. We're at 62%. Trump continues to lead by 6 points. He's on track to win the state by 2.2. Pennsylvania, 92. Wisconsin, 85.
I'm just trying to double check on
Not the biggest swing there, but, we are seeing a change. Isimo, Nevada starting to count for the next election, waiting for the next election to start counting. Yeah, I mean, we do actually have results there, though. 5% of votes in Nevada, 71% Republican, 27% for Kamala Harris. This is from the counties up north where Reno is located. This is basically where Lake Tahoe is. And then down south, Clark County, we don't have votes there, but that is the big county. That's where Las Vegas is. So really that's one that matters, but the early voting numbers so far that come out of Nevada are good for the GOP. I mean, look at, nothing's really changed here. Trump is going to win.
Oh, we need to cook
Nevada. Unless we just totally miss something about the state. Somehow, even though all the other toss-ups are going to go to Trump and Nevada just doesn't. I mean, I think that's unlikely, but one other thing, Nevada hasn't started yet. It just never is on time. I mean, they'll have different election laws about when they can start to count. So, I mean, in every state, basically, you can't start reporting results until voting in that precinct ended. Otherwise, then you would have the possibility where people would just go out and vote because they're seeing their candidate do poorly. So that's why results can't be released, and a lot of times they can't even be counted until polls close. So that's one of the main reasons why Nevada is so slow. Cage says, thanks for updating us all on the election. Will you cover other countries' elections in the future? And do you think Trump will win with 300 to 330? So yeah, I would say right now that Trump is going to do slightly better than I expected. I gave the former president 287 electoral votes. I gave Kamala Harris 251. I would say Trump can get to around 312. 312 is the ceiling. He's not going above 312 because to go above 312, he would need to win Minnesota, New Hampshire, Virginia, or New Mexico. That simply isn't going to happen. But with the states that he is going to win from the battlegrounds, he can definitely get to 312. 330 is not going to be possible. That was never possible. It's really just these 7 states forever in play. And so I do think he'll either be right under 300 or right over 300, but it doesn't matter because all he needs is 270, and he will definitely get to 270.
Wow.
Somebody asked me, and to the Republic, for what to stand for. Okay, I don't know what that means, but thank you for your support. Is there a chance he'll win Wisconsin or Arizona? Yes, there's a very good chance. He's probably going to win Wisconsin and Arizona. I mean, look at the betting markets here. The odds that Trump wins Wisconsin currently sit at 95%. The odds he wins Arizona, 85%, just because we haven't gotten as many votes from Arizona yet, but they're all basically in the darkest shade of red possible.
Let me check. I'm sorry, y'all.
Somebody says, thank you for making your content for us. I found your channel only recently and have followed every day since. Thank you so much for following me over the last few months. I appreciate it. I make the videos for you guys, so wouldn't be possible without your support. Please keep up the good work. My wife is from
They just updated it.
from Japan and can't vote, so she is proud to be able to follow the election through your channel. How confident are you that Trump will win?
1240, 247 versus two.
Like 99.9%. There's really no way it could go the other way. Apparently, there's more results from Nevada. 17% now from Nevada. Thank you, Ian, the super chat. But now we're at 17% from Nevada. Trump at 57. Kamala Harris at 41. It's a bloodbath here. Trump is
He's killing it, yo. I don't want
doing
to.
exceptionally well up north. We don't have numbers from Clark
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
County yet. That's the
Nevada
one that we're waiting
just,
on. But I would expect Trump to do quite well there as well. See polling market, see how that market has changed. Trump at 86.
50.9%.
Yeah, he's
Trump
gonna win Nevada.
7.5.
Needs to sweep all 7 of the swing states. I think that CNN is just about to report on what's come out of Nevada. But in
Yeah, this is crazy. This is definitely crazy.
Pennsylvania, 92% of the votes are now in. Trump leads by around 3 points.
I mean, we still going. This is definitely let me go back to AP because AP just had the Nevada votes up. I just had them. They just had yep, 47.5 to 50.9, and they have Trump in the lead in Nevada. Why is this happening again? Come on. Come on with the loud button. What's going on? Let me check this side too. Because it has been a long stream. And again, man, thank you guys for coming. This is Carter Hates Everything. We're doing live election coverage of the 2024 presidential election. Trump, well, yeah, Trump versus Harris. Let's make sure we're not having a little issue here because that would really suck. It seemed like everything just started going down. Uh-oh. Okay, no, we're back up on that side. We're back up on that side. And now we just got to get back up on this side. I might have to reset again. But yeah, so far, the way it's looking, and maybe that's why that breaking news just came out with Kamala saying that she is not going to speak at Howard University tonight, that she will address everybody tomorrow. Is that a concession? And does that mean she's going to do the same exact thing Hillary Clinton did in 2016? Hide for 3 days before you make the phone call to say congratulations on your win? Is that what is going to happen? Oh, what is going on here? Sucks. What's going on? That should be here, right. What the hell is happening? What about you? What about you? What is going on? No commercials, please. No commercials, please. All right, there we go. We're back up.
Appreciate that.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We got an announcement coming in. We have a big announcement coming in, y'all. And again, thank you for rocking out with me. Welcome to Carter Hates Everything. I really appreciate you guys for coming out here and sticking with me. This has definitely been a long stream. Uh-oh. Hold on. We gotta pull this up. We definitely gotta pull it. One I
Just
think
bear
they
with
pulled
me
it last.
for a minute here. Alaska is the last one. So all right, just need to get red. And then we have the big call in Pennsylvania. So stay tuned for that.
Oh boy.
Say Donald Trump wins Alaska, 3 electoral votes. It's basically an automatic victory for the former president. There's no way he wasn't going to win Alaska. We actually do have some of our first votes out right now from the state. 17% in, Trump at 56. It's likely Republican. Trump is going to win there. And then now at this point, I think this is when the night really starts to come to an end here. But we can make the big projection that Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania, the Keystone State's
Oh
19
shit.
electoral votes. You can see on the map there at the bottom
Oh.
right, Trump is at 251 to get to 270, of course. He needs 19 electoral votes, and it's going to be the votes from Pennsylvania that get him over the top. Trump is now at 270, Kamala Harris at 226. With those victories in Alaska and Pennsylvania, we can project that Donald Trump is going to win the presidency. Now, the mainstream media is going to take a lot longer to call this, but it is pretty clear to us here that Donald Trump is going to win Pennsylvania and he is going to win the election. He is in an incredible spot right now. Pennsylvania, that is the big call. 19 electoral votes, the Keystone State. It's the state that we've been talking about. That's going to be the state that gets either candidate over 270, and it does end up being Pennsylvania. This was one of the states that I had going to Trump in my final forecast. And so this also, of course, does mean that we are projecting that Donald Trump will win the entire election. I think, that's obviously the bigger call at this point.
I think they're gonna have
You
to
guys
roll
just
it
give
over.
me 1 second here to get that set up. Yeah, I mean, I think definitely we've come to a conclusion a lot faster than we would have expected. Yeah. So I'm just give me 1 second here. I'm just getting it all done on my Twitter so I can show you guys the projection.
Let me check AP because the way it's looking right now,
It's gonna be this has been probably the worst night possible for Democrats. Not only did they lose, but they lost all the states that were in play. Well, they haven't officially lost them yet, and they'll continue to say that until they do. But it's clear that Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president of the United States, and he will succeed Joe Biden after being his predecessor first. This is only the second time this has ever happened in American history.
Damn, he didn't pull it off. He pulled it off, y'all. Love him or hate him. He pulled
We can
it off.
see, we might expect to see Trump speak tonight, actually. So we will definitely keep an eye out for that. But yeah, that would be big if Trump could actually come out tonight, see what he has to say. But so yeah, we can now make the projection we've all been waiting for, basically,
saying he's
over the past few hours, and that, of course,
Pennsylvania
is the one for the presidency. Donald Trump has won the 2024 election, and he has been elected.
Being forced to see ads? Getting paid to see ads?
They've been defeated by Trump. Of course, the first was Hillary Clinton, and then now Kamala Harris. So, I'll remove the map there for now, just so that we can focus on what's on the screen here. Donald Trump wins the 2024 election. It's his second victory. He's run in 3 different campaigns, and he's been successful in 2. He knew he wanted to come back after losing in 2020. And not only did he come back, but he came back and won. He did what he said he was going to do. And, this will, he'll continue to be a legend among Republicans. Of course, not Democrats, but among Republicans, he has been a really huge electoral asset. He's on top of this. Republicans will probably win 55 seats, significantly more than expected in the U.S. Senate. And then in the House, he'll also win the House, which was also expected to go blue. And so, yeah, I mean, looking at so after a 7-hour stream, we finally come to this conclusion. We're now just 20,000 subscribers away. There are over 100,000 people here. So if each of you guys subscribed right now, we would get to 400,000 subscribers in an instant. So if you guys could all subscribe at this very moment, we'll get to 400,000. We're at 379 right now, but Donald Trump just won. Guys can celebrate by subscribing to the channel. Your support has been incredible over the past few hours. I'll keep staying here. Hopefully, Trump will actually get to speak in a few minutes here tonight. But again, it's been amazing. It's been incredible. But Donald Trump has been projected the winner of the 2024 presidential election. He's going to defeat Kamala Harris. And so that really is a big headline. And thank you, Rene, for the super chat. Thanks for your coverage, man, and thanks for staying up late as well. Yeah, I mean, I really appreciate your support, everyone's support here. Yeah, this is the big one. I mean, of course, the mainstream media is going to take a lot longer. They're probably not going to call these races for at least a few more hours, maybe even another day. But Pennsylvania is likely Republican. CNN is just doing their key race alert thing, see what they're on about there. In Pennsylvania, 3-point lead right now. That's more than enough for us to call it. It's very likely Republican. I mean, the New York Times will never say that a state is very likely one way or the other unless they are incredibly sure about it. So, this really is a foolproof method or foolproof thing to follow. We'll shrink down the map there. Thank you, Jacob, for the super chat. Thank you, God's Doomer, for your support. Thank you, Jeff Thomas. We're at 4,698,000 viewers throughout the night. Almost 5 million of you guys have tuned in. New Hampshire has been called for Kamala Harris, so another state off the map there from these projections. Minnesota, it's probably going to be called pretty soon by mainstream media as well. Wisconsin, we're at 87%. We might even be able to call Wisconsin tonight, too. I think that's one of the goals that I have. I think I want to stay on until at least Wisconsin is called. I want to stay on until Trump speaks. I want to just be here for as long as possible with you guys because your support for me tonight has been incredible. And so, I do want to stay here with you guys for as long as possible covering these races. I mean, I remember in 2020, we had, I would say, like 1,500 people watching, and I was, thrilled about that. I think over 100,000 people tuned in total. But now, with over 150,000 at the same time, for hours, I mean, it's just been an incredible night. Wouldn't be possible without you guys. But we still do have some more things to look at here. I mean, just on poly market, Pennsylvania is now 98% Trump. So it is higher than Wisconsin and Michigan. If that really means anything, it's already been pretty high. So not much was ever going to change. Of course, you can keep up with all this on the Twitter. But Donald Trump has been elected the 47th president. All right, thank you, Hershey Bar, for the super chat there. Thank you for the support. And then coming back to the popular vote, we'll take a look at this again. Donald Trump at 66 million, Kamala Harris at 61. Jill Stein is still in third place. I mean, Jill Stein is doing a good job on behalf of the Green Party here.
Okay,
Robert Kennedy is still outperforming Chase Oliver. Libertarians always get
well, right now, I'm
this
looking at
election
some other
will be
outlets.
the exception. Libertarians obviously not having a good night.
Yeah, I'm looking at other outlets, and they're going along with this projection. Being projected that Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States. That he won. Do you think that they should continue on with it? I mean, they still by law have to count out everything. That's a given. Oh shit! No way. We gotta check it. We gotta check it. I wouldn't be doing it or the best that I can, yo. Um, it's over. Okay, so see where we're at, and
Projected.
yeah. So I think it might be a wrap. I think we might be looking at the new president of the United States.
Pennsylvania. Personally, haven't heard about it, but he's already won the state, and there's nothing to worry about there. It is a Trump victory in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
I
So
also do want to say though that my Discord server is also projecting many of these races simultaneously, and you can join there at discord.gg/elections. I'll type it in right here for you guys. Discord.gg/elections to join my Discord server. You can
yeah, I
chat
mean,
with thousands of other people about the election and about politics. We do lots of events all the time.
yeah. So far, we're looking
But
at
they've also been covering this election
uh,
over the last few months. They also
especially
projected a
with
Trump victory.
Pennsylvania.
So make sure you check them out. Discord.gg/elections. But now coming back. So we're going to
Especially with Pennsylvania. If they call Pennsylvania, that is definitely a wrap. There's just nothing that can be done. Because I mean, Alaska's guaranteed. Pennsylvania was a swing state, so that means if he got Pennsylvania, that means that he got all three of the swing states: Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia. So yeah, it's pretty much a wrap, and I'm thinking more news outlets are going to start calling it right now. So I'm double checking other platforms, other news outlets to see if they started calling it. Oh God. Um, I don't see other outlets calling it. Again, crickets too, man, because man, oh man, everything leading up to this, it was deafening the way you heard all of this. Where are all the celebrities at now? Are they gonna crawl back into their platinum holes? Go cry on their $1 million pillows? I mean, they got $1 million pillows, so they can afford to cry on them. But what happens to that now? Damn. What happens to that? What happens to all of these celebrities and everybody who, well, what is that? Everybody throwing the devil signs. Everybody telling you ain't black if you don't vote for this. Where's all of this at? Where are they gonna go? Should we start gearing up for more protest? Oh God, God, what is this? Yeah, I don't see nothing. Oh, Plies, where you at, Plies? Ooh, they're gonna have a field day roasting your ass tomorrow on I know Instagram is gonna roast Plies ass. Plies or all that stuff he was doing. Oof, I know.
He is now going to be the junior senator from
We not
Montana.
I got
He is going to join the senior one who was elected in
tomorrow.
2020. If I can just remember the name, can't right now, but Tim Sheehy will be elected to the Senate from Montana. He's the winner in the race. So we have another flip for Republicans. The GOP is now officially at 52 seats. They can definitely get up to 55, like I said before. And we'll see what happens in some of these other races. Pennsylvania, David McCormick leads with 90% of the votes in. Michigan, Mike Rogers leads with 65% of the votes in. Wisconsin, Eric Hovde leads with 88% of the votes in. I mean, Democrats are really screwed here. Thank you to Guitar Junkie for the super chat. I'm really glad you enjoyed the coverage. But coming to Nevada, Jackie Rosen is in trouble. Although, if we compare to the presidential results, we get a
All of
better
these
picture.
ladies.
Trump is on track to win.
I would say right now,
Jackie Rosen can win, but she can also lose. Obviously, that's not helpful. But yeah, I would say that Jackie Rosen right now is in a very precarious position. This is only her first term. She's running for a second. She might be the slight favorite now, but there's definitely no guarantee as to whether or not she'll actually be able to come out on
This might go
top.
viral.
Thank you, John Paul, for the super chat. We're about to hit 384,000. We're just 16,000 away. If we get to 400, that would be amazing. There's still 83,000 of you guys. I mean, it's incredible that you guys have chosen to stay here with me tonight. Thank you, Mr. Scuba, for the super chat. Really appreciate your support. I'm glad you're enjoying the coverage. We'll try to see when Fox News will finally start to air Trump's speech. Seems like that hasn't happened yet, but they are preparing the podium. He'll be out in probably 20-30 minutes, I would expect. Don't think it would be too long.
Likely.
Wyoming stats from 2020. I guess some of you guys want to see Wyoming. Donald Trump today is on track to win the state by 49%. In 2020, he won in Wyoming by 43, and in 2016, he won it by 46. So an all-time best for Trump in the most Republican state in the country. Dion, thank you for the super chat from the Philippines. Yeah, it seems that all the pieces are falling in place. It's basically a guaranteed Trump victory here. He's already got Georgia, North Carolina. Now everyone's projecting Pennsylvania. And then with Alaska, which is a Trump lock, he's at exactly 270 electoral votes. So I really don't understand why everybody feels the need to stall this, as the truth couldn't be any more inevitable at this point. But Trump is on track to win.
I don't see anything. 30 seconds. Yeah, all the.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we shouldn't blame Fox
We gotta
News.
do better.
Thank you to whoever
We gotta
suggested
do
that.
better because all of the.
Yeah, you're right. But I will definitely let you guys know what's happening.
With
Trump's speeches. Of course, CNN will also project it. It's looking like it's going to be a depressing night over there at CNN, though. Must be hard for them to do their jobs right now. With all of these states in, Pennsylvania is now at 94%, so we have an even clearer picture of how it's going to go. Trump still leads by 3%. I mean, Kamala Harris can win almost all the votes that remain, and she'll still lose the state. Nevada, 68, Wisconsin 88, Michigan's now at 69, Minnesota
Oh,
76.
as of
Kamala
4
Harris
minutes
leads
ago, they just
by
announced
4
they Pennsylvania.
points. Again, not really where she needs to be, but I guess she'll win the state.
It's been officially announced, Pennsylvania. Right.
Yes, Trump has won Pennsylvania, not on this map here. The
So that's
New York Times likes to be slow with updating, but you can see here it is very likely Republican. They would never say that if they weren't almost completely sure. And Fox News, Newsmax, the Associated Press, they've all called Pennsylvania so far. Maybe not CNN or MSNBC, but they definitely, most news networks have called Pennsylvania. All the ones that aren't here to waste your time, they've called Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania's going to go red, and with Alaska as well, which news networks haven't called yet because for some reason they like to take a long time with it. With Alaska as well, Trump is at exactly 270 electoral votes. David Whalen says, "Nice job, young man. As long as there are no pipe bursts or any other disaster doesn't happen tonight, yet it's not going to happen. Trump's already won. It would be basically impossible. This is very different from 2020 because in 2020, there was no point on election night where people thought that Trump was going to win. Trump was doing well, but there was never a point where he was actually the favorite. And so when those votes flipped back in favor of Biden, it wasn't the most surprising thing in the world. But this time, things are completely different. Trump is 100% on track to win. Thank you, Heather Martin, for the super chat. Really appreciate your support there.
I'm wondering if they're going to.
But yeah, I mean, Kamala Harris has been fired. I mean, I guess we can talk about what's going to happen to her after this. It doesn't seem like she has much of a political career left. She's not going to return to the Senate. Those seats are filled. I mean, look at this here. Kamala Harris at a 0.8% chance of winning the election. 0.8. For those of you holding on to Harris's chances, 0.8. But that's what we're looking at right now. But I mean, for Kamala Harris, she can't go back to the Senate.
She can't, she's never going to be nominated again considering this loss. So I guess it's the end of her for now. She'll probably be like the next Michael Dukakis.
Never thought about it from that angle. That this might be a career ender for her.
I'm not sure if she has fully conceded, but she knows in her mind that she's lost. I don't know why CNN still isn't calling Pennsylvania, but they just keep talking about it. I just keep seeing John King moving his hands around, but we still are waiting a call for them. I don't know why it hasn't happened yet. But Pennsylvania obviously has gone to Trump already. Incognito, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for all your hard work and for hanging in there with us. May God bless you. Continued success and 400K subs. Yep. Thank you guys so much. We're now just 16,000 subscribers away. Actually, 15,000. 15,784, 83 now, I guess. But thank you guys so much for that. If we could just get this extra 16,000, get over 400,000. I mean, that would just be the most incredible feeling.
Still looking, yo.
I really appreciate you guys.
See if
you guys have totally made my night.
out there.
But if we could just all subscribe right now, we would instantly get over our goal. There's still 80,000 of you guys. I mean, that's incredible to believe.
Hey, we sent you some
still
subs,
80,000 of you guys stuck with me. I mean, honestly, at the beginning of the night, I was worried.
We sent you some
anyone would actually
subs.
join this stream, but I hear that it's gotten more views than Fox News, for example, on YouTube. So, I mean, that's been amazing. Thank you guys so much. Cam, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it.
I have to say the same as well. Definitely thank
it.
you. I appreciate each and every one of y'all. Everybody that's passed through on the pass through. Everybody that rolled out, stayed with me. Definitely Miss Carol for coming through the way she always comes through and has came through on the other political live streams that we did. And she rocks with the Carter brand. Super Kings, definitely shout out to Super Kings for coming through. He's from the Yu-Gi-Oh crew. on that side of things. My brother JB, you already know. You know how we do, JB. Salute to you, brother. You know, that's one of my brotherhood brothers in real life. You know, Flying Puppies, Harlem Arts Alliance, definitely, always those are my mods. Earlier in the stream, the fishing adventures. I put the fishing adventures links in the chat as well. So please go sub to their channel. Luke James, definitely thanks to Luke for coming through. Really appreciate you, Luke, for coming through and riding out with us earlier. We even had a couple of passer throughs. Oh, E, definitely shout out to E, shout out to Chaos. E is one of the moderators from the Yu-Gi-Oh side. I mean, E is one of the moderators from the fishing streams. I'm sorry, the live fishing streams, which, because it's supposed to be almost 80 degrees tomorrow, so I might, you know what I might do tomorrow. Pagnolia, thank you for coming through, Pagnolia. I appreciate you for coming through. That was the earlier part of the stream because that was at like 6 o'clock, so that was the earlier part of the stream. But I definitely want to acknowledge and give my salutes and credits to everybody who came through. So everybody deserves acknowledgement over here, and I want to make sure I got everybody covered before we get out of here. Wrap it up. We're almost at 8 hours. I just want to see if they will finally go ahead and call it, without us having to do the predicted numbers, even though it's already a wrap. But I just want to see if some of the other mainstream platforms will call it. Let's see where we're at on live. Damn, tonight was
In
Corey.
terms of women elsewhere,
I miss Corey Holcomb.
I would not say that we have the longest list of women that could potentially run for the presidency. I mean, if Carrie Lake didn't suck so much, if she could actually win, she would definitely be a top contender for the nomination. Nikki Haley probably will never run again. She knows that she won't win. Her run was mostly a protest run. And then Tulsi Gabbard. I think Gabbard will get a cabinet spot in Trump's administration. I think that's what she and RFK Jr. are going to get for supporting him. And then maybe they'll run as Republicans in the future. Maybe they'll run together. But I think Tulsi Gabbard has a future in the Republican Party, especially as the one that brought down Kamala Harris's campaign in 2020. I think she definitely has a place in Trump's cabinet and maybe a place on a future Republican ticket. But in terms of running for office, she's from Hawaii. She won't really get too far as a Republican. A lot of people are floating Vivek Ramaswamy. He can definitely do well in the Ohio governor's election. He can succeed Mike DeWine. I would say, though, he has to try to appeal to the centrist more. I think some of the things he says are alienating. As a presidential nominee, I don't know if I would see that, but he definitely can become the next Ohio governor. And, obviously we'll see where he takes it from there. So Trump is going to address his supporters very, very soon at a campaign event. Probably in the next 10, 20 minutes, probably before 2 in the morning here, Eastern time. Decision Desk HQ just called 270 is what I see.
I don't know if you might be.
Let's see here.
Talking about motherfuckers that's family.
Presidential election results. Yes, they've called it. This is a major organization at 270 electoral votes for Donald Trump, 213 for Kamala Harris. Trump leads in the popular vote with 65 million. Kamala Harris had 61 million. Thank you, Jimmy, for
you motherfuckers anyway.
For the super chat. Thank you for the 20 earlier. Thank you guys so much for your support. 20
We didn't get no new info. We didn't get no new info, and I am definitely trying to double check to see if there's any oh Jesus. Yeah, I'm trying to see hold on. Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's any that would be a good showdown. That would definitely be I would love to do that comic book conversation. That would be a good showdown. Yeah, let me say that for later. Wanda Maximoff, Scarlet Witch versus Cassandra Nova. Shit, that's the fight we wanted to see in Deadpool, actually. That's the fight. Oh, but they said both of them with full powers. Battle plays New York, Earth 1. Nah, they got to bat. No, if they battle in the void, she going Cassandra going. No, that. Ooh, that's a good conversation one there. That's a good conversation. Let's see. I don't see anything collaborating. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. How could you go and refuse to say whether oh yeah, she's well, it doesn't matter what dumb I said. I'm keeping it neutral. Doesn't matter what Harris says anymore because it's over. She's out of here. So whatever she said, it is what it is now. Wow. Oh yeah. I definitely am going fishing tomorrow because if I don't go fishing tomorrow, I might spend the whole day trolling the internet. I might spend the whole day trolling the internet. Cause man, if you could imagine some of the crazy shit and crazy attacks and all type of insults and disrespect, you know, it was almost like the wicked people just figured.
Harris is on track.
Arguing with a bunch of children. Well, you know, it is what it is.
It isn't even close to what she probably hoped for. Zone. I believe Fox has already called the entirety of the presidential election, but 10 electoral votes from Wisconsin. It will go to Donald Trump. He is now officially 4 for 7 swing states. It's not even funny. Trump is going to win this election in a modern day landslide. Thank you, Not Pasta, for the super chat. Been watching you throughout the 2024 election on your predictions and Alan Lichtman's predictions. He predicted 10 presidents right. You did a great job on your predictions. And I'm sorry for unsubscribing. You're a permanent sub. Well, I appreciate that. We're actually now just 14,500 away. We couldn't be any closer from 400,000. Before we started the night, we were 113,000 away. So now we're just 14,000 away. So, you know, thank you guys so much. I think CNN also maybe called it. I'm not fully sure about that. but at least on Fox News, we'll see what they're saying about this. Yep, Fox News now has Donald Trump as the official winner of the 2024 presidential election. It's 277 electoral votes for the former president right now. Of course, Alaska will get him to 280, and then Michigan, Nevada, Arizona. I mean, it's not even going to be close. Yeah, so CNN still hasn't called Alaska, Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin yet. Really don't know what they're trying to stall for.
Yeah.
But I guess it does match the CNN brand. Something else I'd like to note is that we have now officially crossed 5 million viewers during this stream. 5,008,440 people have tuned in over the last 8 hours. Thank you guys so much for watching. There's still 72,000 of you guys, and it's literally 2 in the morning. We are just 14,000 subscribers away from 400,000. So please subscribe right now. Get us to 400,000. If we all subscribe right now, we would instantly get there. So let's see how high we can go. I really need all of your help, each and every one of you. But again, I so appreciate the support.
I'm not even
I'm
responding.
so grateful for it. It's just been incredible tonight.
Nope.
I'm a hatch. It says, how is Alaska not an automatic win yet? And PA needs to be called already. Like, damn. Well, Pennsylvania has been called by a lot of news sources, not CNN, not MSNBC.
Pennsylvania's been called.
But Fox News, Newsmax,
me
Decision
check
Desk
AP.
HQ, the Associated Press, I believe, as well. They've all called Pennsylvania. So effectively, it's been called. And Alaska is an automatic.
Dumbass commercial.
A little help can go a long way.
Okay, so where do we stand? What was the last time check? 160. This was as of 116, so let me update it. As of okay, now we're up to one as of 151. 248. AP still hasn't called Pennsylvania. So yeah, Associated Press has not called Pennsylvania yet. So he might have been a little off on that because he said the AP is calling Pennsylvania. And they have not yet.
To start speaking.
Maine has wait. Yeah,
Yeah, we'll try to see if we can actually join this on Twitter. Yeah, apparently Trump isn't speaking yet. We'll see.
I'm not answering none of y'all.
I mean, it's really interesting, I think, to
bullshit
see
ass dudes on Facebook. These
to see the people online who have just been constantly, talking about a Trump loss so confidently. I mean, I feel like the way they've done it has definitely not been the greatest. I've always
Pennsylvania.
I've never said that it's guaranteed that Trump will win. It's always that he's favored. And I think that the way that the left has made themselves so confident, I think is the reason why they're melting down so much now that they finally realized that their candidate has gone down in a literal modern day landslide. We'll try to catch up with Trump's speech, though. I'll try to see if I can find anything on Twitter. I'm not exactly sure if I am able
to 46%. And it's they
for those of you guys asking, yes, Donald Trump has won the election. It has been called by every single major news media, but it has been called by Fox News, which is arguably the biggest news channel in the entire country. It's been called by Decision Desk HQ. It's been called by Newsmax. So Donald Trump is the president. He's going to be the next president, 47th and 45th. Sam Brown has actually just taken the lead in the Nevada Senate race. This is more bad news for Democrats. It seems that the GOP could actually win 56 Senate seats. We'll have to watch that in the morning, though. We'll have to see what happens there. But Republicans are on track for a huge Senate majority. And with the House, there's a 91% chance that the Republicans will hold on to control of the lower chambers. There's 10% chance for the Democrats. So it's over. We are projecting a trifecta for the Democrats: the presidency, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. It
won.
is not even going to be close.
Even if she
Trump and the GOP have just dominated this cycle. It's really quite incredible what they've been able to do, even with all the doubt. With all the polls that showed that Biden or that Harris was going to win in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, all the polls that showed that they were going to sweep the Midwest with those Senate races, they all ended up being wrong as Donald Trump wins the presidency. Republicans win back the Senate and they hold on to the House. Again, the best night for Republicans probably in terms of morale, and the worst night for Democrats probably in 20 to 30 years. Because if you're
But yeah,
a Democrat right now, you're really thinking, what are we going to do after?
I'm checking different platforms now to see if we can find some correspondent with the something that correlates with the Associated Press, because Associated Press, as you can see, they have not called Pennsylvania yet. Pennsylvania has not been called, but they still have him up in the give me 1 second, let it load. Yeah, they still have him up in Pennsylvania. So he is at 51% to Harris's 48%. And this is at 94% of the votes been counted. And that's still a little off on the estimation. So that really might be because that 94% has been sitting there for about a good 30 minutes. So that might be 96 to 98% of the vote counted. So that's why they're saying they might as well already just call Pennsylvania, because it's so far of a margin and the majority of votes has already been called. So that state should already be counted. Arizona is 51% of the votes counted in Arizona, and you have Trump at 50%, 50.1%, Harris at 49.1%, and that's at 51% of the vote counted. So to me, that's still like close. I mean, it's like, but they still have him up in Arizona. But I was just doing the calculations, and even if Arizona flipped and she still had Maine and Minnesota, still wouldn't be enough, because Arizona's 11 electoral votes. Maine is only 2 electoral votes, and Minnesota is actually 10, and she's at 214. So that'd be 224, 235, 237. And then you still have 4 states that Trump has a massive lead in, including Pennsylvania, because on this poll, Pennsylvania hasn't been counted, and Pennsylvania would be 19 votes. So that would be what, might as well say, yeah, 269. Right? 259. Yeah, so I mean, it's pretty much a wrap. It's pretty much a wrap. The only thing now that I was waiting to see is if he's going to speak, or if he's going to speak tomorrow because it's so late. I mean, shit. Trump's a former hey, not a former. Trump's a New Yorker. Let's not get it twisted. Trump's a New Yorker, and he's a former party animal. So Oh shit. Roberto Clemente. What? What? If it's like the wow. Um. Yeah, I don't see anything about him speaking. But like I said, Trump's a New Yorker and a former party animal. So, you know, would this be too late for him to actually come out and talk? Shit, hell no. Hell no. I could actually see him being so hype right now that he actually would come out and talk. Hold on.
Soul. Now, everyone is going to comment, well, if they went to the left, this would have worked. If they went to the center, this would have worked. The party has to figure this one out. And I think it's going to take time. I think it's going to take time. And, the one thing historically, if we look at this thing, 2 years from now, in a way, will be the 6th year of Donald Trump's administration, right? And midterms of presidents in their second term are usually really bad. They lose a lot of seats. That is a hope the Democratic Party has. But let's hope the country does well. Let's hope the country does well. Let's hope the country doesn't do badly, and that's why the Democrats win. But the Democrats need a message, and I think they're in desperate search of what that message is going to be.
Yeah,
A reminder to
the
our
last
viewers
thing
that
ain't
here
work.
we are taking a live look out there in Palm Beach, Florida, for the watch party, in which we are still waiting to see if and when former President Donald Trump, who could be the next president, is going to speak to his supporters. Here we have hit the top of a new hour. My name is Karal Lahada. Here joining me is my colleague Austin Westfall.
Yeah, okay, so Fox hasn't called it. MSNBC, hold on, I gotta charge my phone, y'all. MSNBC hasn't is they calling it? Let's see. Nope, they still on 247 and 194. What is this? MSNBC, y'all are too big of a $1 billion company to be doing this bullshit coverage all the. Yo, see, that's what I'm saying. This is the problem with these sore ass losers right now, because in the earlier part of the night, they had a whole panel. They had people talking, they had staff, they had the chat open with you could talk in it. And the more that it started leaning towards Trump winning and Harris not winning, the panel left. Now they just running this animated. Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all gotta see this. They're just running this animated bullshit where they just got it running on a. I don't know if this is an AI loop or what. I mean, it's supposed to be keeping updated numbers, but they're playing this. Listen to this shit. What the fuck is this? What is this? And they got the chat. They got the chat on commentary mode, so you can't even say anything in the chat. Only thing you can do is read their updates. That's in the hood they would say that's some sucker shit. That's some real sucker shit. That's why I've been rocking with this guy tonight, because election time, you did a phenomenal job. That's why, compared to big platforms, you had 3 million views tonight. Yeah, I checked the numbers. You had 172, almost 200 people, 200,000 people watching your live stream. So I give you credit. My hat's off to you. Whereas the major channels at one barely had what, CBS 72,000. At the height, I saw I think it was ABC or MS. No, I think it was ABC, because they still up 248,000 watching right now. Yeah, they're still up. So you were beating the big boys. Think about it. A YouTuber relaxing at home, doing content for y'all, for you guys, was spanking the big boys today. We see that was like, I love that type of shit because that's like David beating Goliath. To me, it's inspiring. It's inspiring to see this guy here. His channel's called Election Time. I put it in the chat and I put the links in the chat so you can go to his channel. Hey, fuck it, tell him I sent you. But while I'm broadcasting this and while we're doing this coverage, I'm also looking at the numbers and I'm checking the numbers on his channel. Then he's also telling us, that he's, a total he hit 3 million views. So far, up to now, he's hit like 3 million views. Whereas, oh, whoa. ABC is calling it.
That this was a must-win state.
ABC just called.
For Donald Trump, ABC is now
Hold on.
projecting Donald Trump wins the state of Pennsylvania. Rick Klein, take us to the board. That essentially gets him the presidency, although we have not called what he absolutely needs to get there, right? But you see the path on the board. Tim, talk us through it. I want to be careful with the math here. That gives us, according to ABC News projections, 265 electoral votes for Donald Trump. And I want to then play things through a little bit and make the assumptions, and they are assumptions.
ABC is doing. Yo, see, this is why we don't. This is why the people has walked away from y'all. We're tired of this type of shit.
Be a shock if Alaska did not land for Donald Trump. One of the congressional districts in Nebraska, where he's currently leading, he's already been awarded one of them, and one of the congressional districts in Maine. This is what we're looking at. That would be 270 electoral votes. So again, being very careful here. We have him at 265, but you don't. So that number up on the board is the hypothetical. That is a hypothetical.
See what I'm saying? Like, you just counted the guaranteed number.
Producer, just tell me again.
See, this is what I'm saying. We're tired of this type of shit.
Goes to Trump. There we go. We're now projecting that one electoral vote from Nebraska will go to Donald Trump. That's the one that you thought would go his way. Yes. Again, this is still the hypothetical number we have up there. So the chips are falling into place.
Why wouldn't they just say?
That's exactly right. I mean, Alaska is a very Republican state. It's going to vote for Donald Trump almost.
See, he's trying to be. This guy's trying to be straight up with him.
269, which would be a tie in the Electoral College under the rules. It would be broken by the House of Representatives. Almost certainly, the House of Representatives will be controlled by enough Republican delegations to give Donald Trump the presidency. But that other district in Maine would be the majority maker. And look, we still have Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, and Arizona. And he leads in Michigan and Wisconsin. That's correct. Right now, based on the numbers, 266,000 votes.
Yeah,
there's still a lot of
it's like, even with all. But see, this is what made people walk away from a lot of this stuff. This is exactly what made people walk away from a lot of this stuff. We're not that stupid. We can count. The shit's right in front of our face. And you're like, hey, you don't see that. You don't see what you see in front of you. No, we know better.
I'm so curious, though, when we wait for the former president and we wait for the final map to come in. States
the
like
final map.
New Hampshire, we haven't called yet. Yeah. Minnesota, where Governor Walz is from. Can you just click on those and bring us up to speed on where
Look,
they stand?
he's still trying to just find a way.
Harris is up 86,000 votes. It's going to be a lot tighter than it's been in the past. New Hampshire looks like it probably lands in the same place at the end of it. But look, we've talked about this shift everywhere. That's the popular vote. 5.2 million votes more than Kamala Harris. He's in a very strong position to break 50% for the first time. He didn't really get that close, and our polling didn't show him really north of 47, 48%. Either the times he ran before, he served without getting a majority. Tonight, he could get it. And just a little perspective here. Hillary Clinton won the popular vote by almost 3 million. Joe Biden won it by 8 or 9 million or so. Yeah, we can go right to the historicals. You can see exactly where the numbers were. 7 million vote, and she only had 47% of the vote. 4 years earlier, he only had 46% of the vote, lost by about almost 3 million votes. This is a different night. This is a different electorate. This is one that has fallen fallen Trump's direction in a very considerable way. Red states, blue states, and everything in between. So you're looking at popular vote, obviously, and electoral college. We've had a lot of discussion.
That's called a landslide.
Elections where popular goes one way.
That's called a landslide.
That's certainly not the storyline. It's not unlikely to be. There's still a lot of vote out west in particular. A lot of it in California. Those margins, I'm sure, will tighten. But right now, that's a pretty strong advantage and a very strong likelihood that he will win not only the electoral college but also the popular vote. And that's really going to matter, John Carl, to the former president. I mean, absolutely. And let's not forget, Republicans have had a hell of a time winning the popular vote. George W. Bush won the presidency in 2000, but lost the popular vote. He did win the popular vote in 2004, but Donald Trump wins the presidency and loses the popular
Presidency
vote
and the popular vote.
This is a, and by the way,
You
all indications that we don't know
love him or
what
hate
the
him.
turnout's going to be.
That's still impressive. It's very impressive.
This is going to be a very high turnout election. It may even approach the kind of turnout that we had in 2020, which was the highest percentage of eligible voters voting since 1900 in America. So Trump is going to claim a mandate, and he's going to have reason to claim the mandate. No question, and people will look back at the different avenues, the different routes.
This is different. This is definitely a historic moment, y'all. Y'all are definitely witnessing history. Are you fucking kidding me, man? Hold on, y'all.
It's really surprising to see that they still haven't called it, but I mean, they all know. Somebody wants me to shout out Ivana. Okay. I don't think we need any more of those shout outs, to be honest. But yep, I guess CNN stopped stream. Is that true? We're still expecting Trump to start to speak soon, so hopefully he does hurry up a little bit with that. But it does seem that CNN has stopped their stream. Yeah, probably because all their viewers left. But yeah, we're looking at the Trump event right now on CNN. I mean, the funny thing with Alan Lichtman is that, I mean, in 2000, he was wrong by one state. It was one state that was very contested. It was decided by a close margin. I mean, I wouldn't blame him for being wrong there. But now it's like he was just totally wrong. I mean, Trump is going to win the popular vote, something that nobody really expected. So, I mean, just the way in which he's been wrong, I think, has been the most incredible. They're zooming into the Trump headquarters right now. I mean, we're seeing Doug Burgum there, Vivek Ramaswamy, a lot of big names in the Republican Party. This is obviously a huge night for the GOP. It could not have gone any better for them. I mean, after 2020, when Joe Biden flipped Georgia and Arizona, a lot of Republicans were panicking. They were thinking, they might not be able to win these states again in the future, especially as they shifted left. But they took a hard turn back towards the right. And that is the most incredible thing about what's happened tonight for Trump. He has totally reversed these trends. The Midwest, he's actually sped up its shift to the right. I think Democrats are going to struggle in the Rust Belt in the future. And if that happens, they're going to have a very hard time winning presidential elections unless they can get Texas. Doesn't seem like that's going to happen at any point in the near future. Yeah, I mean, I want to see just what's happening here on Twitter. Somebody should check up on Alan Lichtman. Yeah, I really can't. I'm just really surprised by how wrong he was, because I would say in the past I've definitely trusted him. I guess like when you tell people that you have these keys and they're always right and that they've been right for so long, and you forget to mention 2000, I guess people will start to believe you. But yeah, I mean, it's not like he's getting pretty old. I feel like it'll be fine for him. He's not like he really needs a career after this point. And then, I mean, I guess this is just funny to look at. Yeah, the mistakes that Kamala Harris has made throughout this campaign, I think they're going to be studied. It's going to be like with Hillary Clinton, but this time, Democrats should know that they need a nominee that people like, not just the nominee that the establishment wants. And yeah, I mean, I just feel that Kamala Harris hasn't been the most charismatic campaigner, and she's really proven that with what's happened tonight. Venturing Brainiac, I bet 30,000 on this election. I mean, yeah, I'm sure you must have done incredibly well. Congratulations to you. Well, thank you, Grant, for the super chat. Again, I also just wanted to promote my Discord server one more time. We're trying to get to 7,000 members. They're doing around the clock reporting of not just the U.S. elections, but politics. There's also global election reporting, and there's spaces to chat with thousands of other people. Just make sure you join at discord.gg/elections. Just search that up, and then you'll immediately get the server to pop up. Just make sure you join that. Consider doing that. But yeah, I mean, looking at the map here, not much has really changed. Maine, though, does have a ranked choice voting system, so we're going to have to wait for that. And that's why Maine is taking so long. Minnesota, it's very likely Democratic. Not much is going to move. But Wisconsin, Pennsylvania have been called already. Alaska, it's basically done. We do have new numbers from Alaska, though, with Trump ahead 55% to Harris's 41%. Basically what we expected. Similar results the last two cycles. Nevada, Trump leads by 5% with 71% of the votes in. Apparently, Trump is live on Instagram. And then Hawaii, though, we have Kamala Harris at 0. Okay, so no numbers out of Hawaii yet. I'll try to see if I can get Trump's stream here on Instagram. I guess I will need to log in, so just give me 1 second there.
Yeah,
Pull up what he's streaming.
Hold on. Sorry about that. I had to take a call because I'm sure everybody's gonna be talking about
It turns out I maybe don't know my password.
We're going to be able to see it called before I get out of here. Where we at? We're almost at.
Yeah,
Oh.
doesn't matter. Trump will come out in just a few moments, though. Anyways, what is AP waiting on?
And where was I at?
Yeah, let's see what they're waiting on. Let's see what their map is currently at.
Because AP is still dragging it.
They're at Trump 248, Harris 214. I mean, they're kind of just coping at this point. I mean, there's no reason they shouldn't call these states, but I mean, I guess they want to be as confident as possible, as they would say. Alex,
hold on.
Thank you so much. You did well tonight. If you decide to keep this shit up, I'll be tuning into this channel every election henceforth. Yeah, I'm definitely trying my best to do that.
Let me just pause this for a second, and let's see what they're missing. Let's see what they're saying.
Donald Trump apparently taken backstage. This is not it, but there it is. So he's.
That was posted by one of his sons, just mentioned by Garrett Hake a few moments ago.
So he just posted a picture saying, "Get ready, I'm coming out."
Some suspense to the evening as it relates to the margin here and to the popular vote, right? Because this is something else that speaks to this idea of a mandate. Because over the course of the last 8 years, one of the things that you often hear said about former President Trump is, well, he doesn't have half the country, right? He's not there. He wins the electoral. What does the popular vote look like? And what do these other battlegrounds look like? Yes, we've called here at NBC News, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania.
He won
Michigan,
the
Wisconsin,
popular
Arizona,
vote,
Nevada, all
and he
still out
won
there.
the electoral
His
college.
campaign,
I
his
mean,
allies would
let's
be
just
thrilled with a battleground
call it what it is.
point that will
But
drive them over the course of the next
for some reason, it's MSNBC. So
clear
are
about his
we
agenda, whether
surprised?
it's tax on tits or if it's tariffs, if it's
Mass deportations.
the war in Ukraine.
And definitely, thank you guys for coming through. I really appreciate all of y'all. I appreciate y'all rocking out with me on this long stream. Definitely, thank y'all for the likes. I must say that. Thank y'all for the likes, because the likes was definitely heavy. And I will check on the back end after the stream is over on the subs. But if there's subs, thank you for the subs too. I appreciate each and every one of y'all for that. We're looking really, we're looking really good on the numbers. And I am highly appreciative to you guys for that. For rocking out with me. Even if you just passed through and you didn't stay long, that's good enough, and a lot of people pass through and they hit the like button, even if they didn't stay that long. So I must be on a good trajectory of what I'm doing, and thanks to my people, because I got good comments like this, and that means a lot. That means a lot to me, that means we're on to something, and we're going to keep going, because I told y'all from the very beginning that I was going to be fair, down the middle, unbiased. But you know the name of the show. You know the name of the show. So I'm definitely going to have to get on a cooking session. I'm going to get my big pot, and I'm going to throw a bunch of things in that pot, and I'm going to stir it up and cook it up real good. I'm going to sprinkle a little DL Hughley in there. I'm going to sprinkle some plies in there. We're going to have some fun. I might even have to cook a whole Facebook group, y'all. This is going to be epic, because I might even have to roast and cook a whole Facebook group, because, oh, were they going in on me? Were they going in? It's just, I'm not big on these typing, these long ass paragraphs like these men in these men groups like to do. I think that's something women do, type long ass paragraphs when they talking. I'm not doing all of that. I'll do it here. And I don't know if Carol's up or she's asleep. She might be asleep. But she's seen me. You know, I've invited somebody to come to my platform and have a one-on-one so I could cook their ass in front of everybody. But not tonight. But tomorrow, we dine in hell. Oh man, it's gonna be so much fun. It's gonna be so much fun. But yeah, oh man, the numbers is looking great, y'all. The numbers is looking great. Thank y'all. Oh shit. We might have to switch over. We might have to switch over. I might end up having to stay here. Oh, hold on. I think he's about to speak. Oh my God, I think he's about to speak, yo. Hold on. You know what? Yeah. I just thought about that. That damn song. Can't let that song play too long because YouTube will definitely have me cut that out later. I'm probably gonna have to cut that out later. Excuse me. Excuse me. Just give me a second, y'all. I want to see if yeah, they're still playing that damn song. They're still playing the song, y'all. Well, you know, I mean, since we're already here, if he's gonna speak, might as well cover it, right? Might as well cover it if he's gonna speak. Mm. Oh, here we go. Excuse me. Wow, look at the turnout. Excuse me.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. So I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have
Ah, come on. Seriously? Come on, seriously?
Make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made this journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did teller rallies. We did teller rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. He's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp.
Oh.
DNC. He'll say, all right, thank you.
Yeah, while
He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wild.
Come on. They hating. They're definitely hating. Let me see if I can hit the live.
The greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris. The job you did. Come, Susie. Come here. Come here, Susie. Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you.
He hasn't even been in the office for 24 hours, and crypto is straight through the roof. Some just told me, yo, check your cryptocurrency. Because that was a thing, the platform he was running on with being pro-crypto, whereas Harris was like anti-crypto. And the market was like back and forth.
The ice maiden. We call it the ice maiden, right? Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie. You want me to say something?
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. And he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie.
All right.
Look at her. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon.
Yo, he hasn't even been in office.
Different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And because, especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a Mandana White who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him a rinse because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit and I went and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it and he loved it and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters and they really go at it. It's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time, doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustle with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people. And we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American. Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars, 4 years, we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And the reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it, because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Former President Trump making about 20 minutes worth of remarks, essentially
Oh no, he did a dance.
he has been works not this one so far.
No, he didn't do the dance.
Of the United States coming out with family and supporters there, a crowd that had waited a considerable amount of time, but obviously eager and happy about the outcome of the evening. As we said, NBC News has not projected that he is over the top yet, but he has a clear path to victory and the White House at this point.
And we just saw Barron. his first vote in a general election for president today for his father. And people say that Barron Trump has actually had a lot of ideas about having his father appeal to young men.
Well, yo, it was good. It was good. I mean,
Take shape now.
You heard
very,
from
very
former President Trump
unexpected.
there.
I must
Again,
say,
we
you
have
know,
not called the race for
and
president
tell
to
me
sweep in. We have
unexpected
called
in
the race for
terms of
Pennsylvania for him, and that appears to be the critical
who
hit
won.
for him to get to
I mean,
270 at
unexpected
some
in
point during the
terms
course
of
of the early evening.
how
He
this
has not
played out.
officially won the popular vote yet, although he is leading on
Because
that front. We have not officially called control of the House
this
of
would be
Representatives yet.
considered a
That
win.
could take a while. He clearly feels
No
confident about that, saying that they've won again, and that is not the case just yet. Have control of the Senate, but you heard former President Trump there say that we have an unprecedented and powerful
Yeah, make no
mandate.
mistake that
This
this is
historic
definitely going to
moment
be
here.
considered a
He is
landslide.
now, if once he
Um,
officially called the race, would be the oldest president ever elected, only the second president elected to a non-consecutive term.
and
You
see,
saw
they
him
trying to
asking in the
throw
moment
some
at one
things
point,
in
he looked
there.
around and said something like, "Isn't this crazy?" I mean, he looked around and said that this even happened. He was extremely confident, at least publicly projecting that
And
in
he
the days
raised this,
before this moment.
he talked about having almost lost his life at an assassin's bullet this summer and talked about how he feels that some of his supporters at least feel that he was saved for this moment. And so he took that tone as well.
And Savannah, he called it the greatest political comeback in the history of this country. He might not be wrong if you think about that. He survived two
Wow.
assassination attempts, right? One that was very close.
They're saying
90
this?
criminal accounts, right? He was in court throughout his campaign. He was primaried, won that primary, fought all those criminal cases. A lot of them are still ongoing right now. Again, survives the assassination attempts, loses his mother-in-law. A lot happened to him over the last 2 years. And here we are at this moment again where it looks like he's on his way to re-election.
Yeah, he'll be, he's supposed to be sentenced, I think, the 26th of November on felony charges.
And that even saying that sentence here, right, in this moment,
Well,
is
you
unprecedented.
have to
right?
wonder, though, and I think we'll have to go back and look. I mean, was that what turned it for him on some level?
He would tell you that it is.
Yeah,
So the minute he started
called it a
getting indicted,
persecution.
especially that New York case that was
Fundraising
regarded
numbers
as,
went up.
Those poll numbers went up. I mean, you could see the lines, the graph. I mean, Governor DeSantis thought he was on his way to the nomination. He was leading in all the polls. All the criminal indictments start, and his numbers start to shoot up. Democrats, even though they said they were following the letter of the law, some Democrats, Republicans will say, played politics with the law, and they went after him for political reasons. That might have been the biggest political miscalculation in the history of our
And
country.
you talk to a lot of Democrats, they wonder if perhaps it took the Department of Justice just too long to get this process moving. I mean, if you talk to the folks that sat on the January 6th Select Committee, they wanted the DOJ to move a lot faster than they did. It wasn't until the Select Committee had done all of its work and then handed those referrals over to the Department of Justice that they moved specifically on the cases related to January 6th. And by that point, we were already into the campaign season. It became a political issue instead of a legal issue. And that may be something that they look back on and
really
regret.
the big X factor hanging over this entire race. How would his legal challenges impact his political prospects? But just zooming out, we're talking about how historic this moment is. You have to take a moment to think about how historic Donald Trump is as a political figure. Think about when he first ran for office back in 2015 and made disparaging comments about Senator John McCain. And a lot of people declared that his political career was over in that moment. And what we have learned from having covered Donald Trump is that he is immune to things that other politicians would not be able to survive. And now here we have this extraordinary campaign where he has survived 2 assassination attempts, where he's on the track to be the oldest president in office. And again, just the second person in 100 years to serve 9 consecutive terms.
let's talk about that mandate that he has claimed, a mandate that's political speak for saying the people have spoken. My election win was so convincing that I have been sent to do X, Y, and Z. So Ryan, you'll be covering Capitol Hill.
Right.
What is that mandate, do you think?
Well, I think first off, there is one person that's probably watching the returns coming in, still very closely watching a lot of House races across the country, and his name is Hakeem Jeffries, who is poised to potentially become the first Black Speaker of the House. The House is very much in doubt right now, and if Democrats still control the House, that's going to be a big red light to any Donald Trump legislative agenda. Even though the margins are going to be tight on any level, it's going to be very difficult for him to push through a lot of these big ticket items that he's talking about. But But to your point, Savannah, it is going to be very hard for even the more moderate Republicans who don't necessarily describe themselves as being from the MAGA wing of the party to resist the pull of what Donald Trump has accomplished here tonight. He definitely has the pulse of the people, especially the people that voted for him. And I think he's going to go to these members of Congress and say, look, I just ran on this particular agenda and I was successful. You now have to make that agenda a reality.
I think there's an existential question for this president and frankly for the next Congress, which is how can they try to bring this country together? We saw in these polls, we saw in these results tonight just how divided, how divisive things have become. Donald Trump has
Oh,
not
not
necessarily
really
run
that
on
divisive.
a unity message.
Do you think he has a
How divisive could it be if he won in a
But
landslide?
I do think that there is going to be a
Well,
hunger for that. It's something that former President Barack Obama promised, that President Biden has promised. It hasn't happened yet. The country has only gotten more divided over time. I think the nation's hungry for
And
it.
Savannah, he set a high bar. He has set a high bar.
he won the
He said he's going to figure out what's
college
happening in Ukraine with
and
Russia. He's going to solve it on day one. And also the war in
he hit
Gaza
another
with
Ted
Israel.
Howell on
These
that
are
shot.
two giant issues that you could argue had a huge impact on this presidential election. And he said on day one he's gonna solve them. Well, he set the bar. What will he be able to do? And the entire world's watching this election right now. We're talking about all the issues at home. The entire world. There's a new president in Mexico. What's going to happen with immigration? There's so much going on right now globally. And now Donald Trump, once again, reelected. It's going to shake up the global political
And the
course.
things he can do unilaterally, such as tariffs, for example, which will have an immediate effect on the economy. So, I mean, look, when he has the levers of government, he has the United States Senate, he might have the House.
Some might argue he has the Supreme Court. As well.
I was just about to say he's got the ideological balance as
Yeah.
Supreme Court. He may get to
Move like
appoint
a New York
one or
Knicks.
two more. And so when you have all of that power and the
Crazy.
responsibility, you also have the accountability. So he has this mandate and acts on it. Then in another couple of years, we'll be talking right here at this table about whether or not Americans approve of the job that's been done.
Keeping in mind that the policies he's put forward that he would do in his first day, in his first 100 days, for example, they are controversial and in some ways divisive policies. When you look at even that sort of core tenet of potentially mass deportations on day one, we saw in the exit pollings that actually more Americans would like to see a legal pathway for than they would mass deportations. The other interesting point here is who he is going to be surrounding himself with, which we've touched on tonight. And it was interesting to watch that speech. He
All right,
shouted out Elon Musk.
I'm
You heard
gonna
that Dana
get ready
White,
to wrap it
UFC
up.
head.
Yeah, I don't want to go too far with NBC psychobabble. So let me come back over here and put that out. Boom, boom, boom. And here we have it. I mean, we went through it. Here we have it. We are, we got Donald J. Trump as the new president of the United States. Number 47 president of the United States. A very iconic and historic moment. We've all witnessed it. First time, they said first time in 100 years that president has actually been able to do this where, what he said, 9 consecutive terms, which is insane. So yeah, now we're gonna see what the outcome's gonna be. You know, we're gonna see how tomorrow. Make sure y'all get some rest because tomorrow is going to be nuts. There's gonna be people who are gonna have PTSD. There's gonna be people who have, I forgot what they call the Trump SD thing with that Trump disorder. You're gonna have that. You're gonna have people who are gonna be emotionally distraught. You know, people that's going, oh shit, you're gonna have tons of people that's going. They're probably already packing their bags to run for cover. Because remember what he said. He was taking notes of everybody who came at him politically, and also whoever he felt weaponized the court systems, the legal systems, the government to come after him. He said he's keeping the checklist and he will be. So once everything is confirmed, because you see how they're still trying to hesitate on the confirmations, but once everything is confirmed, prepare to see mass step downs left and right. Because I already heard that Mitch McConnell said if Trump wins, he's stepping down, and he should. Remember he had a meltdown where he had a fucking malfunction and didn't even know where he was at. So yeah, it's about time for that. But definitely expect that there's going to be a lot of step downs, especially. I'm not even going to say the first 100 days. I'm going to say between the moment them numbers is confirmed, which pretty much should be now, and when Biden has to leave. Between this window, watch how many people you're going to see retire and step down left and right. And I know for a fact, I know Fannie Willis is shaking in her boots. D.A. Bragg is shaking in his boots. Who's the other one? The one in Florida. But the two biggest cases, the Georgia RICO case and the New York case, which was D.A. Bragg and Fannie Willis. And remember, both DAs ran their campaigns. Their campaigns was ran on, I'm going to be the one to get Trump. I'm going to be the one to put him in cuffs. Remember, between Bragg and Fannie, they were actually racing to see who could be the first to get his mugshot. Did y'all forget? Did y'all forget that? And just look at what happened in Georgia with the YSL case. Longest case in Georgia history. Most expensive case in Georgia history. And they got nothing. And young Doug walks. What do you think gonna happen with Trump's RICO case? One set the precedent for the other. So yeah, I'm pretty sure she's shaking in her boots. And I guess because of presidential immunity now, fuck's Bragg gonna do? So this is gonna be very interesting, people. It's definitely gonna be something to look forward to. And I gotta look it up to see what time Kamala's gonna give her speech. Because we need to find out when she's gonna give the concession call, because it should be tonight, but she already said, "Oh, fuck that. I lost. I'm going to bed." She left 2 hours ago because that announcement from her staff came out 2 hours ago that she will not be coming out to speak tonight, that she will speak tomorrow. So she already said, "Fuck that. I'm out. I'm going to bed." Now, does that mean she'll make the call tonight? Or is she going to make the call tomorrow? Or is she going to do like Hillary did and lock herself away for 3 days? Dive in the bottle. Nah. But you know what I mean. Because that's what happened in 2016. If y'all remember, if y'all ain't forget, took Hillary like 3 days before she conceded and made the phone call. You know, so this will be interesting. This will be interesting to see. But yeah, I need to check tomorrow. Shit, it's 3 something. Ooh. I need to check tomorrow to see what time. I hope it's not. I swear to God, Kamala, don't you do it. Don't you fucking do it. I hope it's not a morning thing. I hope she don't speak in the morning. That would suck. Give you people enough time to get rest before you speak. Speak midday. Speak in the evening. Make the call to him in the morning, and then speak in the evening. I think that's what you should do, so we could at least stream it. Because I might stream it. I want to see it, see what happens. But my good people, thank y'all for coming out. Thank y'all for rocking out with me. This was definitely a long stream, but it was so worth it. It was so worth it. What a roller coaster ride, y'all. What a roller coaster ride. And we got Trump now. We got Trump. So let me move this real quick. Y'all see the name. So yeah, thank y'all for tuning in. Carter Hates Everything. This is the platform. Every now and then we get serious. To my game community and my fishing stream community, we'll be back on it. Unless something big happens with Kamala speaking and I have to cover it, I'm gonna cover it and then back to the gaming. If not, I'll be gaming, and if it's supposed to be 80, 75, 80 degrees tomorrow, I might hit the water, because they ain't got too much time, too much more time before it gets too cold, and the fishing and the fish is still about to switch over from the warm water fish to the cold water fish. So I still want to try to catch a few things that I can before that switches over. But definitely to all of y'all, thank you. To all my Yu-Gi-Oh people that passed through, Chaos, salute to you, thank you. E from the fishing stream and the fishing channel. Where are you at? I think I plugged you guys. Let me make sure it's still in the chat. Yes, the fishing adventures. I definitely put y'all in the chat. The links are still in the chat, so y'all can go to that channel and subscribe. Um, let me see. Hold on, one more thing. Election time. What a phenomenal job you did today, election time. And I don't even know you. First time checking in on your channel. But your coverage based on data, numbers was perfect. And the fact that you blew out the big boys numbers wise, my hat's off to you. Congratulations. 3 million views on the live stream. It's fucking phenomenal. I wish I had a fraction of that. I would just give me a little bit of that. I'd be good. So yeah, congratulations to you. You did an amazing job. Miss C, thank you for coming through. JB, that was a big surprise. I appreciate you. And I'm gonna get out of here, man. Carter Hates Everything. 47. Carter out.